A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT.
At 8:15 on August 6, 1945, the world changed forever. An atomic B-29 bomber deployed an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, a Japanese industrial center that was home to major military headquarters. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. At the same time, this was one of Japan's largest seaports. The two bombings resulted in an estimated 200,000 casualties. The survivors of the bombings suffered from thermal flash burns that gradually formed into keloid scars, and a sickness that was brought upon by fallout radiation. Children of the atom bomb survivors were shown to have birth defects as a direct result of their parents' brief but significant exposure to radiation. The generational trauma that stemmed from these events cannot be understated, and it has shaped the nation of Japan in such a significant way. This formative time in the nation's history gave way to a lot of pain and suffering. Japanese filmmakers and artists wanted to create art that reflected the horrors that they went through. However, this was quite difficult, as at the time, strict American censorship prevented this, and it wasn't just art that was censored. The Japanese press also experienced a lot of harsh censorship. Any material that was deemed too politically or morally subversive would just be banned. This would include anything from advocating for communism, pornography, and the glorification of militarism. While America's censorship would eventually fizzle out by 1952, people were still wary of content that explicitly referenced the atomic bombs. In 1954, a Japanese production company known as Toho Studios was planning on producing a film titled In the Shadow of Glory. The film was a joint project with Perfini, an Indonesian production company. The plot of In the Shadow of Glory would have been based around the aftermath of Japan's occupation of Indonesia during World War II. The film would ultimately never get made due to a strong anti-Japanese sentiment from Indonesian citizens, many of which pressured the government to deny visas to the Japanese filmmakers from Toho. Tomoyuki Tanaka, a producer at Toho, flew to the capital of Indonesia in an attempt to renegotiate with the government on their decisions. The renegotiations were ultimately unsuccessful, and In the Shadow of Glory would never be completed. On the flight back to Japan, a very somber Tomoyuki Tanaka gazed out the window of his plane and began daydreaming about seeing a giant monster in the ocean below. He thought to himself, what if a giant monster awoke from nuclear radiation and attacked Japan, taking residence in Tokyo Bay? Little did he know, that monster would be known around the globe as a cultural icon, named Godzilla, and what followed was a franchise with 35 sequels and spin-offs, not to mention the countless imitators like Gamera, Reptilicus, Yangeri, and Gappa. Tanaka hired Ishiro Honda to helm this project. Honda was known as a competent director and a frequent collaborator of Akira Kurosawa. At the time, his most recent film was a very successful World War II epic titled Eagle of the Pacific. Eiji Tsuburaya was tasked with creating the special effects for the film, and Akira Ifukube composed what would become the iconic Godzilla theme. With this scrappy but experienced team, history was about to be made. The film opens with the loud sound of footsteps, followed by Godzilla's iconic roar. The Godzilla March then begins to play over the opening credits. After this, somewhat relaxing yet eerie music begins to play as sailors on a Japanese freighter relax during their downtime. Out of nowhere, the freighter is destroyed by an unseen threat. At first, there is blinding light. The sailors who witnessed it fall to the ground in agony. One of the surviving sailors attributes this mysterious tragedy to Godzilla, a legendary sea monster. To do more investigation, a collective of journalists and news reporters travel to Odo Island. One of the reporters is told by a local that something in the sea is destroying the island's fishing industry. The reporter's helicopter is destroyed by a storm that hits the island that evening, and Godzilla, whom some of the locals briefly see, destroys 17 homes, killing 9 people and decimating 20 of the villagers' animals. Residents of Oto Island travel to Tokyo to request help. The devastation described by the locals and the reporters' evidence is consistent with a huge object crushing the village. Paleontologist Dr. Yamane is sent by the government to head a study on the island. After hearing the village alarm bell, Dr. Yamane and the villagers rush to see the monster but turn around when they realize it's a huge dinosaur. Dr. Yamane presents his research in Tokyo, where it is believed that Godzilla is a 50-meter tall monster and originated as a marine beast before becoming a terrestrial creature. He comes to the conclusion that underwater hydrogen bombs have disturbed Godzilla. There is discussion on alerting the populace to the threat posed by the monster. 17 ships are currently at sea and lost. 10 frigates are sent to use depth charges to try to kill the creature. Dr. Yamane is disappointed with the expedition since he wants to research Godzilla, not kill him. Officials ask Dr. Yamane for advice on how to kill Godzilla after it survives the attack. But Yamane responds by saying that Godzilla is invulnerable because it has survived H-bomb testing and must be studied. Due to her love for salvage ship captain Hideo Ogata, Dr. Yamane's daughter, Emiko, chooses to call off her pre-arranged marriage to Yamane's colleague, Dr. Serizawa. When a journalist shows up and requests to interview Serizawa, Emiko leads the journalist to Dr. Serizawa's house, who offers Emiko a demonstration of his most recent creation in exchange for keeping it a secret after he declines to discuss his ongoing work with the reporter. She is horrified by the demonstration. Emiko walks away without disclosing the engagement. She gets back to her house just before Godzilla attacks Shinagawa from Tokyo Bay. Godzilla retreats to the water after destroying a passing train. A 30-meter tall, 50,000-volt electrified barrier is built along the coast by the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, who also send out troops to stop and kill Godzilla. Godzilla reappears, uses its atomic breath to scale the fence into Tokyo, where it unleashes further havoc on the city. Godzilla returns to the water after more failed attempts to kill it with jet fighters and tanks. The dead and injured are crammed into hospitals and shelters the following day, and some survivors are sick with radiation. Emiko, devastated by the destruction, tells Ogata about Dr. Serizawa's research on the oxygen destroyer, a weapon that breaks down oxygen atoms and kills organisms through decaying asphyxiation. Dr. Serizawa initially rejects Emiko and Ogata's attempts to persuade him to use the oxygen destroyer, explaining that if he does so, the world's superpowers will undoubtedly require him to build other oxygen destroyers to use as superweapons. Dr. Serizawa finally agrees to their requests after viewing a show depicting the country's current misery. Emiko begins to quietly sob as Dr. Serizawa burns his notes, so that the oxygen destroyer can never be recreated. Ogata and Dr. Serizawa are transported by a Navy ship to Tokyo Bay to plant the bomb. Serizawa locates Godzilla, detonates the weapon, and disables his air support, which results in his death. Though Godzilla is slain, Dr. Serizawa's passing is lamented by many. In an introspective yet grim moment, Dr. Yamane states that another Godzilla could emerge in the future if nuclear weapon testing continues. In case it wasn't obvious, Godzilla isn't just a monster movie. It's a powerful allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare, but it's also an extremely effective horror movie. Godzilla looks absolutely terrifying in black and white. Honestly, I think this movie holds up so well because of its monochrome look. The special effects that could be really bad are hidden by the dark shadows and black and white color palette. Don't get me wrong, there are some shots here and there where Godzilla does look pretty rough, and not in a good way, but regardless, it works. A lot of people like to rip on Godzilla movies for having awful human characters. Trust me, we'll get there when we get there. But I think the characters in this film work exceptionally well. The character conflicts, particularly Dr. Serizawa's struggle with the morality of his invention, adds a ton of depth to the narrative. While it's unlikely that the filmmakers at the time had heard the name of Robert J. Oppenheimer, Serizawa acts as a stand-in for the inventor of the atomic bomb. Akihiko Hirata's performance is fantastic, and he brings a real sense of tragedy to his entire character. Again, the only comparison that I can even think of right now is Cillian Murphy's portrayal of Oppenheimer. Meanwhile, Emiko's emotional conflict adds a human touch amidst the chaos. The love triangle of sorts between her, Serizawa and Akira Takarada's Ogata is a really interesting aspect of the movie. While he is the most well-known actor out of the three, it's kind of funny considering that Takarada sort of takes a back seat to Emiko and Serizawa. The two best performances in the entire film have to go to Haru Nakajima and Katsumi Tezuka, who both portrayed Godzilla. I feel like Katsumi Tezuka rarely gets mentioned, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that the majority of his scenes were cut from the final film due to the suit being very hard on his body. During the initial fitting, Nakajima experienced a mishap inside the suit when he stumbled and fell. It's well publicized that the Godzilla suit was essentially torture to wear, so they split the first suit into two parts, one for close-ups with ropes to help Nakajima, and another for full shots, which was lighter but still tough on Nakajima's body, as he could only last around 3 minutes before passing out. During filming, Nakajima lost 20 pounds. Despite all that, he gives the performance of a lifetime. This never really feels like it's a man in a suit. It feels like a living being. I could go on and on about how much of a technical feat this film truly is, but what I really want to talk about is why this film matters to Japanese culture, the nation's history, and of course, film history. While I did start this retrospective talking about the historical significance, I still want to expand upon those thoughts here. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka has stated several times that the film's core theme was the terror of the bomb. This theme is visually and narratively reinforced throughout the movie. The scenes of destruction caused by Godzilla are hauntingly similar to the real-life footage of post-bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Buildings crumble, fires rage uncontrollably, and the populace is left in a state of panic and helplessness. Director Ishiro Honda skillfully embeds the idea of Godzilla being an allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare without it being overbearing or preachy. A lot of the time we're just shown the destruction as is. We don't have some guy yapping in our ear about how catastrophic everything is. Don't worry, Raymond Burr, we'll get to you soon. Now, part of me is a bit torn on the ending of the movie. Dr. Yamane outright states, "I can't believe that Godzilla was the last of his species. If nuclear testing continues, then someday, somewhere in the world, another Godzilla may appear." On one hand, it feels like the film is outright telling the audience, hey, nuke's bad. But on the other hand, the lack of subtlety just kind of reminds me of the original King Kong, where Carl Denham outright tells the audience it was beauty that killed the beast. In a way, it works. It fits right in with the time period. After all, it's a movie about a giant monster destroying Japan. I feel like some subtlety can go by the wayside here and there. The film served as a cathartic experience for Japanese audiences, allowing them to confront the horrors of the atomic bombings in a way that was indirect yet powerful. They just outright couldn't make a biopic or whatever of the bombings happening. It would have been too real for them. And on top of that too, it would have been censored by the American government. So this was the best way to go about it. The monster's rampage through Tokyo is a visceral reminder of the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, creating a space for collective mourning and reflection. By personifying nuclear devastation in the form of Godzilla, the film made the abstract fears of radiation and annihilation more tangible and approachable. In addition to addressing past traumas, Godzilla also reflects the national anxiety about nuclear technology and its potential for future catastrophes. During the 1950s, the threat of nuclear war loomed large over the global stage, and Japan, as the only country to have experienced atomic bombings, had a unique perspective on this threat. The film encapsulated these anxieties, presenting a scenario where humanity's hubris in technological advancements led to its own potential destruction. The themes of Godzilla remain relevant today, as concerns about nuclear technology and environmental destruction persist. The monster's story has been revisited and reinterpreted in numerous films, each iteration addressing contemporary issues while staying true to the original's core message. This relevance underscores the timeless nature of the film itself and its importance as a cultural touchstone. Before we wrap up talking about the original 1954 film, I feel like it's extremely important to talk about the 1956 Americanized version, Godzilla, King of the Monsters. This version gets a lot of hate from people, and I can completely understand why. They treat the audience like they're a bunch of preschoolers with constant narration over everything happening on screen. So many scenes are ruined by having Raymond Burr just stating exactly what's happening right in front of my eyes.
Now he's making his way toward the city's main line of defense. 300,000 volts of electricity strung around the city is a barrier.
The editing is also just bizarre, mostly due to the fact that they are shoehorning in the original Japanese footage with new footage featuring Raymond Burr as the American journalist, Steve Martin. The scenes that are left untouched visually are still strong. However, it's just so odd how Burr is inserted into the film. He does a decent job with what he's given. 2 years prior to being in this film, he was the villain in Rear Window, which is a role that he absolutely killed, pun intended. Shortly after King of the Monsters, he would star in the TV series Perry Mason as the titular character. Unfortunately, though, Burr is pretty much only known as being the American guy that was shoehorned into the US version of Godzilla. He was a really talented actor, and you could tell he was doing his best, but the character of Steve Martin is just so boring and one-dimensional. It's actually kind of funny how he just approaches the characters from the original film and talks to them like they're Skyrim NPCs.
And how is Serizawa?
His health is fine, but he regrets not being here to meet you.
Something wrong?
Dr. Serizawa had to go inland on some field experiments.
It's all just so stilted and awkward. A lot of that is because of the limited blocking. These aren't the real actors, they're just body doubles at points. Is it creative? Yeah, for the 50s, it's super interesting trying to piece together how they filmed this. The character of Steve Martin was created to provide a point of view for American audiences and to help explain the events of the film to a non-Japanese audience. Through his interactions with the other characters, Steve Martin serves as a proxy for American audiences, providing a connection to the events of the film and helping to ground the story in a more familiar cultural context. Back then, you really couldn't have just dubbed this and then released it into American theaters. Americans would have been just like flabbergasted by it. They wouldn't have understood it. So having Raymond Burr in here kind of helped to hold their hand. But nowadays, it's just completely pointless. Beyond the addition of Steve Martin, Godzilla King of the Monsters outright removed any references to the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You never hear any of the characters specifically say atom bomb or hydrogen bomb, which just turns the movie into a generic monster flick, rather than what it actually is, a powerful allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare. Going back to some of the other changes made, Akira Ifukube's iconic theme for Godzilla is noticeably absent here. The original score was replaced with a new score composed by American composer Harry Essex, which emphasized the film's more action-oriented scenes and downplayed its dramatic and emotional moments. The film's visuals were also altered for the American release, including the removal of some of the more graphic depictions of violence and the addition of special effects to enhance the film's monster scenes. Overall, Gojira, the Japanese version, is not just a sci-fi classic, but a timeless masterpiece that continues to resonate today. Its potent message about the perils of nuclear weapons remains incredibly relevant, while its groundbreaking special effects and compelling narrative ensure its place as essential viewing for film buffs and monster movie aficionados alike. It's no wonder that this film is celebrated as one of the best in the franchise. In the grand scheme of things, Godzilla is vital not only to film history, but also to the history of Japan as a nation. Its influence extends far beyond its initial release, shaping both Japanese culture and global perspectives on nuclear warfare. In Japanese culture, Godzilla has transformed from a symbol of nuclear devastation to an emblem of resilience and survival. This shift reflects the indomitable spirit of the Japanese people in overcoming adversity. The legacy of the 1954 Godzilla film endures. Beyond all of the sequels, all of the remakes, all of the spin-offs in the franchise, this movie serves as a powerful reminder of the past and a cautionary tale for the future. How do you follow up one of the most important films in the entire history of your country? Imagine being in charge of a project of that magnitude. Millions of eyes are guaranteed to be overseeing your next move. To fail, your career and livelihood may very well be ruined. To succeed, you would become the stuff of legends. Japanese filmmaker Tomoyuki Tanaka found himself in that very position in November 1954 while at a welcome home party for executive producer Iwao Mori. Tanaka was tasked with creating a sequel to his magnum opus, Godzilla. Mori was very pleased with the box office results for that film and instructed Tanaka to produce a sequel as quickly as humanly possible. Tanaka attempted to recruit Ishiro Honda, the director of the first Godzilla movie, to direct the sequel. However, Honda was already hard at work on the 1955 melodrama Love Tide, and could not return to direct the sequel to Godzilla. Mori grew worried. In Japanese cinema, sequels were rather uncommon. Fearing momentum would be lost, Mori pressured Tanaka to quickly find another director. He then hired Motoyoshi Oda, a trusted and prolific director at Toho. Oda began working on what would become known as Godzilla Raids Again. The screenplay was written by Takeo Murata, who introduced a new monster, Anguirus. However, many ambitious elements of the script were cut due to time and budget constraints. For example, he had originally wanted to show a scene of chaos and looting in the middle of a monster battle. Eiji Tsuburaya returned to handle special effects, using various camera speeds to achieve different effects. Haru Nakajima reprised his role as Godzilla, while Katsumi Tezuka, who played Godzilla very briefly in the '54 film, played Anguirus. The suits were redesigned for better mobility and comfort. Don't get me wrong, they were still very difficult to wear, but at least now they can move around and fight. Godzilla Raids Again was released on April 24th, 1955, but in the eyes of the filmmakers, the film could hardly qualify as a success. Sure, it was the 10th highest grossing film of the year in Japan, but audiences weren't too fond of it. But they also didn't hate it. It was just meh. So, what happened? And why do so many consider it to be a failure compared to the original Godzilla movie? Well, let's get right into it. Godzilla Raids Again occurs a few years after the original Godzilla. Pilot Tsukioka, who works for Kaiju Fishing Incorporated, encounters engine-troubled Koji Kobayashi on Iwato Island, where they see Godzilla battling a new quadruped monster named Anguirus. They escape the island as the two monsters battle and dive into the water. The pilots assist Dr. Yamane and law enforcement in Osaka. Dr. Yamane shows footage of the first Godzilla attack, explaining that the oxygen destroyer ended it, but with its creator dead, there are no effective defenses against Godzilla. He suggests using flares to lure Godzilla away and implementing a blackout. Later, Godzilla heads towards Osaka Bay. The Japanese defense forces turn off the city's electricity and use flares to lure Godzilla away. Escaped prisoners cause a police chase, ending in an explosion that draws Godzilla back to the mainland. Anguirus appears and the two monsters begin to fight violently, destroying Yamaji's cannery and killing the prisoners. Godzilla then defeats Anguirus by biting his neck and then firing off his atomic breath at the beast before returning to water, leaving Anguirus to die alone in the ocean. Yamaji moves operations to Hokkaido and sends Kobayashi to work as a trawler captain. At a company dinner, Tsukioka reunites with his college friend Tajima, but their dinner is interrupted by news that Godzilla has sunk another ship. The next morning, Tsukioka helps the Japanese defense forces locate Godzilla on Kamiko Island. Kobayashi tries to stop Godzilla from escaping, but he gets hit by Godzilla's atomic breath and dies crashing into the mountaintop. His crash causes a small avalanche that buries Godzilla. From there, the Japanese defense forces decide to continue firing upon the mountain, burying Godzilla under an even bigger avalanche. Finally, Tsukioka triggers the last avalanche, burying Godzilla for good. As the film ends, he reflects and feels relieved and tells Kobayashi's spirit that together, they have defeated Godzilla. Godzilla Raids Again is the definition of an underwhelming sequel. Granted, that doesn't mean that it's an all-around terrible movie. There are aspects of the film that I do appreciate. For starters, I like the chemistry between Tsukioka and Kobayashi. Their friendship feels genuine and adds a layer of emotional depth to the story. The performances by Hiroshi Koizumi and Minoru Chiaki stand out here. These actors are having a lot of fun with the role and do their best with what they're given. I remember when I first saw this movie as a kid and I was just shocked that they killed off Kobayashi near the end of the film, since he was somewhat of a comedic sidekick to the stoic lead. However, I think this narrative choice works really well, despite it being very shocking. There are so many characters like Kobayashi in countless action movies, where it's the comedic sidekick, kind of bumbling but not really. They hardly affect the plot in a meaningful way. The same cannot be said, though, for Kobayashi, who sacrifices himself to stop Godzilla. It honestly makes his character more memorable and more interesting. The scenes showing the Japanese self-defense forces strategizing to combat Godzilla highlight the ingenuity and determination of the people, but it's also just so futile, knowing that these jets and tanks and strategy, it can't defeat Godzilla no matter how hard they try. These sequences are nowhere near as complex and interesting as the 1954 film, but like I said, it's incredibly hard to follow up a film of that magnitude. Another positive aspect is the introduction of the new monster, Anguirus. Having Godzilla fight another monster is a genius move that single-handedly kept the franchise alive beyond this point. I honestly believe that if this film was just Godzilla by himself attacking Japan again, the franchise would have been dead in the water from here on out. Speaking of being dead in the water, Anguirus is a cool monster. His design and concept are super interesting, and it provides a fresh challenge for Godzilla. The idea of tying him to Godzilla's origin is really cool. Not to mention, an irradiated ankylosaur is just such a badass concept, even if he doesn't really resemble an ankylosaur that much. Katsumi Tezuka does a great job of portraying Anguirus. The suit can appear clumsy at times, and, it does just look like a guy crawling around on the ground, but that's not exactly Tezuka's fault. Speaking of suits, the Godzilla suit in Godzilla Raids Again is fantastic. It's a more streamlined version compared to the 1954 predecessor, which was necessary to accommodate for the increased combat scenes in the film. The slimmer design allows for more dynamic and agile movements, making the fight scenes more intense and believable. The fangs on the suit give Godzilla a terrifying predatory appearance, enhancing its fearsome presence. The face on the suit is particularly striking, with an uncanny expression that adds to the overall menacing look. Alright, I gotta talk about this, so here we go. The 1955 Godzilla suit, as well as the film, Godzilla Raids Again, tend to be frequently associated with the analog horror series The Man in the Suit by Unknowingly. I've already covered this series on my channel, so go check out that video if you want, but I do think that a lot of the horror in that series works so well because of how the 1955 Godzilla suit looks. There are so many other analog horror series that outright just use the Godzilla Raids Again suit because of how uncanny and weird it looks. The combination of the suit's improved mobility and frightening aesthetics makes it a standout element of Godzilla Raids Again. It might very well be one of my all-time favorite suits out of the entire Showa era, and it's extremely underrated by fans. So kind of a funny story about the suits that were used in this film. Funny, I guess, maybe more depressing than anything else. After Godzilla Raids Again was released, Toho aimed to introduce the film to Western audiences, but had trouble securing a distributor. Meanwhile, ABPT Pictures, an American distribution company, was producing a film titled The Volcano Monsters. The two companies reached an agreement that the second Godzilla suit, along with the Anguirus suit, would be sent to LA for additional filming. However, ABPT went bankrupt, with its assets being taken over by other production companies. Both the second Godzilla suit and the Anguirus suit vanished and remain missing to this day. So, yeah, kind of funny, kind of depressing, but getting back to the positives, there are some really neat action set pieces here. The final assault on Godzilla is tense and well executed. The fact that Godzilla has already killed Anguirus at this point adds a ton of suspense to the assault, because if another monster couldn't stop the Big G, then how could the military possibly stop him? I also really like the scene where the convicts cause a fire that results in the monsters being led towards land and attacking. It borders on being like comedic levels of boobery. It's like something out of Abbott and Costello, but I love it. Beyond that, though, Godzilla Raids Again is a lackluster movie that utterly fails as being a passable follow-up to the original Godzilla film. I don't have a problem with Godzilla battling another monster. I don't have a problem with the tone being somewhat lighter and a little goofier here and there. There's nothing wrong with a movie having a lighter tone compared to its predecessor. There seems to be this weird attitude where people think that a film being darker makes it automatically good. That's a mindset that I disagree with, because tone does not equate to quality. Ultimately, I have a problem with everything about this film feeling more like a cheap cash grab rather than an interesting follow-up that continues the themes of its predecessor while also delivering on some quality kaiju entertainment. Godzilla Raids Again fails as a sequel to Godzilla 1954 because it lacks originality and depth. The original film was groundbreaking, delivering a profound message about the horrors of nuclear war and human hubris through its dark and somber tone. It used Godzilla as a metaphor for nuclear devastation, making it not just a monster movie, but a very important commentary on real-world issues. In contrast, Godzilla Raids Again does not expand on any of these themes or even introduce new ones. Instead, it just rehashes the same basic plot points. A giant monster appears, wreaks havoc, and it must be stopped. While it does introduce a new monster to the dynamic, this addition feels more like an attempt to add novelty rather than develop the story in a meaningful way. The conflict between Godzilla and Anguirus lacks the symbolic weight and emotional resonance of the original Godzilla's rampage through Tokyo. The overall tone of Godzilla Raids Again is also very inconsistent and less impactful as a result. The 54 film's slow and deliberate pacing and haunted imagery creates a sense of dread and gravitas. In the sequel, the pacing is faster, especially during the monster fights, which are more chaotic and less visually striking. The quick movements of the monsters, coupled with the less meticulous special effects, make the battles feel more like two men in suits wrestling rather than titanic creatures clashing. This diminishes the sense of scale and realism that was so effectively conveyed in the original. Additionally, the film lacks the same sense of character development and drama. In Godzilla 54, the characters were deeply affected by the events of the film, with their stories intertwined with the larger narrative about the destructive power of technology. They hardly felt like characters and were more like real people. In Godzilla Raids Again, the vast majority of the side characters feel more like placeholders, present only to move the plot forward rather than to provide any meaningful commentary or emotional depth. Like I said, the two main characters have good chemistry, but the writing utterly fails to make them interesting. Beyond that, even the fights in Godzilla Raids Again are pretty underwhelming. The speed of these battles is unusually fast, which has both positive and negative effects. On one hand, the rapid pace makes the clashes between Godzilla and Anguirus feel extremely violent and intense. We watch as these two beasts rip and tear at each other with ferocity. This brutality adds a raw primal energy to their encounters, making them feel more dangerous and unpredictable. However, the downside to this is that the fast-paced fighting diminishes the sense of scale and weight that was so effectively conveyed in the original Godzilla movie. In the first film, the footage of Godzilla was often slowed down, which gave the monster a sense of immense power and size. The deliberate heavy movements made Godzilla appear more formidable and otherworldly. In contrast, the unaltered speed in Godzilla Raids Again makes the monster's fights look less like epic clashes of titans and more like two men in suits wrestling, which they are, but it looks pretty obvious here. This lack of slow motion makes the battles feel very cheap and less impactful. Before wrapping up here, we gotta talk about the American version of Godzilla Raids Again, which was retitled to Gigantus the Fire Monster. I already mentioned this before when I was talking about the suits, but the initial plan was for the entire Japanese film to be reworked with all new human scenes featuring American actors, with the kaiju stuff remaining completely intact. It would have been titled The Volcano Monsters, but of course ABPT went bankrupt, so The Volcano Monsters was scrapped. The remaining producers ended up just opting to redub the Japanese film and add some minor alterations here and there. Paul Schreibman, one of the producers, decided to change Godzilla's name in the American dub to Gigantus. The reasoning behind this actually makes a lot of sense on paper. Godzilla was killed in the last movie, so this is a new monster from the same species, but it just goes by a different name. The filmmakers didn't want theatergoers to get confused, since Godzilla was killed by the oxygen destroyer in the last movie. Now, in execution, this is awful. This is terrible. The name Gigantus is so generic, and it just feels wrong seeing a monster that is so clearly Godzilla being called a different name. Moving beyond the whole Gigantus thing though, the performances in the English dub are surprisingly good. Legendary Star Trek actor George Takei is featured in the dub in one of his first roles. Paul Frees, the man of 1,000 voices, is also featured in the dub. Frees is a legendary voice actor who was around during the golden age of animation, working for companies like Rankin Bass and Disney. He was in a bunch of of Tom and Jerry shorts, but my favorite role that he did was as the host of the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland.
Whenever candlelights flicker, where the air is deathly still, that is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror.
Getting back on track, something I really hate about the American dub of Godzilla Raids Again is the fact that they removed Godzilla's iconic roar and just replaced it with Anguirus's roar. Yet again, this removes the essence and personality of the character of Godzilla and makes him feel more like a generic 1950s movie monster. It also gets really annoying hearing the same roar over and over and over again. For a while, the American dub, or Gigantus the Fire Monster, was lost media for decades. Once the film ended its theatrical run in the early 60s, the movie wasn't screened anywhere else. That version of the film wasn't broadcasted on TV, and it wasn't available as a physical release, since that really wasn't a thing back then in the 60s. Once the rights to the film went back to Toho in the mid-80s, Gigantus the Fire Monster would eventually see various physical releases as well as television broadcasts in the US and in English-speaking countries. Much like Gigantus the Fire Monster, the original Japanese version, Godzilla Raids Again, is a mixed bag, and it comes off as a superficial attempt to cash in on the success of the original film. It prioritizes spectacle over substance, failing to capture the innovative spirit and profound messaging that made Godzilla 1954 a classic. Instead of being a thoughtful continuation of the story, it feels like a rushed production aimed at making a quick profit, lacking the originality, depth, and emotional impact that a true sequel should have. It's honestly a shame. This could have been a really neat follow-up to such an incredible movie. However, it just feels like another forgettable 1950s monster flick from this era. The now legendary clash that we get to see in the 1962 film King Kong vs. Godzilla is a tale steeped in cinematic history, creative ambition, and behind-the-scenes drama. It was the East and the West, quite literally duking it out on the big screen. Who would win, Japan's Godzilla or America's King Kong? I know a lot of people in my own life who didn't even know that this movie existed and just thought that it was the stuff of legends, and frankly, it almost wasn't made. Willis O'Brien, the visionary animator behind the original 1933 King Kong, came up with a new story in which Kong would face off against a giant version of Frankenstein's monster in San Francisco. This project, titled King Kong Meets Frankenstein, later became known as King Kong vs. the Ginkgo when it was believed that Universal Studios held the rights to Frankenstein's name. O'Brien sought permission from RKO, the studio behind the original King Kong, and was introduced to producer John Beck, who promised to find a studio to produce the film. John Beck took O'Brien's story and hired screenwriter George Worthing Yates to develop a screenplay, slightly altering the story and renaming it King Kong vs. Prometheus. However, the high cost of stop-motion animation deterred a lot of studios. Beck eventually attracted the interest of the Japanese studio, Toho. Toho purchased the script, but instead of a giant Frankenstein monster, they decided King Kong's opponent would be Godzilla, another of their famous creations. This decision aligned with Toho's plans to celebrate their 30th anniversary in 1962 with a series of major film releases. The production of King Kong vs. Godzilla involved several controversial decisions. John Beck's dealings with Toho and the alterations to O'Brien's original concept were made without O'Brien's knowledge or consent. As a result, O'Brien was never credited for his idea, leading to significant frustration and disappointment. He attempted to sue Beck, but lacked the financial resources to do so. Tragically, O'Brien passed away on November 8, 1962, with his wife later attributing his death to the stress caused by the King Kong vs. Frankenstein deal. Additionally, Marion C. Cooper, the producer and co-director of the original King Kong film, vehemently opposed the project. Cooper was really critical of Toho's approach, which included the use of a man in a gorilla suit to play Kong, a method that he had long opposed. Ironic because, the Dino De Laurentiis film would eventually use suitmation as well. In 1963, Cooper filed a lawsuit against John Beck, Toho, and Universal, claiming that he owned the rights to the King Kong character. However, the lawsuit was unsuccessful as it was revealed that Cooper did not have sole ownership over King Kong. As a result, it was revealed that King Kong is kind of public domain, but not really. It's the book version that was made as a novelization to the 1933 film, and RKO owns King Kong as a name, which is why Godzilla vs. Kong is called Godzilla vs. Kong and not Godzilla vs. King Kong. It's extremely confusing, and what I'm getting at is this movie opened up a can of worms that it's crazy. It's so complicated, and I don't want to get into it right now. But basically, was King Kong versus Godzilla worth the hassle to make? Yes, 100%. Yes. While it may appear to be somewhat primitive by today's standards, this film is one of the greatest crossovers in film history. This is King Kong vs. Godzilla. The CEO of Pacific Pharmaceuticals, a man named Mr. Taco, is dissatisfied with the television programs his firm sponsors and needs something to increase his viewership numbers. Taco thinks it would be a wonderful idea to use a giant monster to garner attention when a doctor informs him about a huge monster he found on the little Faroe Island. Taco sends out 2 men to find and retrieve the monster. In the meantime, an iceberg traps the American nuclear submarine Seahawk. When the iceberg breaks, Godzilla, who has been imprisoned inside of it since 1955, is released. As he moves southeast towards Japan, Godzilla attacks a military facility after destroying the submarine. A massive octopus attacks the local community on Faroe Island while searching for ferrolactin juice, which is made from an indigenous variety of red berries. King Kong, the monster of Faroe Island, shows up and defeats the octopus. Kong consumes several vases worth of juice, which puts him to sleep while the islanders conduct a ceremony. Kong is put on a sizable raft and then is taken back to Japan. Godzilla also makes his way to Japan and terrorizes the countryside. Kong manages to get up and escape the raft. When he reaches the mainland, he fights Godzilla, but is forced to flee as a result of getting burned by Godzilla's atomic breath. Kong rushes towards Tokyo and crashes through the power lines, consuming the electricity and seemingly growing stronger as a result. Kong finally arrives in Tokyo, where he kidnaps Fumiko, the sister of one of the human protagonists. He takes her to the National Diet Building, which he then scales. Kong is then put to sleep by these launched capsules, which contain vaporized ferrolactin juice, and Fumiko is rescued. To have Godzilla and Kong fight, the Japanese Self-Defense Force decides to fly Kong to Godzilla using balloons. The following morning, Kong and Godzilla clash at Mount Fuji's summit after Kong has been dropped nearby with a helicopter. At first, Godzilla has the upper hand. He ends up knocking Kong unconscious with a vicious dropkick and numerous tail punches to the head. Godzilla then uses his atomic breath to ignite the vegetation surrounding Kong's body to try to burn him to death. However, Kong is struck by lightning and the fight resumes. Because again, for some reason, lightning makes Kong stronger. Gradually, they end up destroying a castle and then plummet over a cliff into Sagami Bay. King Kong vs. Godzilla, directed by Ishiro Honda, isn't just a thrilling monster showdown. It's also a sharp satire on the influence of television on Japanese culture in the early 1960s. The film uses its story and characters to critique sensationalism and cutthroat competition, attitudes that defined Japanese TV in the 60s. In 1962, Japanese TV networks started creating increasingly outrageous shows to draw in viewers, a trend ignited by a tragic event where 2 elderly viewers died while watching a violent wrestling match. This incident led to intense rating wars and sensational content, sparking debate over television's effects on society. Critics at the time were saying that TV was turning the populace into a nation of 100 million idiots. There was no educational value. It was quite literally just brain rot of the 60s. Think Skibbity Toilet, but, on TV. Honda shared these concerns, worried that TV shows were treating viewers as mere statistics in the ratings race rather than respecting their intelligence. Through King Kong vs. Godzilla, Honda aimed to showcase the ridiculousness of this media environment. The film depicts the monster clash as a publicity stunt by a pharmaceutical company, critiquing how far companies would go to grab viewers' attention. In the movie, we see a pharmaceutical company sponsor a TV show and decide to capture King Kong simply on the basis of boosting ratings to promote their products. Honda highlights the irony here. Instead of focusing on creating quality medicine, the company resorts to sensationalism to outdo its competitors and, in a way, wreak a ton of havoc, killing so many people just for a profit. This entire element of the film mirrors a broader societal issue where the drive for profit and viewer engagement overshadows ethical considerations and quality content. I know that this sounds like way too deep for giant monkey fights giant lizard, but trust me, I'm not like reaching here. These are very clearly being told to the audience that this is what this movie is. It's a critique of television. Bringing Ishiro Honda back to direct this film was a genius move by Toho. Honda's ability to infuse depth into a monster movie is a testament to his directorial skill. He managed to strike a balance between thrilling kaiju action and very well-made social critique, ensuring that the film appealed to a broad audience while still conveying a meaningful message and being very entertaining. Because remember, while there's all this stuff going on in the background, we still get Kong shoving a tree down Godzilla's throat. The film's pacing, character development, and plot progression all serve to enhance its thematic resonance, making it, in my opinion, a standout entry in the kaiju genre. Like most kaiju films of this nature, it was panned by critics upon its release. Shortly after the film was made available in the US theatrically, Variety published a review that was let's just say, scathing. From the mysterious east comes the monstrosity to end all monstrosities. The epic clash between the 30-year-old breast-beating, Hollywood-born and bred gorilla with the overactive pituitary and the 7-year-old pea-brained, flame-throated, tail-wagging cross between a Stegosaurus and a Tyrannosaurus Rex who fights it out of Tokyo, Japan, onward and upward with the arts. Clearly, this reviewer, who's probably dead by now, values huffing their farts over, fun cinema. So, go figure. Honda's experience with the 1954 Godzilla film allowed him to bring a level of sophistication to the monster battles, making them not just about the destruction, but also about the underlying motives and consequences of the characters' actions. If you remember, my biggest problem with Godzilla Raids Again is that there were no real underlying themes, and that it just kind of felt like noise. There was nothing really going on. It was just a cash grab. And that's because Ishiro Honda did not return to direct that movie. We had these fantastic themes present in Godzilla 1954, and now that he's back, they're back too. His direction ensures that the monster clashes were more or less a metaphor, but they're also entertaining as all hell. And let's talk about that. King Kong vs. Godzilla features a mix of humor and action, making it kind of lighthearted when you compare it to the previous entries in the series. The humor in the film is often achieved through the use of exaggerated characters and situations, as well as through the playful banter between characters. The film makes use of comedic moments and gags, like when Kong drinks a large amount of red berry juice, which causes him to fall asleep in a drunken stupor. Another great moment is when Godzilla gets a tree shoved down his throat by Kong during their epic clash. I think that one of the most enjoyable aspects of King Kong vs. Godzilla is the way that it balances the action and the comedy. While the film contains plenty of monster battles and destruction, it also has a lighthearted tone that makes it just so much fun to watch. This was one of my favorite Godzilla movies as a kid, and for good reason. The scenes of Kong and Godzilla fighting are often played for laughs, with the monsters engaging in wrestling moves and these comical gestures, but at the same time, the film never loses sight of the danger that these creatures pose, and the destruction they cause is still impressive to watch. What I'm getting at is here, when it needs to be serious, it's serious. When it needs to be funny, it's funny. And the times where it sort of transitions between either one of those attitudes, it never really feels jarring. The humor in King Kong vs. Godzilla is kind of hit or miss when it comes to the human characters. There is a decent amount of slapstick, and that's all well and good. The two lead actors are more like Abbott and Costello, which I'm more than okay with. I love Abbott and Costello. It keeps the human scenes interesting, and it also keeps the tone light. Their antics are entertaining, and I honestly wish that more Godzilla movies from this period would have adopted this attitude of having the human scenes be somewhat comedic, while the monster scenes are somewhat serious. However, not everyone liked the comedic aspects of the film. In the book Ishiro Honda, A Life in Film From Godzilla to Kurosawa, it was noted that Ishiro Honda hated the comedic aspects of the film and was forced to put it in by Toho. The book itself states, "Comedic human drama was one thing, but when it came to the monsters, Honda felt Toho went too far. From the early drafts of the script, the studio had made notes regarding the monsters, asking, Make it as funny as possible, please. To me, what happened was not acceptable, Honda said. Personally, I didn't want to do it, but the company demanded it. When you have to do it, then you have to do it. I did the best I could with it, and Mr. Tsuburaya did his best as well. It was about that time that Godzilla movies started to move toward a younger audience, but the fact that they decided to make Godzilla act like a human, it was not a good decision. This showed off the fact that it was a man in a suit. Bad idea. Now, here's the biggest controversy that this film carries, and it's still very much a controversy even today, so let's tread lightly here. Asian actors playing tribesmen of Faroe Island are shown to be in brownface throughout the film. Let's get some backstory first. You see, originally the plan was to film in Sri Lanka with actors from the region portraying the tribesmen. However, this concept was scrapped due to budget constraints. So they just took Asian actors, put brown makeup on them, and called it a day. I can see this aspect of the film very reasonably turning people off from watching it, even if it is present for a very, very small portion of the movie. It's important to remember that that's just how it was back then. It sucks, it was wrong, but this was a movie made over half a century ago. Of course, there are going to be aspects of it that do not hold up whatsoever by today's standards. I'm not defending it. I'm not saying that, this was okay. I just think that banning this movie or censoring it or altering it is stupid. It's wrong. I think the most reasonable compromise for people that are like, this is fine, leave it alone, and people that are like, this needs to be banned, is to just meet in the middle and say, let's have a disclaimer right at the start on like HBO Max or physical releases, last for like 5-10 seconds, just saying, hey, this was a thing that happened at the time. It's wrong now. Here's why it's wrong. That way you're not demeaning people, you're not hiding something from people, and we can actually have a conversation about it, which I think is the most important part. Getting back to, the monster battles, which is what you're all here for, King Kong versus Godzilla boasted extremely impressive special effects for its time. The use of suitmation, which is just actors in monster suits and miniature models for city destruction scenes, was flat out groundbreaking. Eiji Tsuburaya, renowned for his work in the Godzilla series as well as Ultraman, masterfully crafted scenes that brought both Kong and Godzilla to life with a sense of realism and scale. The battles between the two monsters are really memorable, showcasing their immense power and contrasting fighting styles. The cinematography is somewhat dated for the time, but again, oh well. It still does a really good job of capturing the enormity of the monsters and the chaos that they unleash. Wide shots of city destruction and close-ups during the fights highlight the sheer spectacle of the confrontation. There is one special effect that I really don't like, and it does not hold up whatsoever. It takes me out of the movie every single time I see it. Every time a person is in the foreground and a giant monster's in the background when they're doing a composite, there's this blue sort of aura around the humans, and it's obvious that this was new technology for them. In the days of black and white with Godzilla 54 and Godzilla Raids Again, you didn't really have to worry about this because there was no blue because it was all black and white, whereas here they have to deal with that. Later on, this didn't become an issue because they figured out how to avoid this problem, but it's really obvious here. It feels wrong to sort of critique this film for that specific problem, but I mean, we have to be fair here. I also have to note this because someone in the comments is going to be going, actually, this is the first time that Godzilla and King Kong have appeared in color on film, which is pretty interesting, but again, kind of harms the film because of that blue outline where a lot of the technology just wasn't there yet, and it almost feels rushed in a way. Regardless, they look great in color, so no complaints there. Something that I've noticed each and every time that I watch this movie is that Toho very clearly made King Kong look very stupid and goofy, especially when you compare him to how Godzilla looks, where it's a very sleek, modernized redesign of Godzilla for its time. Godzilla is menacing, terrifying, and this is one of the best Godzilla designs that we've seen yet, whereas King Kong is so goofy, furry, and just looks gross more than anything else. Alright, I would be a moron if I didn't talk about the film's ending. A myth originated in the 1960s from Spacemen magazine. It was a sister publication to the much more famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. Spacemen magazine claimed that the film, King Kong vs. Godzilla, had different endings depending on the country. In the Japanese version, Godzilla wins, but in the American version, King Kong wins. Despite being somewhat plausible, this claim has persisted for decades, even though it's false. The idea that Toho and Universal tailor their cuts to cater to their respective markets was convincing to many. When a Godzilla film was sent from Japan to the US distributor would often make changes. I mean, just look at Godzilla Raids Again and then the American localized version, which is Gigantus the Fire Monster. Arguably, the changes make it almost like two different movies. I mean, they change Godzilla's name. Even 1954 Godzilla, which eventually became Godzilla King of the Monsters, starring Raymond Burr. Much like that, the English language version of King Kong vs. Godzilla underwent extensive editing. New American characters and scenes were introduced, which significantly altered the story. But despite these changes, the film's main draw remained: the epic showdown between King Kong and Godzilla atop Mount Fuji. Fans love this iconic battle, though many now advocate for just watching the Japanese version and not the American version, if at all possible. While there are differences between the Japanese version and the American version, this video will not go over that, it's just going to be very quick here, these do not change the outcome of the battle. In both versions, the monsters go into the water and we see King Kong walk off. However, it's implied that Godzilla still survived. So, no. There isn't an alternate ending to the film. It doesn't exist. Both versions of the film end with King Kong as the victor, but it's kind of a draw. No version was ever even filmed where Godzilla won. That's just flat out not true. King Kong vs. Godzilla holds a significant place in the history of movie monsters. It marked the first crossover between two major film monsters and set a precedent for future monster mashups in cinema. Sure, before you start commenting, we already had the Universal monster movies where Frankenstein and Dracula were appearing side by side on screen, but this was different. Universal owned all those characters, so it seemed inevitable that there would be a crossover. King Kong vs. Godzilla was two monsters owned by two different studios, one in the West, one in the East. It was quite literally two nations duking it out, America versus Japan. Most importantly, it was two of the most iconic kaijus fighting on screen. The film's success paved the way for numerous sequels and remakes both for Kong and Godzilla. Beyond its entertainment value, this film has become a cultural icon, influencing pop culture and spawning a dedicated fan base. Of course, Godzilla and Kong would face off again on the big screen in 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong, a film that was a contributing factor in saving movie theaters and bringing in revenue during the pandemic. Despite all that though, King Kong vs. Godzilla is just a really fun kaiju romp. It still holds up and remains a quintessential monster movie that continues to captivate audiences with its thrilling premise, impressive special effects, and enduring cultural impact. While it may not match the sophistication of modern CGI-heavy blockbusters, its charm lies in its ability to evoke a sense of awe and wonder through practical effects and a timeless story of giant monkey versus giant lizard. After King Kong vs. Godzilla was a hit, Toho wanted to make another film where Godzilla duked it out with another well-known, pre-established monster. They chose Mothra, who they owned the rights to and had been popular since her 1961 solo film. Ishiro Honda returned to direct the film. On top of that, Akira Takarada, who played Ogata in the original 54 film, stars in this film as a different character named Ichiro Sakai. Another returning actress, or rather actresses, were a famous singing duo known as the Peanuts, who had previously played the Shobijin in the original 1961 Mothra film. Composer Akira Ifukube wrote the score, reworking themes from the original Mothra. The legendary special effects director, Eiji Tsuburaya, oversaw the creation of the Mothra and Godzilla suits. A new Godzilla suit was created by Teizo Toshimitsu with input from actor Haru Nakajima, which the idea behind that was to make movement much more easier and specified to his needs. Another idea was to give Godzilla a more menacing and villainous appearance. Ironic, because that was the same intention with the previous suit from King Kong vs. Godzilla. And if I'm being honest, That one looks more menacing than the Mothra vs. Godzilla suit. Speaking of the King Kong vs. Godzilla suit, it was actually reused in this film for some of the water scenes. Extremely expensive optical printers helped to enhance Godzilla's atomic breath. The set design and destruction scenes took several takes to perfect, and Mothra's wings and other mechanical parts were controlled remotely to bring the kaijus to life. This is such a major step up from the composite work on King Kong vs. Godzilla, which had these fuzzy blue borders around anything being composited into the shot. Thankfully, those fuzzy blue borders are entirely absent from this film. Now, here's the thing, I've always had an odd relationship with this movie. As a kid, I weirdly hated it. I know it sounds bizarre, but let me try to explain. When I was a kid, I just hated Mothra as a character. I found her to be annoying cannon fodder that had a very boring design. I thought the Shobijin were obnoxious, but most importantly, I couldn't stand how Godzilla lost to what were essentially two baby caterpillars. It always drove me nuts when people claimed that Mothra vs. Godzilla was a classic and one of the best of the Showa era. According to little kid me, this was an extremely overrated Godzilla movie with a boring enemy for the big G to fight. Before actually sitting down to watch this movie for this very retrospective, I was straight up ready to be like, this is the most overrated Godzilla movie from the Showa era, but I am very happy to report that I absolutely loved this movie and had a great time watching it. So, without wasting any more time, this is Mothra vs. Godzilla. After a typhoon strikes Kurata Beach, photographer Junko Nakanishi and writer Ichiro Saki find a strange object while searching through the debris. Nearby, a massive egg washes ashore, creating a stir among the locals. Professor Miura examines the egg, but businessman Kumayama buys it to exploit it for his company, Happy Enterprises. Kumayama, backed by the wealthy Jiro Torahata, plans to build a tourist attraction around the egg. The Shobijin, tiny twin fairies, appear and plead for the egg's return, revealing it belongs to Mothra, an ancient deity. They warn that the egg will hatch a destructive larva, but Kumayama and Torahata ignore their pleas. Ichiro Saki writes articles condemning Happy Enterprises, but the company continues with its plans. Miura discovers the object found on the beach is highly radioactive. The trio returns to Kurata Beach, where Godzilla emerges from the mud, awakened by the disturbance. Godzilla begins a destructive rampage, and the JSDF's attempts to stop him fail. The trio then travel to Infant Island to seek Mothra's help. The islanders are initially unwilling, but Mothra agrees to help, despite being near the end of her life. Meanwhile, Kumayama, desperate after losing everything, confronts Torahata, but both meet their end when Godzilla destroys their hotel. Godzilla reaches Nishi Beach and prepares to destroy the egg, but Mothra intervenes. Despite her efforts, Godzilla overpowers her and she dies beside the egg. The egg hatches, revealing twin larvae, who pursue Godzilla to Iwa Island. They encase him in silk and Godzilla sinks into the sea. With Godzilla defeated, the larvae and the Shobijin return to Infant Island. The opening sequence of Mothra vs. Godzilla sets the tone for one of the most visually impressive entries in the Godzilla franchise. The typhoon scene in particular is nothing short of spectacular. It showcases some of the finest miniature work that Eiji Tsuburaya has ever produced. The intricacy of the models, the attention to detail, and the way the destruction feels palpable despite being a scaled-down version of the world are just testaments to Tsuburaya's mastery. Even 60 years later, this scene holds up as one of the best in the genre, rivaling modern special effects with its realism and craftsmanship. One of the film's most fascinating aspects is its focus on the news media and their perspective on the events unfolding. Up until this point in the Godzilla series, we've largely seen the scientific community and the military as the primary lenses through which we experience these massive creature battles. Shifting to the news media provides a fresh angle, offering insight into how the public perceives and processes these monumental events. While we did get a taste of this with Raymond Burr's character in the Americanized version of Godzilla 54, here, the focus is squarely on the Japanese media, making it a more grounded and culturally resonant choice for the film's narrative. The scale of Mothra's egg is something that the film conveys masterfully. The decision to constantly place characters in close proximity to the egg ensures that we, as the audience, fully grasp its sheer magnitude. It's a simple yet effective visual technique, reinforcing the grandeur and importance of the egg to the plot. It should be noted too that the sense of awe surrounding this massive object adds a bunch of tension, because we don't really know what's inside, unless you've seen Mothra 1961, but still. Mr. Kumayama, the greedy businessman, is a classic take on the archetype, and his character feels like a cautionary tale of unchecked ambition and greed. In many ways, he parallels characters like the mayor from Jaws or Jupe from Nope. Individuals who see financial opportunity in spectacle, even if it comes at great risk. However, unlike Jupe, Kumayama lacks any redeeming qualities, coming across as a far more selfish and short-sighted character. His obsession with capitalizing on the Mothra egg, turning it into an amusement park attraction, is absurdly short-sighted, and yet it feels entirely believable in the context of his character's greed. Like, seriously, dude, what are you thinking? It is an egg. It is going to either rot or hatch. Why do you want to build something around it? Like, genuinely, you could say it's a plot hole, but I think it works really well with just how dumb his character is in terms of, like, just thinking in the long term. He represents that, like, capitalist drive for profit at any cost. His schemes revolve around exploiting the kaiju phenomenon for financial gain, which eventually leads to his tragic downfall. His actions are driven by the desire to control and monetize Mothra's egg, reflecting a broader commentary on how the relentless pursuit of wealth can have dire consequences. Godzilla's entrance in this film is one of the most unique in the entire franchise. Rising up from beneath the ground after the tsunami, his emergence is both terrifying and unexpected. We've seen him come from the ocean before, but this subterranean arrival is something else entirely, giving the moment an added sense of dread and unpredictability. The accompanying music heightens the moment, with Akira Ifukube's score seamlessly blending with the visuals to create a sense of impending doom. Ifukube's score throughout the entire film is a masterclass in film composition, from the iconic Mothra theme to the more subtle incidental pieces that perfectly capture the mood of each scene. As a little side note, something that I really want to add is that my second feature film, Pesticide, actually included this scene very, very briefly as a little homage during the opening titles. For those that may not have seen the movie, which I'm sure is a lot of you, it's this sort of collage and montage of all these weird public access TV shows, music videos, and public domain horror movies. As a little homage to the Big G, I threw that clip in for just a few seconds because it's always stuck out to me. It's so weird for him to come out of the sand, but it weirdly works. I don't know, there's just something about it that is so terrifying, yet just so cool and interesting to look at. There are several moments of pure visual spectacle in this film, but one of the most striking is the sequence where we hear an announcement over the loudspeaker as we get wide sweeping shots of Japan. The sense of scale is immense, especially in the shots where we see Godzilla looming over the landscape, moving across the bay with soldiers helplessly looking on. While the effects may show their age in some places, Godzilla's movements, for instance, can feel a bit stiff. There's an undeniable artistry in the way he's composited into the real-world settings. The movements of his tail in particular brings to mind moments from Shin Godzilla, where the creature's unnatural yet menacing tail became a focal point of its design. The destruction Godzilla brings to the city is, as always, chaotic and terrifying, yet this time it feels more grounded in reality. The panic that grips the population is palpable, with people running in every direction as the military tries to maintain some semblance of order. The panic that grips the population is palpable, with people running in every direction as the military tries to maintain some semblance of order. There's a sense of confusion and disarray that feels much more authentic compared to previous films. This is further amplified by the fact that Mothra vs. Godzilla is one of the first times we see Godzilla wreak havoc in full color. Yes, we saw this with King Kong vs. Godzilla, but here we get a lot more of it. And let's talk about Godzilla here. The design in this film is menacing with a look of fury that makes him feel truly dangerous. While this may not be the best suit design in the franchise, it's certainly one of the most imposing of the Showa era. The darker tone of the suit, coupled with Godzilla's angry expressions, reinforces his status as an unstoppable force of nature, a destructive creature that cannot be reasoned with or stopped. Mothra, on the other hand, is treated with reverence and respect. The film builds up to her appearance in such a way that she truly feels mystical and awe-inspiring. The sequences of the Shobijin praying to Mothra and singing to her are some of the most beautiful in the film, creating an atmosphere of wonder that contrasts starkly with the chaos of Godzilla's rampage. These moments evoke the same sense of grandeur as the reveal of the Brontosaurus in Jurassic Park. We see the human character's reactions first, and only then are we treated to the spectacle itself. It's an effective technique that makes Mothra's eventual departure from Infant Island feel momentous. One of the film's greatest strengths is its dual plot structure. On one hand, we have the story of Mothra and her protectors, and on the other, the military's efforts to stop Godzilla. Both plotlines are equally compelling, never overshadowing each other. As we learn more about Mothra's mythology and the Shobijin's attempt to safeguard the egg, we're also treated to scenes of the military desperately trying to thwart Godzilla's path of destruction, and ultimately failing. The way these two narratives converge toward the climax is seamless, creating a well-constructed and engaging story. In comparison, King Kong vs. Godzilla feels haphazard in its structure, lacking the same level of cohesion and narrative focus. The resolution of the Kumayama subplot is another standout moment, really with how his death is tied directly to Godzilla's actions. The destruction of the building where he meets his end, and the fact that his own financial advisor is responsible for his demise, serves as a fitting conclusion to the film's critique of greed. It almost feels like a modern parable. Don't let greed blind you to the consequences of your actions. Despite Kumayama's downfall, Godzilla's menacing presence remains the true focus. The film wisely avoids letting the human antagonist overshadow the kaiju while still being interesting in his own right. The battle between the adult Mothra and Godzilla is one of the most dynamic in the Showa era, with real stakes and a sense of impending doom hanging over the egg. The entire time, the tension is palpable as we worry that the egg might crack open in the middle of the fight, potentially harming whatever's inside. The battle itself is thrilling, with Mothra managing to drag Godzilla by the tail at one point, a moment that is both humorous and effective within the film's overall tone. The use of stop-motion animation in certain sequences adds a unique visual flair to the fight, making it stand out among other Toho kaiju battles. The human characters in Mothra vs. Godzilla are more fleshed out than in other entries in the franchise. The performances are strong across the board, with the characters being given more depth and personality than the often one-dimensional roles that can be found in other kaiju films. A lot of people like to write off human scenes in kaiju movies, but here it is absolutely essential and works expertly in tandem with the kaiju storyline. The greedy businessmen, as well as the scientists and reporters, provide a contrast to the purity and protectiveness of Mothra. Ignoring the human scenes means missing out on the film's core themes of nature versus greed, and humanity's responsibility toward the environment. The monsters don't just appear randomly, they're linked to human actions and consequences. This, coupled with the well-executed plot and spectacular monster battles, makes Mothra vs. Godzilla not just a great kaiju film, but a great film in its own right. It balances spectacle with substance, creating an experience that feels both grand and intimate. At its core, Mothra vs. Godzilla is an engaging narrative about the clash between two monstrous forces with fundamentally different natures and origins. In one corner, we've got Mothra, a benevolent divine insect deity from Infant Island, facing off against Godzilla, the embodiment of nature's fury unleashed by human folly. I always talk about the English dub for these movies, so let's go over that right now, even though there isn't really much to talk about. American International Pictures, or AIP, purchased the rights to distribute Mothra vs. Godzilla, and they released it under the title Godzilla vs. the Thing. As much as I hate that title, I absolutely love the poster that was made for American theaters. Is it representative of the actual movie? No, but it is a beautiful work of art. It was painted by Reynold Brown, who had previously created posters for Creature from the Black Lagoon, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. According to the DVD audio commentary for Godzilla vs. the Thing, Brown was paid only $350 for the poster, which doesn't sound like a lot nowadays, but back then, when you adjust it for inflation, it would have been around $3,500. Getting into the English dub itself, it's kind of bizarre. Certain scenes are outright removed. The most glaring omission is Kumayama getting shot in the hotel room. It makes no sense why they would do this, since it outright ties into the themes of the film. However, there are some decent changes that I do like. For one, the Shobijin song is shortened greatly. No disrespect to the Peanuts, but Godzilla films have a bad habit of letting these songs just play out to pad the runtime. Trust me, we'll get to the King Caesar song eventually. I like the song, but it just goes on for way too long in this movie. So it's a welcome change that streamlines the film, and it's a shame that more important scenes were cut out or flat out removed. So, yeah, Mothra vs. Godzilla is a certified classic and one of the best entries in the Showa era. I have no idea what I was thinking as a kid. It just goes to show how kids can have such garbage taste in movies or just outright hate a movie for the dumbest reasons. The film stands out not just for its impressive kaiju battles, but for its commentary on human greed. Through its narrative and character arcs, the film explores the destructive consequences of pursuing wealth and power without regard for the natural world. It presents a cautionary tale about the need for ethical responsibility and respect for nature, positioning itself as a thoughtful and enduring entry in the kaiju genre. Weirdly enough, the origins of King Ghidorah stem from legendary Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa, the visionary behind iconic samurai movies like Seven Samurai and Ran. The story goes that Toho was planning on releasing Kurosawa's then upcoming period piece, Redbeard. However, production was falling behind schedule and likely wouldn't be released on time. As a result, Toho decided to quickly make a new Godzilla movie to fill that slot in the production schedule. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka wanted to continue the trend of making kaiju crossovers following King Kong vs. Godzilla and Mothra vs. Godzilla. The idea here was to bring back Godzilla and Mothra as well as Rodan, who had his own solo film 8 years prior. While it wasn't as planned out as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I think it's fair to draw parallels to that franchise. Essentially, this upcoming crossover would be like the Avengers of the Toho Kaiju universe. This film also serves as the introduction to King Ghidorah, an alien monster that many consider to be the Joker to Godzilla's Batman. A really interesting piece of trivia is that Ghidorah's initial design gave him a blue skin tone with rainbow wings. This look is so wildly different from what we're used to, and as weird as it is, I'm glad they went with the gold instead. It keeps the design simple. Bandai recently announced that they'll be releasing a toy of this prototype design, which I think is pretty damn cool. Looking at the crew behind Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, the usual suspects return. Ishiro Honda is sitting in the director's chair for his fourth Godzilla film. Tomoyuki Tanaka produced, while Akira Ifukube composed the score. Most importantly though, Eiji Tsuburaya yet again acted as the special effects director, and this film might very well be his best work yet, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The most controversial behind-the-scenes decision was to gradually move Godzilla away from being a villain and to have him act more like a human in order to appeal to children. This is a storytelling choice that was made by Tomoyuki Tanaka and was supported by Eiji Tsuburaya. However, the most vocal critic of this decision was director Ishiro Honda, who stated, "I am concerned that we are drifting toward taking the easy route, believing a silly storyline is okay, though it might be mocked by adults simply because the film is made for children. Kids will not tolerate nonsense." Despite these qualms from Honda, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster was a hit at the box office. Now, this is a movie that I feel deeply conflicted about. As a kid, this was a movie that I liked but didn't love. If it was on TV, of course I would watch it because it's a Godzilla movie, but this wasn't a movie that I would intentionally seek out, if that makes sense. I always preferred its sequel, Invasion of the Astro Monster, because that one is more outwardly sci-fi focused, while Three-Headed Monster had more of an emphasis on international politics with its human drama. That being said though, I gave this movie a rewatch back when I was in high school, and I remembered loving it, mainly for its incredible miniature work. Finally, after rewatching it again for this very retrospective, I still feel very conflicted and have ultimately come to the conclusion that it's a very meh movie. So let's get into it. This is Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. A meteor shower over Japan brings unexpected chaos when a massive asteroid begins emitting magnetic waves. Soon after, the pterodon Rodan rises from Mount Aso and Godzilla emerges, leading to a violent clash between the two monsters. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman claiming to be from Venus warns that an even greater threat is coming, King Ghidorah, or as they say in the dub, Ghidorah. It's a three-headed space dragon that destroyed her home planet. As Ghidorah hatches from the asteroid, it begins attacking Japan. Then Mothra arrives, attempting to convince Godzilla and Rodan to unite against the powerful alien. Initially, both monsters refuse, but after seeing Mothra bravely fight Ghidorah alone, they join the battle. Together, the three monsters overpower Ghidorah, forcing it to retreat, leaving Earth safe for the time being. The opening credits of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster immediately set an exhilarating tone by subtly hinting at the arrival of King Ghidorah. Through a clever montage, we are treated to rare glimpses of scenes that will eventually unfold later in the film, teasing just enough to build anticipation. It's a brilliant narrative device that carefully stirs intrigue around the film's primary antagonist without laying all of its cards on the table too early. This restrained approach not only sparks the viewer's curiosity, but also establishes an ominous undercurrent that permeates the entire first act of the movie. It's almost like showing a trailer to the movie before the movie plays. Like, it kind of works, kind of doesn't, but for the most part, It does. One of the film's more fascinating aspects is its depiction of Princess Salno of Selgina, I believe that's how you say it. She brings a unique, almost otherworldly aesthetic to the film, and the fictional country that she hails from is this weird blend of Middle Eastern, Eastern Europe, and then like Japanese. It's wild and I love it. This fusion of cultures creates this exotic yet vaguely familiar backdrop that deepens the world building without ever becoming too distracting. Her costume design is another noteworthy feature. It evokes a sense of royalty and mystique, rooted in a fictionalized land that, for 1960s, must have felt recognizable yet also foreign. There's an elegance to her portrayal that further enriches the film's mythos. The crash of her plane is one of the most memorable sequences in the early part of the film. Its power lies in its sound design. The eerie use of the theremin beforehand intensifies the supernatural atmosphere surrounding it, but what truly stands out is the chilling silence that follows the explosion. It just feels so weird and off-putting, and I like that. It's a subtle yet powerful moment that sets Ghidorah the three-headed monster apart from other kaiju films of the era. A reoccurring strength of the movie is its ability to expand upon the lore established in earlier Showa-era films. The Shobijin are reintroduced, but this time with a fresh twist. Rather than being mere mystical figures isolated from society, they've been elevated to the status of television personalities, which I think wonderfully reflects the evolving world within the Godzilla universe. It suggests a world that has begun to adapt to the existence of these giant creatures. Children know about them. The mythology is no longer confined to hidden temples or ancient prophecies. It's woven into the fabric of everyday life, blurring the lines between the fantastical and the ordinary. However, where the film greatly struggles is with its human characters. In comparison to previous films like Mothra vs. Godzilla, the human storyline in Ghidorah the three-headed monster is very undercooked. While the Princess Salno subplot is decent, where she becomes a prophet warning of the impending doom from King Ghidorah, it's intriguing, but all the other human scenes just fall flat around it.
Kids! I can't find the remote and I refuse to stand up!
永遠に死の星になってしまったのです。
Kids!
The political intrigue and spy elements, which could have been really compelling, come off as lackluster, and they fail to generate the tension or drama necessary to sustain interest. Instead, these scenes just feel like they're distracting from the real stars of the show, the monsters. The pacing also leaves much to be desired. For a film with a runtime of 92 minutes, it takes over 45 minutes for Godzilla to make his grand entrance. This is such a weird choice, especially for a film that's meant to showcase the titans of the kaiju world. While delaying a monster's reveal can be a brilliant way to build suspense, here it feels like the filmmakers were trying to juggle the human drama with the monster action and dropping the ball almost immediately. The result is a sluggish first half, with Princess Salno's repeated warnings about King Ghidorah's arrival becoming very tedious. And it just keeps going, where she constantly mentions, oh, you're all doomed, we're all gonna die, and that's it. That's the only substance we get for 45 minutes. But once Godzilla does finally show up, the movie takes on a whole new life. The miniature work, a hallmark of the Godzilla series, is as impressive as ever, with intricately detailed cityscapes being torn apart in spectacular fashion. There's this common consensus from people that stuff wasn't meant to be seen back then, so when a film gets remastered to Blu-ray, you can kind of see stuff you weren't supposed to see. An example would be wires or, little things like that. Matte paintings being more obvious, and here, you don't actually get that. You get more detail in these miniatures that audiences probably didn't get to see back then, whether it be because they were watching it on VHS or even just a crappy DVD transfer. When viewed in high definition today, the craftsmanship behind these sequences is undeniable. The attention to detail in the destruction scenes is so thorough that they remain visually stunning even by modern standards. It is a testament to the artistry of the special effects team. As negative as this specific retrospective might sound towards Ghidorah the three-headed monster, I cannot sing its praises enough when it comes to the miniatures. Rodan's introduction alongside Godzilla is another highlight of the film. Their initial confrontation with Godzilla scanning the skies to locate his airborne rival is a moment thick with tension. I love how there's this eerie silence as he just stares among the clouds trying to figure out where Rodan is. It's wonderful. His aerial attacks are a masterclass in kaiju combat choreography, and my favorite part is when he just starts pecking Godzilla's head nonstop. It's really funny. The devastation wrought on the miniature cities during their battle is nothing short of breathtaking, with Rodan swooping in to wreak havoc while Godzilla rampages below. It's a perfect blend of action and artistry that serves as a reminder of why these films have endured for decades and will continue to do so long after I'm gone. Yet, despite the exhilarating monster action, the human elements just continue to bog down the narrative. After Rodan's appearance, the film just inexplicably shifts focus back to Princess Salno and her repetitive warnings, which just feel like a narrative crutch rather than a genuine source of tension. The disjointed nature of the script becomes more apparent in these moments, as the filmmakers just seem unsure of how to weave in the human and monster storylines together. It's so front-loaded with Princess Salno that you just want it to finally cut away and focus on the monsters, and it never really does 100%. But thankfully, again, the introduction of King Ghidorah breathes new life into the film. His entrance is nothing short of iconic, with chaos erupting on the streets before we get a full glimpse of the creature. There's a reason why they continued to reuse that same exact shot of him becoming a fireball and then morphing into King Ghidorah. Like, that has been reused in so many other Godzilla films from here on out, because it just works. Ghidorah's design was inspired by the legendary Yamata no Orochi, and it is a marvel of suitmation, a technical and visual achievement that remains one of the most memorable of the Godzilla franchise. While editing this, I was made aware that Kaizo Murase passed away at the age of 89. Murase is one of the most important people in all of kaiju cinema. His first ever gig was sculpting Varan for Varan the Unbelievable, but he would go on to sculpt the imago form of Mothra in 1961, King Kong and Godzilla in King Kong vs. Godzilla, but most relevant here, he sculpted King Ghidorah, which I think is such an incredible feat. That's why I feel like now is a really good time to talk about this. Following Ghidorah the three-headed monster, he would go on to sculpt Frankenstein, Baragon, Gamera, Gaios, Virus, Pecking Man, and even Mecha King Ghidorah. Later on in his career, he would make Howl from Beyond the Fog, which I covered on this channel in depth, as well as his final film, which he directed himself, Brush of the God. Not to mention, he also worked on Kamen Rider, Ultraman Ace, and Green Man. So this is a guy who has pretty much spent his entire life working on kaiju cinema, and I just wanted to include this tribute to him in this retrospective because he is an absolute legend that deserves more recognition. The climactic battle between Rodan, Godzilla, and King Ghidorah is nothing short of spectacular. Rodan's relentless aerial assaults, combined with Godzilla's brute force, make for one of the most entertaining kaiju clashes in the series. The effects, particularly the composite shots of Rodan soaring over the city, are remarkable for their time and hold up surprisingly well, even today. These moments remind us why the Godzilla films have endured for so long. They're not just monster movies, they're showcases of cinematic craftsmanship and creativity. Despite its flaws, mainly the pacing and uneven focus, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster remains a pivotal entry in the Godzilla series. It marked a tonal shift towards more imaginative storytelling, with the monsters themselves being given distinct personalities and the ability to communicate. This is a bold move that would shape the future of the franchise. For fans of the Showa era, this film is a crucial turning point, one that paved the way for the more whimsical and dynamic entries that followed. The English dub of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster is a surprisingly solid effort that, in many ways, enhances the experience for English-speaking audiences. Supervised by Joseph Bellucci, this version clocks in at a very brisk 85 minutes, making several notable changes that, while altering the original, result in a much more streamlined and more accessible film. For those of us who grew up watching this version on repeat, like I did, it's hard to imagine Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster without the quirks and adjustments made for the US release. One of the most significant changes in the American version is the replacement of Venus with Mars in Princess Salno's prophetic dialogue. Why they did this, I don't know, but kind of works. I don't know. Another change that stands out is the inclusion of stock music during some of the monster battle scenes, replacing Akira Ifukube's score. This is a change that I really don't like. I always hated whenever the English dubs would take out parts of Ifukube's score and replace it with some stock generic horror film score, and it just ends up dating the film to whenever the dub was produced. However, what truly makes the dub shine, though, is the quality of the voice acting. While many dubs from this era were often rushed or haphazardly done, this one benefits from surprisingly strong performances. The voice actors, though not household names by any means, managed to convey emotion and gravitas in the more dramatic moments. For me, growing up with this version, it was more than just a dubbed film. It was the definitive version of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It wasn't until the Criterion Collection box set came out that I actually gave the original Japanese cut a watch. The American dub, for me, just holds so much nostalgia. There's a certain charm in how it tweaks and reshapes the film, making it both international and distinctly American, all while retaining the core of the kaiju spectacle that made it such a favorite among Godzilla fans. In the end, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster may not be the most polished installment in the Godzilla series, but it's one of the most ambitious. It takes risks, some of which pay off brilliantly and some of which falter. Yet, without the film's daring innovations, the Godzilla universe may have never evolved into the expansive, multi-layered mythology that it is today. I just really hate the term mid, but that's the best way to describe Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It's very rough around the edges, and Ghidorah's potential wouldn't yet be realized until the next film in the franchise. Regardless, it's a movie that did a lot for the Godzilla franchise as a whole when looking long-term, but as its own self-contained movie, it's fine. What more is there to say?
Yes! Yes!
In the 1960s, American producer Henry G. Saperstein partnered with Toho, funding half of 3 monster movies and aiming to make them more appealing to North American audiences. The idea was to make the pacing faster and to add in American actor Nick Adams. One of these 3 movies was Invasion of the Astro Monster, or as it was released in the West, Monster Zero. And this marked the very first time that an American studio was heavily involved in the creation of a Godzilla movie. The usual suspects were brought in to work on it. The film was directed by Ishiro Honda. Eiji Tsuburaya acted as the special effects director, Akira Ifukube composed the score, and yet again Haru Nakajima donned the Godzilla suit. Masaki Shinohara portrayed Rodan, and Shoichi Hirose played the villainous three-headed monster King Ghidorah. The majority of the cast for Invasion of the Astro Monster were Toho usuals that had already appeared in kaiju films prior, like Akira Takarada, Kumi Mizuno, and Jun Tozaki. Teizo Toshimitsu designed Godzilla's new suit, making several notable changes, like the softened dorsal plates and the eyes being much bigger. The pupils also had the ability to go back and forth, which made the suit more expressive. The Rodan and King Ghidorah suits were just recycled and reused from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but they had some minor updates here and there, like Ghidorah's suit being a bit darker and Rodan's suit was slimmed down to be a little bit more sleek. It was the 9th highest grossing film of that year, and it's a fan favorite among the Godzilla fans, despite Godzilla's lack of screen time, which is something that we'll get into later. However, I noticed something kind of odd. Invasion of the Astro Monster bears a striking aesthetic similarity to the original run of Star Trek. James Rolfe first pointed this out in his Monster Madness Godzillathon series.
And that's kind of how this feels, like a Star Trek episode with a little bit of Godzilla thrown in. But just for the record, this came out first.
A small but vocal group of Godzilla fans have suggested that Star Trek might have ripped off Invasion of the Astro Monster. At a glance, this theory seems very plausible since this film predates Star Trek by about a year. However, I think it's a bit of a stretch. Invasion of the Astro Monster was released a year prior to Star Trek, but Monster Zero wasn't released in America until the early 1970s, well after Star Trek had premiered on TV. This makes it very unlikely that the show's creators would have seen the film in Japanese theaters before launching Star Trek. Still, it's easy to understand why fans would draw parallels. Both Astro Monster and Star Trek epitomize the distinctive visual style and speculative tone of the 1960s and their sci-fi romps, with sleek spaceships, futuristic sets, and exploration of interplanetary relations. It's less about one copying the other, and more a shared reflection of the era's imagination about space and extraterrestrial life. Personally, as a fan of both Star Trek and Godzilla, I think that it's a win-win. It's like that one meme where the guy's like, oh boy, 2 cakes. So, let's get into it. This is Invasion of the Astro Monster. In the year 1960X, astronauts Glenn and Fuji are sent by the World Space Agency to explore the newly discovered planet X, which is beyond Jupiter. Meanwhile, on Earth, Fuji's sister, Haruno, is dating an inventor named Tetsuo Tori, who hopes to win Fuji's approval by selling his Lady Guard alarm to a toy company represented by Namikawa. On Planet X, Fuji finds human-like footprints and discovers Glenn missing. He follows an elevator underground, where he reunites with Glenn and meets the controller of Planet X. They learn that the planet is plagued by King Ghidorah, whom the controller calls Monster Zero. The controller requests to borrow Earth's monsters, Godzilla and Rodan, to fight off Ghidorah, offering a cure for cancer in exchange. Glenn and Fuji agree to bring the offer to Earth, though they are suspicious of the Exilians' intentions. On Earth, they realize that the Exilians are already active there, raising further doubts. Soon, Godzilla and Rodan are taken to Planet X, where they force Ghidorah to retreat after a very lengthy battle. Glenn and Fuji, meanwhile, explore the Exilian complex, uncovering secrets about their society, including its strict computer-based control and hidden gold reserves. Glenn also notices that all of the Exilian women look like Namikawa, who he's been dating throughout the film. Back on Earth, the Exilians reveal their true plan: to control Godzilla, Rodan, and Ghidorah to conquer Earth unless humanity surrenders. Glenn confronts Namikawa, who admits that she's an alien but loves him. After she's executed for defiance, she leaves Glenn a note hinting at the Exilian weakness to a certain sound frequency. Tetsuo realizes that this frequency matches his Lady Guard alarm. Fuji, Glenn, and Tetsuo use the alarm to disrupt the Exilian invasion, freeing Godzilla and Rodan from the aliens' mind control. The monsters fight Ghidorah in an epic clash that ends with the three-headed monster retreating into space. The first thing I noticed while revisiting this movie is that Akira Takarada and Nick Adams have fantastic chemistry, and it's one of the film's standout features. Adams, playing Glenn, carries the film as the kind of protagonist that you can really get behind.
You have something else to do?
Actually, I'm waiting for someone myself. We're going on a drive.
Nick Adams' decision to speak English throughout the film initially feels kind of jarring because everyone else in the cast is speaking Japanese, but as the film progresses, it really works, mainly in the emotional scenes between Glenn and Namikawa.
Because if we don't find a solution to this thing, happiness in this world ain't gonna be worth a hill of beans, you hear?
Had Adams been stumbling through lines in a language that he didn't know, it could have been disastrous, but instead, his natural charisma carries the role. A notable moment is the first on-screen kiss in a Godzilla movie, and it's a significant one, between a white man and an Asian woman, which was surprisingly progressive for 1965. It's a small but powerful detail that demonstrates the film's willingness to push boundaries. In a way, Glenn feels like the Captain Kirk to Fuji's Spock, with their dynamic echoing the Star Trek duo. Fuji, played by Takarada, feels a bit more one-dimensional. At the film's start, his primary motivation revolves around his sister back on Earth, as well as his generic astronaut duties, but honestly, it's the relationship between him and Glenn that elevates Fuji's role and gives him more depth than he might have had otherwise. The Exilians, on the other hand, are a perfect fit for what Invasion of the Astro Monster aims to accomplish. They are peak 1960s sci-fi, from their iconic visors to their color schemes. Their presence oozes retrofuturism. The set design in particular is impeccable. It embraces the era's vision of the future, which is both charming and nostalgic. Weird because I wasn't even alive in the 60s, but something about it just feels so right. That said, the reveal of the Exilians' true nature is a bit predictable, especially since the audience is kind of already primed for their villainy. While this is the first Godzilla movie with humanoid aliens in it, you're already expecting, like, yeah, they're going to be evil. That's the twist. It honestly might have even been more effective if the Exilians had been allies to Earth, united in a common goal to defeat King Ghidorah. Think, at first, the humans believe that they might be threats, and then it's revealed, no, like, we're here to actually help. And I think that would have been a very unique twist. I'm just picturing in my brain, like, the saucers coming down, and then the humans are ready for war, and the whole movie, you think that this is what the movie's going to be. It's going to be aliens and King Ghidorah versus Godzilla and humanity alongside Rodan. But regardless, that's just fan fiction at this point. These are incredibly memorable villains. They are cold, calculating, and menacing. Yoshio Tsuchiya's portrayal of the controller of Planet X is chilling. Even in moments of apparent civility, his demeanor is so alien and unsettling that You can't help but be drawn into his presence. A common complaint about this film is that Godzilla doesn't get enough screen time. It's true. This movie holds the record for the least amount of Godzilla footage in the entire franchise, with the King of the Monsters only appearing on screen for 5 minutes and 43 seconds. But here's the thing, those few moments are impactful. The film doesn't squander Godzilla's appearances. Each one builds the anticipation for the big showdown. It's not about how much time he's on screen, but how effectively that time is used. If Godzilla had shown up at the end and only at the end, then that would have been a huge problem, but instead, he's peppered throughout the film in strategic moments. Compare that to Ghidorah the three-headed monster, where kaiju don't appear until the halfway point in the movie. Ugh. The pacing in Invasion of the Astro Monster is much tighter and more focused. While some Godzilla fans often gripe about the human-centered storylines, Astro Monster manages to strike the right balance, keeping the drama centered around the monsters and the aliens. The mystery surrounding Planet X is really what keeps you hooked. One aspect of the film that I'm not a big fan of, though it's not really a deal breaker, is the use of stock footage. Invasion of the Astro Monster marks the first major instance of Toho relying heavily on pre-existing footage, pulling from films like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Rodan, The Mysterians, and Mothra. They did this to cut corners during some of the kaiju destruction scenes. While it doesn't feel as excessive as later films in the series, like 1969's Godzilla's Revenge or 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon, it's definitely a sign of things to come. It doesn't ruin the movie by any means, but it's worth noting for those who keep an eye on these type of things. Getting back to the positives though, Akira Ifukube's score is fantastic, as always. The theremin-heavy space themes, especially during the Planet X sequences, give the film this eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. It toes the line between campy 1950s B-movie vibes and genuinely effective sci-fi music, and somehow it works perfectly. It's not just nostalgic, it enhances the film's atmosphere in the best way possible. Beyond that, though, his more standard compositions are phenomenal. The main title music would eventually go on to be reused and repurposed in countless other Godzilla movies as a military march of sorts. The model work, suitmation, and general practical effects in Invasion of the Astro Monster are top-notch, though slightly less intricate than what we saw in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but still, that's like, a major jump. The miniatures in that movie are downright phenomenal, but the craftsmanship is still impressive. As for Rodan, in case you haven't noticed, I'm just talking about him now. He's technically in the film, but he doesn't really add much to the action. His role is more about supporting Godzilla in the battle against Ghidorah, but he doesn't get a chance to shine in his own right. Still, his inclusion adds some fun to the spectacle, but the standout moment of the film is, of course, Godzilla's iconic dance after defeating Ghidorah on Planet X.
A happy moment.
However, this was a creative decision that director Ishiro Honda absolutely hated with a burning passion. He was already upset at the idea of Godzilla being more lighthearted, as evident in the making of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but this really felt like it was a breaking point for Honda, who would work on other non-Godzilla kaiju movies after the release of Astro Monster. We'll get to more of that behind-the-scenes drama when the time comes, but I found this quote from Ryuji Honda, the son of Ishiro Honda, who said the following: "When they made Godzilla do that she thing, I knew how pissed my father was. He didn't say a word, but he was beyond angry. My father found it humiliating. I'm sure he was telling himself, we did not create Godzilla for that. It is not right." It's one of those moments, though, that has just become synonymous with Godzilla. It's random, but it works. It's a bit absurd, but it also fits the playful side of the character. While I personally love it as a fan, I can completely understand why Honda hated this decision and would ultimately leave the franchise for a bit. The original 1954 Godzilla film was just so dark and serious, while Astro Monster officially jumped the shark. Ironic when you consider the films that we haven't covered yet. In the US, Invasion of the Astro Monster was released under the title Monster Zero, and it was a double feature with War of the Gargantuas, a film that I already covered on this channel. Regardless, the English dub of Monster Zero is surprisingly great. It helps that Nick Adams didn't need his lines dubbed since he just spoke English on set. In general, the dub is about a minute and a half shorter than the original Japanese version, with a surprising amount of alterations being made in those 90 seconds. Most of which, though, are just changes to the dialogue. Overall, though, this is an extremely faithful dub that is on par with the original Japanese version of the film. My only real gripe was Sam Edwards' performance as Tetsuo. It was super cartoony and over-exaggerated. Like, I get the character's supposed to be a giant dweeb, like that's the point, but if the nerd emoji had a voice, it would be this performance.
Your brother thinks I'm a failure. I wish he were here so I could tell him about the $100,000.
Looking at all the other international releases, Invasion of the Astro Monster shockingly wasn't released in the UK until 1990. This version was a different English dub of the film that didn't really make any alterations to the film itself. The only changes were audio only. Astro Monster was released in West Germany in the 60s under the rather generic title Command from the Dark. That specific version was a hodgepodge of other random Toho movies getting cut and spliced together. For example, bits and pieces of Atragon were inserted into Command from the Dark. Even then, it's still around 13 minutes shorter than the Japanese version. Huge chunks of the final battle between Godzilla and Rodan fighting King Ghidorah were removed, while a ton of dialogue was shortened and simplified. Instead of being named Planet X, the characters in the film call it Alpha 707. The Exilians are renamed to the Alphas. Other lines of dialogue imply that this film is the very first instance of humanity encountering giant monsters, meaning that Godzilla 54 is not canon to the West Germany version of this movie. Another version of the film was released in Lebanon under the name King Kong 2000, while the Brazilian release was known as The War of the Monsters, not to be confused with War of the Monsters, which is the English version of Gamera vs. Barugan, which is an entirely different kaiju franchise that I don't even want to touch yet. So, yeah. All of the different international versions can be extremely confusing. However, for an English speaker in America that is a massive Godzilla fan, the two most important and relevant versions of this film are the Japanese cut, the original one that's just known as Invasion of the Astro Monster, and the English dub, which is known as Monster Zero. Frankly, I don't have a preference either way, but I do think that Monster Zero is a very solid movie if you aren't a fan of subtitles. Like, dubs get kind of a bad rap, but I think that with this one, it's really, really well done. Overall, Invasion of the Astro Monster strikes a perfect balance between sci-fi intrigue and kaiju spectacle. At times, it feels like a blatant ripoff of Star Trek, but it's bizarre thinking about how it does in fact predate the iconic TV show. It might not have Godzilla front and center for most of the film, but you gotta remember, it's kind of a King Ghidorah movie more than anything. It is called Invasion of the Astro Monster. That's King Ghidorah in the title. But the pacing and focus on the aliens and the monsters just keeps this whole movie engaging regardless. It's a standout entry in the Showa era, and despite some minor quibbles, it remains one of the more entertaining films in the franchise. In what is currently the most viewed video on my channel, I said the following. Now, I get it, there are some stinkers in the franchise, and this is his subjective opinion. For every Godzilla's Revenge, we have Shin Godzilla. For every Ebirah Horror of the Deep, we have GMK Giant Monsters All Out Attack. Now, what was initially just a throwaway comment in a drama video attracted a ton of comments calling me out. For example, one commenter said, "What is that supposed to mean? Ebirah Horror of the Deep was actually really good. My brother, who is a way bigger Godzilla fan than me, made me watch it with him, and I actually thought it was pretty good, and at some points funny." While another commenter said, "I know I'm late to this, but I will not stand for Ebirah Horror of the Deep slander." Some even went as far as to try and gatekeep and say I wasn't a real Godzilla fan by saying, "Hating on Son of Godzilla and Ebirah Horror of the Deep / Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster is like not understanding what Godzilla is." Which, if you know anything about me or this channel, that's a really dumb thing to say, considering that I've been a Godzilla fan for as long as I've been a sentient human being. I do think that the idea of even criticizing a Godzilla movie means you don't understand Godzilla It's just a stupid mindset. You should be free to criticize something if you don't like it, and that's exactly what I'm going to do here. You see, Ebirah Horror of the Deep, or Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, is my least favorite Godzilla movie, and yes, that means I hate it more than this movie, and this one, and especially whatever the hell this was supposed to be. In order to fully explain why I have such a strong disdain for this movie, we need to first explain how this project even came to fruition. Let's go back to the magical year of 1966. Walt Disney died, 117 passengers died when an Air India Boeing 707 crashed into Mont Blanc, and worst of all, Ebirah Horror of the Deep was put into production by Toho. But at first, it wasn't even going to feature Godzilla. You see, Toho planned to make a new King Kong movie before their licensing deal with RKO expired in 1967. Originally titled Operation Robinson Crusoe, King Kong vs. Ebirah, the film was meant to be a collaboration with Rankin Bass, who had just launched the King Kong show.
King Kong, 10 times as big as a man.
However, creative differences derailed the partnership. Toho insisted on Jun Fukuda as director and Sadamasa Arikawa for special effects, while Rankin Bass wanted Ishiro Honda and Eiji Tsuburaya. Unable to reach a compromise, Rankin Bass ended up walking away from the project, and this marked the very first Godzilla film to not feature Eiji Tsuburaya as the special effects director. In fact, it would be his last, as he would end up passing away on January 25th, 1970 at the age of 68. Rather than scrap the project, Toho reworked the script, replacing King Kong with Godzilla. This then became a script titled Godzilla, Ebirah, Mothra, Big Duel in the South Seas. After some further revisions, the script became what we now know as Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. Stranded on Lecce Island, Ryota and his friends discover the Red Bamboo, a terrorist group enslaving infant island natives to produce a substance that keeps the sea monster Ebirah at bay. In their search for help, they awaken a dormant Godzilla using a makeshift lightning rod, leading to a fierce battle where Godzilla forces Ebirah to retreat with his atomic breath. As Mothra arrives to rescue the captives, the Red Bamboo trigger a self-destruct mechanism, setting the island on a countdown to destruction. In a final underwater clash, Godzilla defeats Ebirah and, after some hesitation, escapes into the ocean just as the island explodes, leaving the survivors to celebrate their narrow escape. My biggest issue with Ebirah Horror of the Deep is that it has what I consider to be the outright worst characterization of Godzilla. Yes, it's worse than the 1998 Godzilla. Now, you might be wondering, how can I even say that when the 98 Godzilla was so wildly out there that Toho literally rebranded that iteration of the character into a separate creature called Zilla. They then, of course, famously killed it off in 13 seconds in Godzilla Final Wars. Now, on the surface, the Godzilla that appears in Ebirah Horror of the Deep looks the part. He's got that classic Showa era design, but looks can be deceiving. Like I mentioned before, this movie was originally written with King Kong in mind, but the filmmakers pivoted to Godzilla. And like I said, this wasn't some deeply thought out creative shift. It was a quick fix, a practical decision that was driven by rights issues and production constraints. And while the surface level elements were swapped out, like Godzilla replacing Kong in the action scenes, the character dynamics and narrative beats remained largely unchanged. As a result, Godzilla ends up acting in ways that feel inherently un-Godzilla-like. Like Godzilla being in love with a human woman, a trope that thankfully was never revisited in the franchise. We all know Kong has a track record of simping over women, whether it be Fay Wray, Jessica Lange, or Naomi Watts. Even in the Japanese-produced King Kong Escapes, Kong is depicted as being infatuated with Linda Miller's character. And in Kong's case, this dynamic works really well. It works because it emphasizes the central tragedy of Kong's character, a creature of immense power and size who is ultimately vulnerable because of his emotional attachment. Kong's tragedy is rooted in the fact that his love for these women makes him an outsider in both the human and natural worlds. He doesn't belong in civilization, nor does he fully belong in the untamed wild. His connection to these women becomes both his strength and his downfall. As Carl Denham says,
It was beauty killed the beast.
Godzilla doesn't work in that role because his tragedy is entirely different. Godzilla's core is rooted in being a force of nature, an embodiment of humanity's hubris, and the consequences of tampering with powers beyond our control. Whether he's portrayed as an unstoppable menace or an anti-hero or Captain Planet, Godzilla's emotional depth comes from his indifference to humanity and not his attachment to it. He's tragic in the way that a hurricane or an earthquake is tragic. The idea of Godzilla forming a romantic or protective bond with a human woman feels not only out of character, but borderline absurd. And with King Kong, that's still kind of gross. I'm not a big fan of that, but I think that it works with the story that they're trying to tell. But with Godzilla, it's really gross. It's like Rule 34 tier stuff. I don't like it. Godzilla's presence in a film should evoke a sense of awe. Even when he's portrayed as a hero, he's never a warm or relatable figure. He's a towering ancient force with motivations and instincts that are alien to humanity. Sure, there were later movies in the Showa era that had him outright be a defender of humanity, but in Ebirah Horror of the Deep, the romantic subplot reduces Godzilla to something much smaller and more pedestrian than he ever should be. It diminishes his mythic quality and robs him of the symbolic weight that he carries as a walking nuclear metaphor. Furthermore, Godzilla's behavior throughout the movie feels like it was written with Kong's character in mind. Moments that might have felt natural for Kong, like being distracted by a beautiful woman or being coaxed into action by lightning, feel jarring and nonsensical when applied to Godzilla. This isn't just a case of a poorly written subplot, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what Godzilla represents. Kong's character is built on emotional vulnerability, while Godzilla's character is built on imposing indifferent power. That's why they work so well together when they're in the same movie. You can't just swap one for the other without the entire thematic foundation collapsing. Now, there are other nitpicks I could make too, like how this movie contradicts King Kong vs. Godzilla. In that movie, lightning was explicitly shown to be Godzilla's weakness, yet in Ebirah Horror of the Deep, it's lightning that wakes him up. Continuity, however, was never exactly this franchise's strong suit, especially in the Showa era. I mean, just look at Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, where he's struck by lightning and then he's powered up by that and he becomes a magnet. I mean, really, that type of stuff doesn't matter. The Showa era movies often prioritized spectacle and entertainment over internal consistency, which, to be fair, is part of their charm. In fact, that's what I love about the majority of these movies. But Godzilla's love for a human woman isn't just a nitpick, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of Godzilla's character. It's not just weird, it's wrong in a way that makes Ebirah Horror of the Deep feel like it was stitched together with leftover scraps from a Kong script, which it was. I mean, you can practically see the seams where Godzilla was retrofitted into a role that he was never meant to play. And for a character as iconic and thematically rich as Godzilla, that's a pretty big misstep. Godzilla is a versatile character. In fact, I would go as far as to say that he is the most versatile character in all of fiction, but this is one of the rare instances where it just flat out doesn't work. Beyond the mischaracterization of Godzilla, the story of Ebirah Horror of the Deep has almost zero stakes. Sure, the human characters are trapped on an island controlled by a terrorist group, but the plot never actually goes anywhere. Events just sort of happen for the sake of filling runtime with little to no narrative momentum or tension. The characters' actions feel inconsequential, and the supposed threat looming over them lacks any real weight or urgency. The island setting, which is visually distinct from the usual cityscapes or rural countryside of the franchise, ends up feeling small and contained rather than isolating or threatening. This lack of stakes extends to the Kaiju action as well, which is some of the most lackluster in the entire Godzilla series. The majority of the clashes between Godzilla and Ebirah revolve around the two monsters just throwing around a rock as if it were a volleyball. It's repetitive, uninspiring, and quickly becomes mind-numbingly boring. There's no sense of escalation, no creative choreography, and no memorable set pieces. For a franchise known for grandiose monster brawls, Ebirah Horror of the Deep feels shockingly low energy. Ebirah as a villain doesn't do the film any favors either. As a giant lobster, he's visually unremarkable and conceptually uninspired. He lacks any meaningful personality, presence, or thematic resonance. I generally dislike kaiju that are just a pre-existing animal but big, and Ebirah is one of the clearest examples of this. There's no twist or unique characterization to make him stand out beyond his crustacean design. Even when he reappeared as a supporting villain in 2004's Godzilla Final Wars, it was more of a secondary role, which is honestly where he works best. Having him as the main villain of your movie is just a massive misstep, even though he's being controlled by the terrorists and they're more the bigger enemies, but still, I stand by my point. And then there's the infamous giant condor fight. This battle is notoriously remembered as one of the worst in the entire Godzilla franchise, and it's not hard to see why. The choreography is clumsy, the editing is disorienting, and the entire encounter feels like it was cobbled together as an afterthought. It comes out of nowhere and has no relevance on the plot. Half the time, it's difficult to tell what's even happening on screen. It's the kind of scene that feels like it belongs in a parody of a Godzilla film rather than an actual entry in the franchise. Beyond the kaiju action, Akira Takarada gives a very charismatic performance as per usual. He's doing the best he can with what he's given, and Yoshimura, while not the most memorable Godzilla character, stands out as one of the film's few highlights. The film's score by Masaru Sato is another genuine bright spot. It stands out from Akira Ifukube's iconic compositions with this twangy beach-inspired vibe that perfectly complements the film's tropical setting and lighter tone. Over the years, many have compared Sato's score to the style of classic James Bond soundtracks, and it's an apt comparison. The jazzy flourishes and energetic melodies inject much-needed personality into scenes that might otherwise fall flat. I'd even go so far as to say that the score is one of the few elements of Ebirah Horror of the Deep that truly excels. Now would be a good time to talk about the American dub, since that is the version of the film that I grew up watching, and it's not the best. In fact, it's downright terrible.
There goes our boat!
The American version had a few changes, like removing some scenes, renaming characters, like turning Captain Ryui into Commander Yamamoto, and rearranging some footage. A new soundtrack was made as a lot of the original scenes and music were cut. In general, the dub is not the greatest. Gone are the days of having respected voice acting names like Paul Frees involved, and now we're treated to whoever the distribution studios could find. It signals the future of Godzilla dubs coming from America, where everything is just sort of quickly thrown together to make a quick buck, much like this very film. In short, Ebirah Horror of the Deep isn't just a bad Godzilla film, it's a bad movie in general. The film's director, Jun Fukuda, later admitted that he really hated the project and wasn't proud of it. He went as far as to describe his experience rewatching this film as opening up an old wound. Fukuda has actually gone on record to state that he pretty much hates every Godzilla movie he's ever made. In an interview with Dave Milner from 1994, Fukuda was asked which monster movies of his were his favorites, and he simply answered, none of them. Now, in my personal opinion, I think that Ebirah Horror of the Deep is the worst Godzilla movie that Jun Fukuda ever made, but the rest of his entries in the franchise are actually really good. As a filmmaker myself, I'm hypercritical of everything I've ever made, so I completely understand where he's coming from. Still, Ebirah Horror of the Deep is a deeply flawed movie, and it utterly fails at being a good Godzilla story. It fundamentally misuses the character in some really egregious ways. It's a film that is wildly different from all previous entries in the worst way imaginable. However, it ended up functioning as a prototype of sorts for some of Jun Fukuda's future Godzilla movies that are leagues better than this one. In general, this is a movie that has a lot of potential, and I would like to see a remake of it. It's one of the few Showa movies where I'd be like, yeah, let's remake it, let's give it a try, let's see what we can do under different circumstances. But as of right now, it is, in my opinion, the worst Godzilla movie ever made. Son of Godzilla was designed from the get-go to be a lower budget island adventure that would be produced alongside King Kong Escapes, with director Jun Fukuda, special effects lead Sadamasa Arikawa, and composer Masaru Sato taking the reins while Toho's top talent focused on their King Kong project. The film introduced Minya, Godzilla's son, designed to appeal to both women and children. The monster was given a mix of baby-like and cartoonish features. Rather than the typical suitmation method, puppets and marionettes were used to bring the monsters Kamacuras and Kamanga to life. The story emphasized the bond between Godzilla and Minya, blending monster action with a father-son dynamic. As a result, Son of Godzilla is a movie that tends to get swept under the rug by a lot of Godzilla fans. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Minya is one of the most hated Godzilla monsters in franchise history. Take this fan poll from 2018, for example, which states the following. Despite being one of the most recurring monsters in the Godzilla series, Minya is widely disliked, and for good reason. His design is ugly, he's annoying, he's pretty useless, and is worse than Godzilla in every way. Godzilla Jr. is a Godzilla son done right. Minya should be left in the past, if you ask me. When I was a kid, I felt the exact same way. I loved Godzilla for the monster battles and the intricate practical effects. I didn't want to see some fat roly-poly Pillsbury doughboy looking thing making walrus noises while being fed mangoes. Mango, 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 mango. However, upon revisiting this movie, I found it to be one of the most heartwarming kaiju stories ever told. Obviously, you're not going to get something akin to the original Godzilla 1954 film, but that's not what Son of Godzilla is even remotely trying to do. This is an adventure movie that was made for families to enjoy, where the king of the monsters learns to be a father. I've said it before, but what makes Godzilla such a fascinating and evergreen character is his versatility. The fact that he could even be in a movie like this just proves that fact. He can represent grief, or he could be a force of nature, or the folly of mankind, or he can just be a dad. And I think that's pretty damn cool. So, without wasting any more time, this is 1967's Son of Godzilla. On Sogol Island, a team of scientists attempt to control the weather to combat world hunger, but their experiment goes horribly wrong, triggering a heat wave and radiation storms. In the aftermath, the island's wildlife mutates, including giant praying mantises dubbed Kamacuras. The scientists also discover a baby Godzilla called Minya, hatched from an egg unearthed by the Kamacuras. Godzilla arrives on the island, battling and killing two of the Kamacuras to protect Minya. As Godzilla awkwardly teaches Minya how to breathe atomic breath, the monstrous spider Kamanga awakens. Kamanga traps Minya in its web and kills the last Kamacuras. Godzilla intervenes, and together with Minya, they defeat Kamanga using their combined atomic breath. As the scientists trigger a final weather experiment, freezing the island in snow, Godzilla and Minya huddle together, entering hibernation. The surviving humans escape, leaving the frozen island and its monstrous inhabitants behind. So, Son of Godzilla. Absolute banger, right? Compare Ebirah Horror of the Deep to Son of Godzilla, where right off the bat you know what's going on, what's at stake, and why everyone's sweating bullets. And not just because they're on a tropical island. Ebirah Horror of the Deep might as well have been set on Gilligan's Island. Sure, there were bad guys and a lobster kaiju lurking around, but the stakes felt so fake. Meanwhile, in Son of Godzilla, you've got Kamacuras and Kamanga crawling around, and suddenly this island feels less like a vacation spot and more like a death trap. You genuinely believe the characters could get eaten, crushed, or skewered at any second. The environment is alive, hostile, and way more than just a pretty backdrop. Son of Godzilla hits that sweet spot of being both fun and genuinely tense. It's not afraid to lean into the inherent absurdity of its premise, while still delivering moments of actual danger and conflict. The Godzilla suit in Son of Godzilla is, without question, the franchise's lowest point in suit design. It's like someone looked at previous suits and thought, you know what this needs? More neck. Pause, that was bad. Sure, I get the logic. Stretch out Godzilla's neck to make Minya look smaller when they're in the same shot, but the end result is not great. Godzilla ends up looking less like a menacing force of nature and more like a dad who's just trying his best at a parent-teacher conference. Credit where it's due, though, there are some moments where the suit kind of works. Case in point, the opening scene where the airplane pilots spot Godzilla in the ocean. The rain-soaked suit and its general wear and tear accidentally create this eerie, almost horror-like vibe. It's genuinely unsettling, and for a brief moment you forget how awkward the suit looks in daylight. Of course, that's short-lived because the second the sun comes out, the illusion is shattered. Now let's talk about Goro Maki, the film's human protagonist, and a standout in the Godzilla franchise. Yes, we've seen journalist characters before, but Goro's got this quirky charm that sets him apart. His whole, I know I've got a good story when my belly aches shtick is just so delightful. It's little character details like that make him way more memorable and easy to root for compared to others in the franchise. The Kamacuras introduction is just so well done. The first time we see one, all we get are these glowing yellow eyes in the darkness. It's simple, it's effective, and it immediately sets the tone for just how dangerous these things are. For a movie often dismissed as a kid-friendly entry in the series, there are some surprisingly tense and suspenseful moments, this being one of them. And don't even get me started on the second encounter with the much larger Kamacuras. It's everything I love about kaiju movies. Smaller scale threats that keep the human characters on their toes, while the bigger monsters loom in the background. Also, can we take a moment to appreciate how Son of Godzilla squeezes so much out of its limited budget? This movie had way less money to work on than earlier Toho kaiju films, but you'd never guess that from the intricate set pieces, whether that be the sprawling jungle or the detailed miniatures. There's a level of craftsmanship here that really sells the world. Sure, the Godzilla suit's bad, but the rest of the production design is very solid. Though one character that I really struggle with in Son of Godzilla is Professor Kazumi. This guy is just not that compelling. And don't get me wrong, Tadao Takashima does a perfectly solid job with the role. It's not him, it's the writing. Kazumi's meant to be this brilliant scientist, but he's given such a straightforward, dry approach that it's hard to really care about his arc. Imagine if the movie leaned into the mad scientist trope instead, with Kazumi getting increasingly obsessed with his weather machine experiments, maybe even butting heads with Goromaki over the ethical ramifications. That would have at least made him just a little bit more interesting, if nothing else. Speaking of the weather machine, that whole plot is surprisingly really well done. I was not expecting to be as invested in the scientist's experiment as I ended up being. The idea of creating a weather machine to solve the looming food shortage crisis in places like Siberia or the African desert is fascinating. Sure, it's a bit, goofy sci-fi 1960s logic, but the fact that it's also tackling the issue of overpopulation in 1967 makes it really interesting. I had no clue that overpopulation was a concern back then, and one that would continue to be explored for decades. It's kind of eerie, especially since the film's central theme is about a giant radioactive monster's offspring, i.e., overpopulation on a much larger and more literal scale. The social commentary hidden beneath the surface adds a layer of depth to what could have just been a typical monster romp for kids. Okay, let's talk about Minya. If you've seen me talk about him before, you know I've given him a fair amount of shit. Compare that to some of the other monstrosities like Minya from both the Showa era and Final Wars. I mean, just look at this thing. It's But here's the thing, he's not terrible in this movie. There, I said it, okay? He's not that bad. His vocalizations, especially when he calls out "wah wah" upon seeing Godzilla, are pretty endearing. I mean, it's almost sweet. He's calling out for his papa. That being said, he's definitely pretty obnoxious, and I get why a lot of people hate on him for being one of the worst things about the Showa era, but despite the annoying moments, he works within the context of the story. The scenes with him and Godzilla are actually kind of cute, especially when you factor in Godzilla's tough love, borderline abusive parenting style, but hey, it was 1967, I guess the times were different back then. But what better way to teach your son how to survive than by slapping him around a bit? It's classic in a horrifying 1960s way. Kamanga, on the other hand, is a moderately interesting villain. I say moderately because at the end of the day, it's just a giant spider. It's not exactly breaking new ground in monster movie history, but there's still something about this version of Kamanga that works really well, mainly the color scheme. The black and yellow design is visually striking, and it makes the creature stand out in a way that some other kaiju just don't. But honestly, what really makes Kamanga memorable for me is the sound design. That cacao is just so creepy and haunting in a way that adds a lot to the tension. Again, this is supposed to be a kid's movie, but it's trying to eat Godzilla's son in a really horrific way. It's a rare moment where the film goes full horror, and it actually pulls it off. I have to say too, the ending of Son of Godzilla is just pure magic. That final shot of Godzilla and Minya holding each other as the snow falls, it's just beautiful. The way the scene plays out is so emotional. which is weird and unexpected considering how goofy the film can be at times, and even then, the music swells, and it just gets you right in the feels, amplifying the emotion to an almost overwhelming level. It's genuinely heartwarming, and honestly, I didn't expect to care as much as I did. The whole thing is so tender. It's like the filmmakers finally found a way to make you root for Godzilla in a way that you never thought you could before. He's no longer this mindless force of destruction. He's a father figure in his own monstrous way, showing Minya what it means to survive, to stick together. Originally, Godzilla was supposed to leave Minya on the island, and I am so glad the filmmakers decided to change that. Imagine how much less impactful that ending would have been if Godzilla had just turned his back on his son and abandoned him, like some overgrown lizard dad who goes to the store to get cigarettes, and then he never comes back, and, Anyways, they made the right call. The idea of Godzilla standing by his son, despite everything, adds so much more weight to the moment. It's the kind of tender resolution that gives the entire film a sense of emotional depth, making up for all the campy, goofy bits that came right before it. It's one of those rare, heartfelt moments in kaiju movies that really feel earned in a sentimental type of way. It feels like a fitting conclusion to a chaotic, unpredictable film. And Son of Godzilla might be remembered by most as a campy kaiju movie meant for kids, but if you dig beneath the surface, you'll find a surprisingly layered exploration of fatherhood. It's not just about giant monsters stomping on things, it's about how relationships evolve under strange circumstances, how individuals rise to challenges they never expected, and how parenting, even if it's tough love delivered by a giant radioactive lizard, is a delicate balance of nurture, protection, and teaching your kid how to weaponize their atomic breath. The portrayal of Godzilla as a father is both jarring and oddly compelling. Up to this point in the franchise, Godzilla was a chaotic force of nature, an allegory for nuclear destruction and humanity's hubris. Suddenly, he's tasked with a deeply personal role, raising Minya, a child he didn't ask for but instinctively protects. Godzilla's adoption of Minya marks a very major tonal shift for the series, but it also sets up an intriguing theme of reluctant parenthood. At first, Godzilla's interactions with Minya feel almost begrudging, as though he almost doesn't quite know what to do with this miniature version of himself. He teaches Minya how to roar, how to use his atomic breath, but his methods are rough, even harsh, stomping on Minya's tail to force a proper blast out of him. It's equal parts comical, and makes you want to call Kaiju Child Protective Services. While I was watching the scene where Godzilla teaches Minya how to fire off his atomic breath, I kind of had a moment where I remembered where it all started, with Godzilla being this vengeful allegory for nuclear devastation. And then now, he's just a dad. In a way, it's as if both the character of Godzilla and the filmmakers in real life have found peace. There's this quote from Ishiro Honda, the director of the original Godzilla movie, and he said, "Monsters are tragic beings. They are born too tall, too strong, too heavy. They are not evil by choice. That is their tragedy." In a way, I feel like now Godzilla doesn't have to experience that alone. And that's the beauty of Son of Godzilla. By 1967, producer Tomoyuki Tanaka had officially run out of ideas. At this point in time, Godzilla had fought King Kong, went to space, and had a kid. What more could you really do from here? So it was decided that the upcoming 9th film in the Godzilla franchise would be its last. The idea was to bring back every single monster that was ever in a Toho Kaiju movie for one big last hurrah. Everyone from Mothra to Rodan to Godzilla to King Kong, and even the Gargantuas and Maguma the giant walrus would have made an appearance. The very first draft of the script was titled Monster Total Advancement Order, and it would have featured a plethora of monsters. Eventually, though, the cast of monsters were cut down, with Kong, the Gargantuas, Maguma, and Ebirah getting removed. Director Ishiro Honda proposed a bunch of wild ideas, like hybrid monsters created from spliced DNA, but these ideas were nixed because of budget constraints. And speaking of, every monster but Godzilla and Anguirus were brought to life using old pre-existing suits. As a result, Varan and Baragon look really rough around the edges, while Ghidorah looks really scuffed in certain shots. The film would eventually be retitled to Monster Total Advancement, but was released in America as Destroy All Monsters. It's a favorite among Godzilla fans for its jam-packed kaiju roster and the climactic final battle where all the monsters team up to fight King Ghidorah one last time. However, I find it to be a very flawed but entertaining movie.
Move this man!
These flaws tend to get overlooked by fans for its kaiju action, and while there's nothing wrong with liking this movie, I do need to be honest and be completely transparent with these retrospectives. So, without wasting any more time, this is Destroy All Monsters. At the end of the 20th century, Earth's kaiju are confined to Monsterland, where they're kept under tight control. The world is experiencing peace, but this peace is shattered when communications are mysteriously cut, and the monsters suddenly attack major world cities. Godzilla strikes New York, Rodan targets Moscow, Mothra ravages Beijing, and Gorosaurus destroys Paris. The chaos is revealed to be orchestrated by the Kilax, a race of alien women who have taken control of the monsters and demand Earth's surrender. Captain Yamabe and his spaceship crew uncover the Kilax mind control technology, first hidden on Earth and later relocated to a base on the moon. After a desperate battle, the humans destroy the moon base, freeing the kaiju from alien control. In retaliation, the Kilax summon King Ghidorah, their ultimate weapon, to defend their stronghold at Mount Fuji. Ghidorah faces off against a united force of Earth's monsters, including Mothra, Godzilla, Rodan, Anguirus, and others. In a climactic battle, the Earth monsters overwhelm and kill Ghidorah. As a final gambit, the Kilax unleash the Fire Dragon, which begins torching Tokyo. Godzilla destroys their underground base, while Captain Yamabe's team destroys the Fire Dragon, revealed to be nothing more than a flaming alien saucer. With the Kilax defeated, the kaiju return to Monsterland, bringing peace once more. Destroy All Monsters is a beloved kaiju classic, and it's the film equivalent of a greatest hits album for the entire Godzilla franchise up until this point. But let's not act like it's some untouchable masterpiece. As much as I want to love it unconditionally, giant monsters destroying cities is kind of my thing, the movie shoots itself in the foot by putting way too much emphasis on the humans and their utterly boring storyline. Godzilla movies tend to have this reputation where the human plot lines are regarded as terrible and boring, that there isn't enough kaiju action. While I do think that this critique is vastly over-exaggerated in a lot of cases, the human plotline in Destroy All Monsters is just bad. Like, impressively bad. Captain Yamabe and the Moonlight SY-3 crew are supposed to be the heroes here, but they are so devoid of personality that you could replace them with cardboard cutouts, and I doubt anyone would really even notice. They spend way too much time standing in rooms trying to figure out what's happening while the audience is just screaming at the television screen saying, "We already know, it's the aliens controlling the monsters." The UNSC stuff is just a lot of exposition disguised as dialogue. By the time they're explaining how they'll deal with the Kilax or Kilax, for like the third time, you realize you've just mentally checked out. I'm going to say Kilax, by the way. I know that some might say Kilax. The dub that I have, they say Kilax. I'm saying Kilax. Speaking of, by the way, the Kilax are supposed to be the big bads of the movie, but they're about as threatening as a porg. They have no personality, no charm, and no real plan beyond the generic take over the world shtick. Compare this to the Exilians from Invasion of the Astro Monster. They were creepy, manipulative, and they actually felt like a credible threat. The Kilax just show up, monologue about world domination, and then get obliterated. That's it. Their entire existence feels like an afterthought, a way to glue the monster battles together without putting in much effort. And that kind of brings us to the real issue I have with this movie. Why is there so much emphasis on the humans and the aliens when this is supposed to be a kaiju movie? The title is Destroy All Monsters, not listen to boring people talk about aliens. There are stretches of the film where the monsters are just off-screen doing who knows what, while we're stuck watching Moonlight SY-3 fly back and forth. When the kaiju do show up, it is electric. Godzilla thrashing around New York City with Manda, Rodan swooping over Moscow, and Gorosaurus pulling a Jurassic Park moment in Paris. But it feels like the movie is actively trying to keep those moments from happening too often, as if the filmmakers forgot why people showed up in the first place. And look, I get it, the human element is supposed to ground the story and give us a lens through which to view the action. It's also there to pad out the runtime a bit, because I know that making a feature-length kaiju movie on a tight budget is hard. Trust me, I know from experience, but when the humans are this bland, it just feels like wasted time. Every scene with the UNSC or the Kilax is a missed opportunity for more monster mayhem. You have Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, and a dozen other kaiju in the same movie, and you are spending the vast majority of the runtime on forgettable humans and undercooked aliens. Come on, guys. To be fair though, that climactic battle with King Ghidorah near Mount Fuji is everything that a Godzilla fan would ever want. Chaotic, thrilling, and downright brutal. Watching the Earth's monsters team up to take him down is the kind of spectacle that reminds you why kaiju films even exist in the first place. But even then, I still have some issues with this battle. For starters, there's almost no tension. We're seeing 10 monsters just jump Ghidorah, like it's nowhere near a fair fight. Maybe if we saw Ghidorah slaughter half the cast, it would have been a lot more interesting, but this is just a borderline comedic beatdown. Not to mention, while there are technically 10 monsters going up against Ghidorah, it's really just Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, Anguirus, Kamanga, and Gorosaurus fighting, while Minya, Manda, Varan, and Baragon just sort of watch from the cuck chair. It's somewhat disappointing, especially if you are a fan of those specific monsters. Granted, a lot of the monsters that were sidelined just could not participate in the fight for logistical reasons, seeing as their suits were just wrecked beyond belief. But it feels like borderline false advertising. And if you want to get even more nitpicky, why is it called Destroy All Monsters, but only King Ghidorah gets destroyed? Okay, well, that's not a real critique, I promise. I'm fucking around. Getting a bit more serious though, the themes presented in this film are extremely half-baked. Ishiro Honda usually tries his best to include some level of social commentary in his films, regardless of how goofy the tone is. In Destroy All Monsters, you could tell Honda was trying to go for this idea of critiquing the fragility of global unity, suggesting that true cooperation only arises in the face of overwhelming existential threats. The kaiju attacks are deliberately scattered across world capitals, spreading chaos that transcends national boundaries. It's only through the unified efforts of UNSC, Captain Yamabe's team, and the monsters themselves that humanity can ultimately defeat the Kilax. The climactic battle at Mount Fuji is a visual metaphor for this very theme, as Earth's monsters rally together to destroy King Ghidorah, a symbol of external domination. This theme aligns really well with the Cold Era concerns about global division and the need for collective action. The Monster Alliance serves as an exaggerated but very effective analogy for what's possible when disparate forces, natural, human, and otherwise, unite against a common enemy. The fact that it takes an alien invasion and near total destruction to achieve cooperation reflects a cynical view of humanity's reluctance to act unless the stakes are dire. Even then, this idea is very muddled, and not as fleshed out as it maybe should be. Despite the film spending so much time on the humans, we never really get any sense of world building or a better understanding of the futuristic year of 1999. I think there's a great deal of potential for a movie like this. Imagine a Godzilla movie with a 1960s retro futurist aesthetic where humans are united against monsters, with the full knowledge needed to contain these destructive forces of nature. Apparently, Ishiro Honda envisioned this entire subplot where Monsterland actually functioned by having this whole farming system, and that was how the monsters were fed. It makes sense. You would need a ton of food to be able to actually maintain these monsters and keep them alive on this island. As interesting as this sounds, the idea ultimately never made it into the movie, which is rather disappointing. The most we ever see of this concept is Rodan catching a dolphin in the ocean at the very beginning of the movie, but otherwise you're just left wondering, how do they eat? I get this is a movie about giant monsters, but how do they eat? I want to know. Tell me, please, show me. Besides the geopolitics and space travel, there's nothing that really indicates this movie is set in the not-too-distant future of the Showa continuity. Why they didn't take advantage of this setup is beyond me. If I had to guess, budgetary. Regardless, it's missed potential, and in my opinion, the film suffers greatly because of it. Looking at the production side of things, I really appreciate Sadamasa Arikawa's work here as the special effects director. There's a bit of a misconception that Eiji Tsuburaya was the special effects director for Destroy All Monsters, as he is technically credited as being the film's special effects supervisor. However, that's more of a ceremonial title more than anything else. Regardless, Arikawa had previously worked on Ebirah Horror of the Deep and Son of Godzilla. These are movies with very little, if any, city destruction sequences, with the most intricate of the two being the sequence where Godzilla destroys the red bamboo base in the former. I think Destroy All Monsters is Arikawa's way of proving himself, as this film involves extremely complex scenes with all the kaiju attacking various major cities across the globe, as well as that big final battle against Ghidorah. Obviously, I'm not saying that Sadamasa Arikawa was a complete novice who didn't know what he was doing. After all, he worked on countless Godzilla movies to a certain degree, but I think that his work on Destroy All Monsters rightfully puts him at the same level as Tsuburaya. I absolutely adore the scene of Godzilla and Manda laying waste to New York. It's one of the best Godzilla destruction sequences of the entire Showa era, and I just adore it with every fiber of my being. Speaking of Godzilla, this is Haruo Nakajima's 9th time playing Godzilla. It was also his 2nd time playing the monster Baragon, with his first being in 1965's Frankenstein vs. Baragon, or Frankenstein Conquers the World. As always, you can just tell that this is Nakajima donning the Godzilla suit, and I mean that in the best way possible. He just has so much character, and it makes the character of Godzilla just so much more interesting to watch on screen. A lot of his arm movements and odd quirks are now synonymous with the character, and it's a nice touch that he now feels more mellow given the events of Son of Godzilla. One surprising highlight of the film is Gorosaurus. It's kind of bizarre that he's even in this movie since his only other appearance was in 67's King Kong Escapes, but that's not a bad thing by any means. He has a lot to do here, which is surprising since this is the last time he would appear in a mainline Godzilla film if you don't count the stock footage used in Godzilla's Revenge and Godzilla vs. Gigan. Gorosaurus gets to dropkick Ghidorah and sees a lot of action during the final battle. Not to mention, he's the main monster that attacks Paris, despite the English dub calling him Baragon. This is because Baragon's ears kept breaking off during that sequence, so the filmmakers had to replace him with Gorosaurus. I think most Godzilla fans would consider Gorosaurus to be a D-list monster in terms of popularity, so it's cool he actually gets to kick some ass for once. In Destroy All Monsters, he's played by Hiroshi Sakita, who also donned the Angura suit as well. Another major highlight is the film's score by Akira Ifukube. Obviously, Ifukube's music is always a win, but he's at his best here. I love the track Moonbase. It has this eerie theremin playing, and this is an instrument that was used by a lot of composers in the 50s and 60s on science fiction movies because of its almost alien sound. However, Ifukube uses it as a motif for the human characters, which makes sense given how humanity has now advanced to the point of using space travel and having a moon base. I just love how it sounds. It's so calming. And in that context, it's a genius creative decision. This is going to be a bit of a weird comparison, but if you've ever ridden Space Mountain at Disney World, there's this really great music that plays while you wait in the queue to board the ride. It's peaceful and almost hopeful science fiction music, and Ifukube's Moonbase score really reminds me of it. Okay, let's talk now about the English dub and the international versions. In 1969, American International Pictures, or AIP, released Destroy All Monsters in America. This version of the film was dubbed in English, and it's okay. Don't get me wrong, the dub does its job, all things considered, but some performances are downright terrible and borderline distracting. The poster for this specific American release has always made me laugh. Like a lot of international Godzilla posters, it isn't exactly representative of the film itself. There's Manda and Rodan in the background with some spaceships. In the foreground, though, we can see a really intimidating Anguirus, a rather frightening Minya, a solid King Ghidorah illustration, and whatever the hell these are supposed to be. I'm fairly certain this is supposed to be Godzilla, Gorosaurus, and Kamanga. If you squint your eyes and tilt your head, you can probably see the resemblance, but I have no idea what this thing is even supposed to be.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
Now, the AIP version of Destroy All Monsters was rated G for general audiences, meaning anyone of any age could go and see it in theaters. However, in the UK, Destroy All Monsters was given an X rating, meaning anyone under the age of 16 was banned from seeing the movie. You may be wondering, wow, what additional scenes did they throw in there? Anguirus snorting cocaine? Minya getting decapitated? A kaiju orgy? Well, here's the thing. This version of the film was the AIP version, so they didn't make any changes. This X rating stemmed from the fact that the film was released in the UK as a double feature, with the American crime film Killers 3, starring Dick Clark and Merle Haggard. As a result, the British film censors just said, you know what, X rating for both, who cares? It wasn't until 1992 when the VHS release of Destroy All Monsters would officially be given a PG rating. Like a lot of Godzilla movies, the international releases across the globe were given a million different titles depending on the country and the region. So while almost every American Godzilla fan knows the film as Destroy All Monsters, the actual translated title from Japanese is Monster Total Advancement. I mentioned this before, but I do think it's a more fitting but also less interesting title. Meanwhile, in West Germany, the film was released under the title Frankenstein and the Monsters from Space. I'm not joking. This makes no sense whatsoever, since there's only one monster from space, and that's King Ghidorah. Most glaring of all is the mention of Frankenstein, though. While Baragon is the only kaiju with a connection to Frankenstein, the character obviously doesn't appear at all in the film. In Italy, the movie was released as The Heirs of King Kong, which is funny considering how Kong almost appeared in the film. However, my absolute favorite international title has to be Finland's The Monsters Are Threatening the World, which is so blunt you just have to respect it. At the end of the day, Destroy All Monsters is a movie that gets by on the strength of its kaiju and nothing else. The human plotline is forgettable, the aliens are just laughable, and the monster action is fantastic, but there's not enough of it. I completely understand why so many Godzilla fans adore this movie. Like, trust me, it's okay. You are allowed to like this movie even if I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's by no means the absolute worst of the Showa era, but it's by no means the best either. In spite of all my issues with this film, the finale is just so damn good. If the Godzilla franchise ended here, then this would have been a really solid way to close out the series. However, that just wasn't the case, and the franchise would continue on for decades after the fact. While Destroy All Monsters was supposed to be the very last Godzilla movie ever made, Toho decided to continue the franchise with an animated series in 1969. They approached Filmation, an American animation studio that was most well known for The New Adventures of Superman, Fat Albert, and Star Trek the Animated Series. The intention behind this animated Godzilla series was to gear the franchise more towards kids. Ultimately, though, it fell through, and the project went unrealized. It wouldn't be until about 10 years after this when Godzilla would finally get an animated series, but this one was produced by the legendary American studio Hanna-Barbera, and we'll get there when we get there with that one. After the deal with Filmation dissolved, Toho decided to make a Godzilla movie geared towards children, with the goal being to make it as cheaply and as quickly as humanly possible. One way in which this would be achieved is through the use of stock footage from a bunch of previous Godzilla movies, like Ebirah Horror of the Deep and Son of Godzilla. New scenes were filmed with Ishiro Honda returning to direct. Haru Nakajima once again donned the Godzilla suit, while Minya was again portrayed by Little Man Machan. Like some of the previous installments in the series, Eiji Tsuburaya was credited as the special effects director, but this was more of a ceremonial title. In his final interview before his death in 1993, Ishiro Honda said the following to the fan site Toho Kingdom, quote, "I believe Tsuburaya was personally involved with editing and similar matters. The film may have been generally put together, but he definitely looked over the footage and instructed the staff to shorten certain scenes, etc." So he was still involved to some extent, but he was never actually on set during principal photography. Instead, Teruyoshi Nakano would step in to fill that duty. Nakano would go on to serve this role in every remaining Showa Godzilla movie, as well as The Return of Godzilla and even the North Korean kaiju film Polga sorry. If you want to know why he was involved, then go check out my video on the history of that movie if you're curious. For Godzilla's Revenge, though, filming started in October 1969, and the movie was released less than 2 months later. Yes, that is how quick the turnaround time was for this movie, and it definitely shows. Godzilla's Revenge, or as it's sometimes known, All Monsters Attack, is widely regarded by the vast majority of Godzilla fans to be the worst installment in the entire franchise. A lot of this has to do with the overabundance of stock footage, the kiddie tone, and the film feeling more like an anti-bullying PSA rather than an actual Godzilla movie. There are some defenders, by the way, don't want to disregard them. As a kid, I remember seeing the trailer for this as a bonus feature in the video game Godzilla Unleashed. They really did their best to make it seem like an action-packed spectacle, and eventually my mom reserved a DVD copy from the library for me to see. And this DVD was somewhere else in the state of Wisconsin at a different library, so I had to wait for it to arrive, and I'll never forget waiting weeks for it to come. The feeling of finally going to pick it up and being so excited to actually have the DVD in my hands is a feeling I'll never forget. However, I'll never forget the soul-crushing disappointment of realizing that this was not the Kaiju Royal Rumble that I thought it would be. As a result, I bitterly hated this movie. In fact, I think it was the first time I ever saw a movie and then went, wow, that sucked. Mind you, I was like 5 years old, and so for me, this was the first time actually being let down by a movie in my entire life. But over time, that hate has slowly faded from mere indifference to ironic enjoyment. So much so, I would go as far as to say that this is a guilty pleasure of mine. I know, crazy. But without further ado, this is, by far, the most hated Godzilla film ever made, Godzilla's Revenge. Ichiro is a lonely latchkey kid who spends most of his time avoiding bullies and daydreaming about Monster Island, where Godzilla and other kaijus live. One day, after being pushed around by a gang led by a boy that he nicknames Ebirah, Ichiro visits his friendly neighbor, Shinpei, a toy maker who encourages him to stand up for himself. But with his parents always busy working, Ichiro is left to his own devices, making dinner alone and escaping into his imagination. Using a toy radio, he pretends to contact Monster Island and dreams himself into a place where monsters battle it out in ways that mirror his own struggles. On the island, Ichiro meets Minya, Godzilla's son, who is also being bullied by a kaiju coincidentally named Ebirah. Minya, like Ichiro, is scared to fight back, but Godzilla forces him to train and defend himself. Watching Minya learn to stand up for himself gives Ichiro a new perspective, but before he can apply it, reality takes a turn. He accidentally stumbles upon a pair of bank robbers hiding out in an abandoned factory. When they realize he might have seen too much, they kidnap him and tie him up. Rather than panicking, Ichiro draws on his Monster Island adventures. While pretending to be asleep, he imagines Minya finally defeating his bully through clever tactics rather than brute strength. Inspired, Ichiro pulls a similar trick on the robbers, managing to escape and delay them just long enough for the police to arrive and arrest them. The next day, with a newfound sense of confidence, Ichiro faces off against the real Ebirah, refusing to back down. In a burst of mischief after the fact, he pulls a prank on a sign painter, accidentally getting him covered in paint before dashing off. This boldness wins him some respect, and for the first time, he heads to school without feeling like an outsider. Now, Godzilla's Revenge was directed by Ishiro Honda, who usually tries to include some type of overarching theme in all of his works. Even in films that are as ridiculous at times as King Kong vs. Godzilla, he still wanted to center the story around the general theme of TV in Japan being batshit insane. The mindset that any publicity is good publicity, no matter how much destruction is caused as a result of that mindset. Looking at Godzilla's Revenge, one might think that the general overarching theme of this film is don't be a bully. You know, don't bully people. Be a buddy, not a bully. That type of stereotypical shit. And while that very much is in the film as a central message, I do think that he's trying to say a little bit more than just that. I really want to highlight the world that Ichiro himself lives in. A good majority of the film was shot in Kawasaki, which at the time was very polluted and very run down. and it truly reflected just how bad post-war Japan really was, even in the late 60s. I think that the film does a really good job of showcasing the economic hardship that families were going through at the time, with Ichiro being a latchkey kid and both of his parents work. I mean, let's be fair. His surroundings in the real world throughout this film are not that glamorous, which is the point. There's a reason why he, a lower class kid, fantasizes about escaping to Monster Island to be with Godzilla. It's because his home life is garbage, and the place where he lives isn't the best. So it works as an escape for him. I find that to be a very interesting aspect of the film that I wish was explored more. At the end of the day, though, it's still a kid's movie that's trying to just entertain children and tell them, hey, don't bully people. But I really wish that it was just a little bit more mature and it explored these themes of poverty just a little bit better and in a less shallow way. Once the movie actually starts, you get the idea that the world of Godzilla's Revenge is bizarre, and not in a fun, surreal way. More in a, wait, how does any of this actually work kind of way. The biggest question is whether the Godzilla movies exist as movies in Godzilla's Revenge, or if the events in those films actually happened and are just a part of history. It's never made clear, and just when you think you might be able to piece it together, things get even murkier because the kaiju sequences all take place in Ichiro's dreams. So then you have to ask yourself, is he remembering these monster fights from movies that he's already seen, and that's why it's all stock footage, which would be kind of creative? Or the more likely answer, are the filmmakers just being lazy and slapping together old scenes and calling it a dream sequence? If the prior movies did happen in-universe canonically, like the events of, say, Invasion of Astro Monster actually happened, Ichiro wouldn't have any way of knowing the events of Son of Godzilla since they all took place on an isolated island, completely separate from civilization. So if he does know them, that implies that he actually saw them in a movie, which means the Godzilla films exist as films in this specific world. But then there's the line where he says that Minya's roar sounds like a car screeching, which raises even more questions. Minya's never been seen attacking a city, and most people in Japan probably wouldn't even know that Minya exists. So how does Ichiro know him? If this is just from watching the movies, then the movies are movies in this universe. But if the monsters are real, then why does Ichiro idolize them instead of, fearing them for the unimaginable destruction that they've caused over the years? If kaiju have actually destroyed Japan before, public perception should be way more negative. Instead, Ichiro treats them like superheroes. It's a logistical nightmare, but at the end of the day, it's not even worth trying to make sense of it, because the movie itself doesn't care. The whole thing is framed around a child's dreams, so canon just disintegrates into nothingness. Some might see that as a flaw, and honestly, I'm on the fence. On one hand, it works as a straightforward kids movie, but on the other hand, it's so completely nonsensical that it kind of stops working even as that. I guess the one thing I'll say is, this movie is non-canon. That's the way that I've always viewed it mentally. It all takes place in the mind of a child. Godzilla never really attacks in the real world, so I always skip this on my rewatches. Straight up, that's what I do. And that's what I recommend for people trying to get into the franchise because, oh boy.
Do you ever fight?
Guy, no! I'm chicken!
The pacing in this movie is brutal. Just miserable. It somehow manages to be both painfully slow and weirdly repetitive, which is an impressive feat in the worst way possible. The biggest offender has to be the scene where Ichiro gets pulled up the rope. It feels like it lasts forever, full on, am I trapped watching some kind of edit that someone made where the scene just loops forever? It just drags on, long past the point of even being remotely necessary. It's like they had to pad out the runtime, or the movie's actively trying to test your patience. And then the most egregious aspect of this movie is the stock footage problem. The sheer amount of recycled monster fights is already bad enough, but the way they're paced makes it even worse. At first, you're kind of like, alright, I've seen this one before, and then the next fight happens and you realize, oh, I already watched that one in the prior movie, and then it just kind of loops and you start going, oh, this is just a clip show. It's the same battle over and over and over and over again. Once Ichiro finally makes it to Monster Island, things do get to be a little bit more interesting. Granted, we're mostly just watching clips from Son of Godzilla and Ebirah Horror of the Deep, but at least it's kind of entertaining. It's like watching YouTube clips of Godzilla fight scenes, but with a loose narrative kind of tying everything together. And when I say that they are ripped entirely, like this is just an entire scene just being shown to the audience with the occasional reaction shot of Ichiro and Minya. Like, that's the movie. It's cheap and I don't like it. I think this is really, really egregious. It's so blatant and the movie is so short that I think if you cut out the stock footage, it would maybe be like a 30-minute long movie, honestly. If you go into this with the mindset that it is just a glorified clip show for kids, then sure, it's fine. And to be fair, the way they do integrate some of the footage can be a little creative. One thing I do genuinely like is the choice to have a child protagonist. It makes sense for a movie aimed at younger audiences, and it kind of lays the groundwork for kids to become Godzilla fans in the first place. When Ichiro is running around Monster Island, it has this kind of endearing, I'm a kid playing in my backyard pretending I'm on an adventure type of feel. It taps into that childhood sense of imagination in a way that's actually really charming. Ichiro and Minya talking is just insane.
Your folks will get kind of worried, won't they?
I don't think so. They're hardly home any time at all.
Every time it happens, I feel like I'm on hard drugs. There's something so deeply unnatural about seeing Minya not only communicate with a human, but to do so in this oddly casual, almost like sitcom way. We'll get to the voice eventually, don't worry. Ghidorah is one of the few redeeming elements of the movie. I love his design, especially the fact that he's meant to be an ogre. I think that's really unique. I like that he doesn't have a tail, which differentiates him from other reptilian monsters in the series. I completely forgot also that the human bully in this movie also shares the name Ghidorah, which is a nice little thematic detail. His roar is also fantastic. It almost sounds like he's mocking Minya's roar.
Ebirah!
And I love his electricity powers as well. Surprisingly, the original fight scenes where Godzilla and Minya take on Ghidorah are really fun. The action is super cartoony, and in a way, it feels like a precursor to the goofier parts of films like Godzilla vs. Megalon. Also, I have to mention that the 1968 Godzilla suit looks phenomenal here. Easily my favorite Godzilla suit of all time, hands down. But that is very jarring because that's not the only suit used in this film. Because they rely on stock footage, we get the 67 suit and the 66 suit almost interchangeably in between shots, and that becomes very jarring very quickly. The Godzilla vs. Kamanga fight is really interesting because they had to work around the fact that in Son of Godzilla, Minya was incapacitated during the scene and was in a lot of the shots. But in Godzilla's Revenge, he's seen up on a hill with Ichiro. So the way they edit around it is really clever, and at one point, they literally just plopped a rock on top of where Minya was originally incapacitated. I honestly just have to admire that. There's so much creativity there in not having the budget to just reshoot the scene, and I think that's kind of genius, even if it is just another sequence lifted almost entirely from a previous movie. The bank robbery subplot where Ichiro gets kidnapped by actual criminals is insane. Up until that point, the movie is mostly goofy, harmless fun, and then suddenly we're dealing with literal child abduction. It's not a, oh my god, a monster's destroying the city type of dark. It's real world dark, and it feels weirdly out of place. The whole thing just comes off as excessive, especially considering that the movie's core message is about standing up to bullies. Obviously, they don't go into funny games territory where they're torturing Ichiro or anything, but was it really necessary to escalate things all the way to child kidnapping? And then there's the part where at the end of the movie, Ichiro just beats the shit out of the human version of Ghidorah. I know that some people think it's too much, that it sends the wrong message to kids that, you shouldn't beat up your bully, just tell a trusted adult and talk with them and, sit down with the bully. That doesn't work. Speaking from personal experience, sometimes the only way to get a bully to stop is to just throw hands. It's a blunt, old-fashioned approach, but this movie was from the late 60s, so what else could you really expect? It's not the most nuanced take on standing up for yourself, but it's direct, and in the context of the movie, I think it works really well. Controversial maybe, but I respect the commitment. That being said, none of this changes the fact that Godzilla's Revenge is just not a good movie. You could say it's so bad it's good, but it's still bad. There's a reason that it's so widely hated by Godzilla fans. It's ungodly cheap, incredibly lazy, and while there are a few weird little highlights sprinkled throughout, you really have to dig in to find them. The film was released in America as Godzilla's Revenge, with it being part of a double feature with a Christopher Lee sci-fi flick titled Island of the Burning Damned. Kind of funny seeing these two side by side on a promotional poster. But oddly enough, the film received several different titles here in the States, as it also went by Minya, Son of Godzilla, and Terror of Godzilla. The English dub was supervised by a man named Riley Jackson, who had previously worked on other international releases of Toho films like King Kong Escapes, Monster Zero, and The War of the Gargantuas. Now, you may be wondering, why am I bringing up some random dub supervisor? Which is a valid question to ask, since this is the first time in any of these retrospectives that I've ever mentioned this role. Well, I bring this up because Riley Jackson is the voice of Minya.
Godzilla says that I should learn to fight my own battles, you know.
Against big guys?
Uh-huh.
To me, Jackson's extremely goofy performance as Godzilla's son has always been my absolute favorite part of this film. In the original Japanese version, Minya was voiced by a woman named Midori Uchiyama.
何してんの？友達がいなくてつまんないやん。じゃあ僕と同じだ。
And while she does a fine job, I just love how Jackson's voice sounds. It's honestly nothing short of iconic for American Godzilla fans like myself that grew up with this specific dub of the film. One specific change from the Japanese dub to the English dub that I absolutely hate is the removal of the song Monster March by Lily Sasaki and the Tokyo Children's Choir. Don't get me wrong, the track is borderline unlistenable and god-awful, but it just adds to the experience of watching Godzilla's Revenge. The children's vocals are so terrible, and I love it.
Go! Go! Yeah! Kaijus!
To wrap it all up, Godzilla's Revenge is one of the few Godzilla movies that I think deserves a remake. Usually, I find the idea of remaking classic Godzilla movies beat for beat to be rather sacrilegious, but there's a ton of potential for a kid-friendly Godzilla adventure. I think it would absolutely work in an animated format, maybe like the recent animated film Ultraman Rising. I'm not someone that has a problem with Godzilla being geared towards kids. I know a decent chunk of the fan base doesn't like that, but speaking from experience, as a former child, a large amount of Godzilla fans are children. I know this because I make videos about Godzilla. Go to the comments on any of my YouTube shorts, and you'll see literal fetuses arguing with each other. What I'm getting at is, films like Godzilla's Revenge are important. You might disagree with me, but movies like this are a gateway for younger viewers to get into the fandom. And if you don't believe me, just think about how most people even got into this franchise. It wasn't from watching Shin Godzilla and contemplating the horrors of bureaucracy at the young age of 5. It was because at some point when they were a kid, they saw a big monster stomping around and thought, that guy's cool as hell. Godzilla's been a hero, a villain, and even a dad trying to teach his son how to fight. There's room for variety, and that's what makes Godzilla so great. And let's be honest, it's not like Godzilla's Revenge is sacred ground. We're talking about a movie that was made out of spare parts and somehow managed to work despite that. It's a harmless kids movie with a good message about how, if you're being bullied, you should just beat the shit out of them in order to gain respect from all your peers. If anything, a remake would be an opportunity to take the core idea, a kid using Godzilla as an escape, and actually do something new with it. Embrace animation as an actual artistic medium. Lean into the surreal dream logic. Think Neverending Story meets Studio Ghibli, with Godzilla thrown into the mix. Obviously, I don't expect this to actually happen, but if it did, I would not be mad about it by any metric. Because if we don't let kids have their own Godzilla movies, then in 20 years, it's just going to be the same people arguing about power scaling or whether the legendary Godzilla is too fat. And frankly, that's a fate worse than Godzilla's Revenge. The late 1960s and early 1970s were a turning point for Japan as rapid industrialization led to severe environmental pollution. While the economy was booming, the country faced growing air and water contamination, threatening public health and natural ecosystems. The crisis sparked widespread concern, forcing the government to take action and shifting public attitudes toward environmental responsibility. Japan's industrial expansion came at a cost. Factories and power plants pumped sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides into the air, while untreated wastewater polluted rivers and coastal waters. With weak regulations and a focus on economic growth, environmental damage was largely ignored until it became impossible to overlook. The consequences were absolutely devastating. Air pollution triggered respiratory diseases like asthma and bronchitis, especially in cities. Water contamination led to infamous health disasters, such as Minamata disease caused by mercury poisoning and Itai disease linked to cadmium poisoning. These tragedies put a human face on the pollution crisis, fueling public outrage and demands for change. Beyond health impacts, pollution ravaged the environment. Acid rain damaged forests and farmland, while toxic waste wiped out fish populations, threatening local industries. As the crisis worsened, people took to the streets demanding stricter regulations and corporate accountability. After witnessing cities like Yokkaichi shrouded in a black smog, filmmaker Yoshimitsu Banno also saw the ocean being choked with foam from dumped detergent. Gradually, he began to formulate the story in his mind of an alien tadpole transforming into a monster as a result of the pollution. See, at this point in his career, Banno's most prolific job was working as an assistant director on Akira Kurosawa's samurai classic Throne of Blood. However, in 1970, Yoshimitsu Banno premiered his directorial debut, Japanese Nature and Dream. Toho producer Tomoyuki Tanaka was extremely impressed by the film and tasked Banno with bringing the Godzilla franchise back with a fresh new artistic voice. Banno pitched Godzilla vs. Hedorah, a film that heavily centered around pollution and its effects on Japan as a nation. With the project greenlit, Haruo Nakajima returned to don the Godzilla suit, with franchise newcomer Kenpachiro Satsuma portraying Hedorah. Satsuma would eventually go on to portray Godzilla throughout the entire Heisei era, so in a way, it's pretty neat seeing the Showa Godzilla suit actor battle the Heisei Godzilla suit actor on screen. Beyond the monsters, the humans would all be played by lesser-known actors in order to keep the budget down. Hiroyuki Kawase made his feature film debut as Ken, and he would later go on to appear in Godzilla vs. Megalon as an entirely different character. Beyond that, he would also act in various episodes of shows like Ultraman, Mirror Man, and Zone Fighter. Upon its release in Japanese cinemas, Godzilla vs. Hedorah was torn apart by critics, who labeled the film as being too weird. The reason why the film was too weird was because Toho executive Tomoyuki Tanaka fell ill and was hospitalized. As a result, Tanaka wasn't able to monitor the production of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, so director Yoshimitsu Banno took advantage of this creative freedom and was able to make the film as bizarre and experimental as he wanted. I think that's a big reason as to why I just adore this movie so much. This is an avant-garde filmmaker being given the reins of a massive franchise and doing whatever the hell he wants with full creative control. I would actually go as far as to say that this is my all-time favorite entry in the entire franchise. Yes, I'm dead serious. If you want to know why, well, let's get right into it. This is Godzilla vs. Hedorah. Hedorah, a monster born from industrial pollution, emerges, attacking oil tankers and spreading toxic sludge. Dr. Yano and his son Ken study the creature, discovering that it thrives on waste and evolves rapidly. Hedorah grows from a tadpole-like aquatic form to a land-crawling stage, feeding on factory emissions. Godzilla arrives to confront it, but the smog monster survives and escapes, soon transforming into a flying form that spreads sulfuric acid mist, reducing entire cities to skeletal remains. Now an airborne terror, Hedorah attacks Fuji City, killing thousands and rendering the air toxic. Godzilla battles it again, but Hedorah proves nearly unstoppable, blinding him in one eye and burning his flesh with acidic sludge. Dr. Yano theorizes that dehydration is the key to stopping Hedorah, and the Japanese Self-Defense Force sets up giant electrodes near Mount Fuji. In a final showdown, Hedorah evolves into a towering humanoid form, overwhelming Godzilla until the electrodes are activated, though they fail until Godzilla powers them with his atomic breath. As the monster dries out, Godzilla ensures its destruction by tearing out its organs and incinerating them. With Hedorah defeated, he marches away, leaving humanity to face the consequences of its pollution. But as the smog clears, an ominous final shot suggests that another Hedorah could one day rise again. Even within the wildly unpredictable Showa era of Godzilla films, Godzilla vs. Hedorah is in a category of its own. It is, without a doubt, the strangest, most experimental entry in the entire franchise. Yoshimitsu Banno took the creative freedom that he had to heart. He made a film that's part educational documentary, part environmental horror, part anti-pollution PSA, part psychedelic nightmare, and part children's kaiju adventure. The tonal whiplash of all of those ideas being blended together is not just noticeable, it's kind of the entire point of the film. One moment, a group of young people are dancing in a nightclub to a groovy anti-pollution anthem. The next, Hedorah melts them into skeletons with its toxic sludge. The movie bombards you with surreal, almost cartoonish animated segments, hammering in the environmental message, only to shift into outright horror with Hedorah's rampage. See, the film includes these really neat animated segments that act as interludes of sorts. They were animated by Etsuro Yasui, who sadly went uncredited. Regardless, the imagery of a man collapsing into a corroded husk as he inhales Hedorah's fumes is something straight out of a grim sci-fi film like Soylent Green. It's not something you would expect to see in a movie where Godzilla later propels himself through the air like a rocket. Yes, that happens. Godzilla flies. He tucks his tail, fires his atomic breath at the ground, and takes off like a jet. It's one of the most absurd moments in the entire franchise, and yet, in the context of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, it just works. Banno reportedly added the scene to provide some sense of levity because the rest of the film was so bleak, especially at that point in the film. And bleak it is. The destruction in this film feels more visceral than the standard kaiju fare. Hedorah doesn't just knock down buildings, he suffocates people, poisons lakes, and leaves entire families dead in the streets. One scene in particular that stands out, as Hedorah flies over a construction site, the building collapses, but there's no sound. It's completely silent. The absence of any noise, whether that be a technical error or intentional, makes the moment eerier than any explosion or monster roar ever could. The movie is filled with these weird dissonant choices that make it feel more like an avant-garde fever dream than a traditional Godzilla flick. The psychedelic elements are some of the most striking aspects of the entire film. From the animated sequences that really hammer home the dangers of pollution in an exaggerated, almost propaganda-type style, as well as this really interesting scene that takes place right before the third act. Feeling that the end is near, Yukio organizes a party for the youth at the top of Mount Fuji, in a final act of defiance against Hedorah before it conquers all of Japan. The sequence of the youth traveling to Mount Fuji is very dark and brooding. It's in black and white. There's a clear sense of existential dread, and a feeling of doom. However, it quickly jumps to color as the party starts. It's very jarring and a really creative sequence that lightens the tone. Hedorah itself is one of the most horrifying kaiju in Godzilla's rogues gallery. Unlike most monsters, which just crush buildings and call it a day, Hedorah represents something much more insidious. Pollution as an unstoppable mutating force. Its design is grotesque, constantly shifting between different forms, oozing and dripping with sludge. The effects work that brings Hedorah to life is some of the most impressive of the Showa era. There are these really gross practical slime effects that make it feel so much more organic in a way that other monsters rarely do. Kenpachiro Satsuma, who played Hedorah, reportedly suffered through filming while inside the suit, even having an emergency where his appendix had to be removed while wearing the suit. Since it took so long to take the suit on and off, he didn't have time. On top of that too, he apparently had problems with painkillers. They didn't have an effect on him, so they just had to cut him open while he's wearing this giant monster costume and remove his appendix. Now, I've heard conflicting evidence as to whether or not that last part is true, or if this is just a big urban legend, but Regardless, if it is true, I think that alone makes him one of the toughest men to ever step foot in a kaiju suit. Godzilla's first scene is absolutely beautiful, with the warm and vibrant sunset in the background. While not the main focus of the film, Godzilla still has his show-stopping moments. The highlight for me has to be the final battle, which might be one of the most gruesome in franchise history. Godzilla gets severely burned, nearly drowns, and for the first time, he bleeds. While Godzilla vs. Gigan took gore to its extremes, Godzilla vs. Hedorah technically did it first. Reiichiro Manabe's score further adds to the film's off-kilter nature. It is unlike Ifukube's traditional Godzilla marches, opting instead for a warbling, almost off-key brass and jazz-infused melodies that feel completely alien to the franchise. It contributes to the dreamlike, sometimes nightmarish quality of the film. I know a lot of Godzilla fans might be reasonably upset that the iconic Ifukube score is largely absent, but I'm not exactly sure that his score would fit with this movie. The soundtrack to Godzilla vs. Hedorah can be extremely eerie at times. The track Ken's Cry always gives me the chills in a way that I really can't explain. However, a lot of that, I think, at least, has to do with how it's used in the film itself. You see, this is a movie that doesn't really hold back in terms of actually putting its child protagonist in harm's way, and I love it for that. At one point, Ken's arm gets severely burned, and I remember being shocked by that as a kid. It's incredibly rare to see a child actually get hurt like that in a movie aimed towards kids. Even then, there are several points in the film where Ken witnesses some genuinely traumatic stuff. It feels like a nightmare. He's surrounded by corpses. He witnesses his own father get brutally injured, but he never gives up hope due to Godzilla's presence. Throughout the series at this point, Godzilla has been leaning more towards that of a hero than a typical villain. Granted, this has been a gradual transition from movie to movie, but I really do think that this is the film where Godzilla actually becomes a hero with no strings attached. In Destroy All Monsters, he's still shown destroying cities. In Godzilla's Revenge, there's a somewhat horrifying scene where he tries to grab Ichiro. However, here, he really does take that big leap to being a hero, and I really like this direction that the character is going in. As we'll see later down the line with enemies like Gigan and Mechagodzilla, it allows for Godzilla to have a more threatening and versatile rogues gallery. But I'm getting too far ahead of myself to talk about Gigan or Mechagodzilla yet. Like Godzilla's Revenge, I have some questions about the world that this film is set in. I think most Godzilla fans would agree that this is set in the Showa continuity, obviously. But that continuity is already fairly vague and razor-thin as to what films are and aren't canon, but I always get confused by the fact that Ken plays with kaiju toys. On the surface, this wouldn't be too egregious, and as a kid, I loved it because it was like, oh wow, he's literally me. However, we can see that he owns a Godzilla toy, a King Ghidorah toy, a Baragon toy, and an Ultraman toy. Now, at this point, I can understand why Godzilla has his own toy. He's basically viewed as a superhero despite what happened in the first 4 films of the Showa era. But why the fuck does King Ghidorah have his own kid's toy? That would be the equivalence of Osama bin Laden having his own action figure for American children to play with. Seriously, consider how much destruction Ghidorah has caused in this universe so far. Remember, Destroy All Monsters hasn't even happened yet. Who had the bright idea of making a toy out of him? Beyond that, I have to wonder, to what extent does Ultraman exist in this universe? Is Ultraman just a TV show in this world too? Or is Ultraman real in this world? Like, does the Science Patrol exist? Now, I know this is nothing more than an Easter egg of sorts, but I think it unintentionally opened a can of worms. It's a can of worms that I don't even want to try and figure out right now, but it's honestly not that big of a deal, all things considered. This is a movie where Godzilla flies and a giant smog monster murders people. Like, it is what it is, man. I don't know. Speaking of Ultraman, Godzilla vs. Hedorah was released with Return of Ultraman as part of the Toho Champion Festival. For those that might be unaware, this was a film festival directed towards children in Japan. It started in 1969, with Godzilla's Revenge being the big headliner that year. 1970 saw the release of Space Amoeba, while 1971 was, of course, headlined by Godzilla vs. Hedorah. As time went on, Toho really pushed filmmakers helming the Godzilla films to make them with this child audience in mind. If you spend any amount of time with the Godzilla fandom, you'll likely hear people throw around the term festival films to describe the later Showa era movies. This is why films like Godzilla vs. Megalon are labeled as such in a borderline derogatory way. So if you've ever wondered why the Showa era flicks got to be so goofy, kid-friendly, and outright ridiculous, a lot of Godzilla fans will throw blame onto the Toho Champion Festival, for better or for worse. Looking at the international releases, in 1972, AIP released the film theatrically under the title Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster. Weirdly enough, hardly any fundamental changes were made to the movie, beyond removing Japanese text and replacing it with English text. Usually, Americanized releases of Godzilla movies have large chunks of the movie taken out, but here, that wasn't the case. Maybe it's because the dub supervisors just didn't care, or the film was outright too weird for them to make massive changes, so they left it as it is. Beyond that, a lot of the foreign titles were all sort of run-of-the-mill, with the exception being West Germany, who bafflingly titled it Frankenstein's Battle Against the Devil Monsters. I genuinely have no idea why they retitled every Godzilla movie to include Frankenstein in the title, beyond the monster having its roots in that country's culture. Though my favorite international title has to be Satan's Creature. That's from the Netherlands, and it's completely irrelevant to the actual movie, but I don't care. It kicks ass. Now, after completing the final cut of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, producer Tomoyuki Tanaka reportedly hated the film and vowed to never allow Yoshimitsu Banno to helm another Godzilla film for as long as he lives. In the late 2000s, Banno attempted to kickstart a new American remake of Godzilla titled Godzilla 3D to the Max. The film would have been a sequel to Godzilla vs. Hedorah, but it remained unmade. Banno would later be brought on by Legendary Pictures to produce the 2014 legendary Godzilla film. Yoshimitsu Banno passed away on May 7th, 2017, at the age of 86. He would also be credited as an executive producer on every single MonsterVerse film after his death. So, without him, we wouldn't really have the MonsterVerse. Getting back to Godzilla vs. Hedorah, beyond just being a quality entry in the series, Godzilla vs. Hedorah has strongly influenced me as a filmmaker. The most obvious homage was in my second feature film, Pesticide. There's a scene where my character Angelo watches television and hallucinates. He sees a newsman wearing a latex fish mask, and this is a direct reference to the nightclub scene in Godzilla vs. Hedorah, where Yukio hallucinates and sees dancers wearing latex fish masks. It's safe to say that this film has always stuck with me, and it opened my eyes to avant-garde filmmaking at a very young age. So much of its abstract and horrific imagery is just burned into my brain. Should I have been watching this as a kid? In retrospect, probably not. I don't think it's a suitable film for children to watch, despite that being the intent. However, that doesn't detract from its quality. Godzilla vs. Hedorah is a film that took risks, and in my opinion, they totally paid off. In retrospect, I truly wish the franchise went in this weird off-kilter direction, rather than the more cookie-cutter, kid-friendly, schlocky entertainment angle that it took near the end of the Showa era. If anything, I wish more franchises would just give full creative control to artists like Yoshimitsu Banno, because, say what you want about this movie, it definitely isn't boring. The early 1970s marked a very rough patch for the Godzilla franchise. Godzilla vs. Hedorah took a bold experimental approach, but critics and audiences at the time just weren't impressed. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka saw the numbers and made a decision. No more risks. The film had drawn just 400,000 people to theaters, while re-releases of films like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster and Invasion of the Astro Monster pulled nearly double in comparison. The message to the executives was crystal clear. People wanted classic monsters duking it out, not social commentary. Ironic, considering that the entire franchise itself was created as a means of delivering social commentary. Regardless, money talks. So Tanaka greenlit a brand new Godzilla project, and this time he was playing it real safe. Like, really safe. That meant bringing back King Ghidorah, a proven fan favorite, and introducing a new villain, Gigan, designed by illustrator Takayoshi Mizuki with input from special effects director Teruyoshi Nakano. Two writers, Shinichi Sekizawa and Kaworu Mabuchi, were tasked with creating separate drafts, but both were given the same checklist: Ghidorah, Gigan, and for some reason, a giant theme park attraction called Godzilla Tower. I don't know why that was mandatory, but regardless. This was a film built on budget cuts, and it shows. There's very obviously a heavy reliance on stock footage from previous entries, and that was the idea going into it. The soundtrack is cobbled together from older Toho films, and the suits, especially King Ghidorah, are looking pretty rough. Even Haruo Nakajima, the original Godzilla suit actor, bowed out after this installment, making it his final performance as Godzilla in a feature-length film. This movie stands as a very clear reflection of Toho's shifting approach to the series, prioritizing recognizable elements and cost-saving measures over innovation and experimentation. Beyond that, they continued to try and aim these movies more towards children despite the vulgar language and excessive blood and gore. It's one of my least favorite entries in the entire franchise, so let's just get it over with. This is Godzilla vs. Gigan. Freelance manga artist Gendo takes a job at World Children's Land, a theme park whose main attraction is Godzilla Tower, a full-scale replica of the King of the Monsters. But the park hides a sinister secret. Its staff are actually cockroach-like aliens from the M Space Hunter Nebula, using the tower to lure Godzilla into a trap while unleashing their own kaiju, Gigan and King Ghidorah, to devastate Tokyo. When Gendo and his allies uncover the truth, they scramble to fight back, sabotaging the aliens' operations while Godzilla and Anguirus arrive from Monster Island. Gigan's buzzsaw and Godzilla Tower's laser beams leave the King of the Monsters critically wounded, but a last-minute explosion destroys the tower, breaking the aliens' control over their monsters. Regaining their senses, Gigan and Ghidorah retreat, leaving Godzilla and Anguirus victorious. With Tokyo saved, the Earth monsters return home as Gendo and his friends celebrate. The pacing in Godzilla vs. Gigan is downright atrocious. It takes forever to get going. Almost the entire first half is dedicated to sluggish, meandering human drama that isn't engaging enough to justify its runtime. A good monster movie knows how to balance its human and kaiju elements, but this one just backloads everything, and it's a slog that doesn't pay off quickly enough. And even when Godzilla and Anguirus do finally make their grand entrance, they're still stuck on Monster Island, meaning the movie continues to stall as we watch them slowly swim to Japan. It's an exercise in patience, one that isn't particularly rewarding if we're being completely honest. And then there's the action, which is kind of baffling considering who this movie is supposedly made for. Godzilla vs. Gigan was clearly meant to be a kids' movie. The tone, the human characters, the exaggerated villainous plot, everything points to this film being a movie that's squarely aimed at children, and yet the violence is insanely over the top. Poor Anguirus. The world's most loyal punching bag takes a full-speed dive directly into it, spraying blood all over the camera. It's like something out of a horror movie. It's brutal. If you told me this movie was ghost-written by Quentin Tarantino, I might actually believe you.
Oh, what the fuck's happening? Oh, man, man! Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face.
While we're on the subject of tone, there's also the profanity.
You're a hard bitch.
I don't think every family movie needs to be like extremely sanitized into oblivion, but you have to wonder what was going through Toho's head when they let this one through. Godzilla vs. Gigan feels like it got lost on its way to being a grindhouse flick, and honestly, that version might have been way more interesting. However, this film was cursed by studio interference, or more specifically, Tomoyuki Tanaka's need to stick to a tired formula in order to make as much money as possible. I get it, you gotta make money, that's kind of why movies are made nowadays, unfortunately, and even back then that was still the case, but like, A major issue that I have with Godzilla vs. Gigan is the way the monster action is shot. Most of the kaiju battles take place at night, which isn't necessarily a problem on its own. After all, Godzilla 54 staged nearly all of its monster sequences in nighttime settings, and those scenes looked fantastic. Moody, atmospheric, visually striking. A lot of that has to do with it being in black and white, but still. Even Godzilla vs. Hedorah, the film that came out 1 year prior, looks way better than this. Godzilla vs. Gigan, on the other hand, looks cheap and muddled, and trust me, this isn't a format issue. I've seen this movie in every release imaginable, from old VHS tapes to various DVD prints and even the Criterion Blu-ray, and no matter what, it always looks just bad. Everything is underexposed, covered in this ugly, washed-out dark tint, making it hard to appreciate any of the monster action on screen. I think what happened is the filmmakers were going for a day-for-night effect, but if that was their intention, then they absolutely botched it. For those that are unfamiliar, day-for-night is a filmmaking technique where scenes are shot in broad daylight and later altered in post-production to appear as if they take place at night. When done well, it can be very convincing. When done poorly, it looks like someone slapped a cheap Instagram filter over the footage and called it a day. I've done this in my own work. I've had establishing shots that are made day for night, and it's very difficult to pull off. It's like, I think even when I did it, it sucks. It's something that you really shouldn't do as a filmmaker. Like, it's that last resort thing that you should ever try and do, and frankly, Godzilla vs. Gigan falls squarely into the this is a clusterfuck category in terms of its imagery. The most glaring issue, I think at least, is how inconsistently this effect is applied, especially when the movie leans on stock footage from earlier Godzilla movies. Since many of these old fight scenes were shot during the day, the filmmakers then had to recolor the footage to match the artificially darkened nighttime setting. The result? A total mess. The brightness levels fluctuate wildly, the hues don't really match, and some shots just look completely unnatural, like they were run through a bad photocopy machine. And speaking of stock footage, there's a lot of it. Way too much of it. At times, you could say it borders on being a clip show like Godzilla's Revenge, where it reuses so many scenes from prior movies that it feels like a greatest hits reel rather than a fresh original movie. This, combined with the poorly handled nighttime visuals, makes the entire movie feel like it was cobbled together with whatever scraps Toho had lying around. And yeah, that was the case. It's really hard to stay engaged with the kaiju action when so much of it feels so disjointed, recycled, and frankly, badly lit. Like, people rip on Godzilla 2014, but like, hoo boy. If you know me and you've seen some of my videos, you know how much I hate when Godzilla acts out of character. It's a big reason why I can't stand Ebirah Horror of the Deep. And I've already talked about that in depth. We're not going to talk about that here. But this is another instance where I have no idea why the filmmakers thought this was a good idea.
Something funny going on. You better check.
It's so egregiously out of character for Godzilla to literally speak. In the Japanese version, there was just a little thought bubble, right? And that was it. And that's still pretty egregious, I think, at least. But in the English dub, he actually talks, and I hate every second of it. The worst part is that Godzilla vs. Gigan didn't need this nonsense in the first place. Other Showa-era films like Destroy All Monsters and Son of Godzilla proved that clever visual storytelling was more than enough to convey what the monsters were thinking and feeling.
Ooh, Godzilla, what terrible language!
We never needed speech bubbles or dubbed-over dialogue to understand the relationships between the kaiju. Through body language, fight choreography, and expressive suit acting, Toho had already perfected the art of kaiju communication, so why throw that out the window and have Godzilla literally speak? It feels like a desperate gimmick, something thrown out because the filmmakers didn't trust the audience, kids included, to pick up on the basic visual cues. And that makes no sense to me. When I was a kid, I watched films like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, and I completely understood everything they were doing and why they did what they did. This is something I hate in filmmaking. It's where the filmmaker thinks that, oh, the audience is stupid and I need to bring the film down to their level, right? I need to make it where I'm way smarter than the audience, so we have to think like 5 steps ahead. And in the end, this isn't just a bad scene, I think it's honestly the worst part of the entire movie. On the flip side, I'll throw Godzilla vs. Gigan a bone and say that the human characters are actually kind of fun. Gendo and his friends aren't exactly compelling in a dramatic sense, but there's something oddly endearing about them. Their plot, centered around a struggling manga artist stumbling into an alien conspiracy, is very goofy, but at least they have some personality. Unlike the painfully dull casts of other Godzilla films, like Destroy All Monsters, Gengo and his ragtag group of hippies and outcasts actually feel like characters rather than glorified exposition machines. It's still, not great by any means. I mean, am I reaching for positives here? Absolutely. I don't want to seem like I'm just, beating this movie to a pulp. But when the rest of the movie is this much of a mess, I'll take what I can get. Another highlight is the M Space Hunter Nebula aliens, a group of villainous extraterrestrials disguised as humans, who in reality are giant cockroaches. Right away, that's a big step up from the Kilax and Destroy All Monsters, who had all the menace of a group of sleep-deprived librarians. The cockroach aliens don't quite reach the same level of intrigue or intimidation as, say, the Exilians, who remain as the gold standard for Godzilla franchise alien invaders, but what makes the M Space Hunter Nebula aliens stand out is their sheer weirdness. They're not just humanoid aliens, they're actual insects hiding in human skin. That's genuinely creepy and a fantastic concept for a villain. Again, maybe not for a kid's movie, but regardless, the problem is that the movie barely shows them. It's obvious that this was a budget issue, but honestly, I don't care. If you're going to introduce giant cockroach monsters, at least have the decency to give me one rubber suit, even if it looks like it belongs in the Toxic Avenger. This is the same movie that features a cyborg space chicken with a buzzsaw for a stomach. Why not lean into the absurdity even more? As nonsensical as their entire subplot is, I have to give the M Space Hunter Nebula cockroaches some credit. They're some of the most memorable alien villains in the entire Godzilla series. Sure, they're underutilized, and the film doesn't really go as far with them as they could have, but their bizarre premise alone makes them stand out in a way that other Showa-era invaders really don't. By the way, I think we should talk about Gigan now. I've mentioned him here and there throughout this retrospective, but now feels like the right time to really dig in. First and foremost, I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of the Showa-era Gigan design. This version of the character just feels so lame. He's less of a formidable kaiju and more of a punchline. A very destructive and vindictive goofball villain who stumbles his way through fights rather than commanding any real presence. It wasn't until Godzilla Final Wars that Gigan was finally legitimized as a true threat, with a sleeker redesign, enhanced abilities, and an actual sense of menace. That said though, I can't deny that the Showa version of Gigan still has a unique look that fits right at home in the Godzilla universe. He's undeniably iconic, even if he is kind of a bit of a joke. As a kid, I always wondered what a non-cyborg version of Gigan would have looked like. What was he before the aliens turned him into their chainsaw-limbed enforcer? Was he always this weird, or did they slap the buzzsaw and hook hands onto an otherwise normal space dinosaur? Regardless of his origins, there's one thing about Showa Gigan that I do really appreciate, and that is he is a sadistic bastard. He's not just a mindless monster stomping around because the plot requires it. He seems to be enjoying the mayhem, which I really like. You could see it in the way he laughs mid-battle, the way he toys with his opponents, and the way he deliberately prolongs suffering. There's a level of cruelty to him that you don't always get with other kaiju, and I'll admit, it gives him just a little bit of a cool factor. The chest buzzsaw, the hook hands, they're all great ideas, but every time I watch him in action, I can't help but compare him to the Final Wars version, a version that takes all these elements and actually makes them intimidating. Showa Gigan is a blueprint, but Final Wars Gigan is the fully realized version of the character. On the other hand, Anguirus is always a welcome addition. I've always liked seeing him team up with Godzilla, mostly because it doesn't happen nearly as often as you'd think. Unlike a lot of other Godzilla allies, Anguirus actually feels like a loyal companion, even if their relationship is never explicitly defined. Of course, the real reason he's in Godzilla vs. Gigan is a lot more practical. The filmmakers had a relatively new suit left over from Destroy All Monsters, and they wanted to get some extra mileage out of it. But despite being included for cost-cutting reasons, Anguirus adds a lot of charm to the film. His scrappy underdog energy makes him fun to watch, and I wish he had been given more opportunities to shine in the Showa era. He's often relegated to a supporting role, but he deserved at least one movie where he got to take the center stage beyond raids again. Now, I don't want to dogpile on Godzilla vs. Gigan for being cheap. It had an incredibly limited budget, and I respect the lengths that they went to just to get the film made. But let's be real for a second. The flaws are impossible to ignore. The over-reliance on stock footage and stock music is bad enough, but the wear and tear on the production is painfully obvious. The Godzilla suit is literally falling apart in some shots. You can see chunks of the suit peeling off his arms. King Ghidorah fares even worse. The flying puppet used for him looks really stiff and lifeless, especially when compared to how fluid and expressive he looked in earlier films. This is supposed to be the ultimate threat, and yet he looks like a deflated parade balloon. It's night and day when you compare this to Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, or even Destroy All Monsters. I get it, this is a Godzilla movie from 1972 with a low budget. I'm not expecting groundbreaking realism from a man-in-a-suit monster brawl, but the difference between Godzilla vs. Gigan and its predecessors is that those earlier movies still made an effort to maintain a sense of grandeur. Ghidorah looked alive before. His heads moved independently and snapping and thrashing like they had minds of their own. But here, he barely moves, and that's a problem. Sure, you can write off a lot of the film's shortcomings as budgetary limitations, but a flaw is still a flaw. If the effects are so rough that they actively take me out of the movie, that's not something I can easily brush aside. A lack of money doesn't really mean that you get a free pass. It means that you have to get more creative with what you have. Godzilla vs. Gigan does the best it can, but sometimes that's just not enough. Moving towards the international releases, Godzilla vs. Gigan debuted in the US in 1977 as Godzilla on Monster Island. It's a weird title. Most of the film doesn't really take place on Monster Island, beyond maybe 5 minutes. Regardless, the company that made this edit, CinemaShares, did various things to make it more of a G rating, like not having a curse word and trimming down some of the violent scenes, and replacing the original Japanese speech bubbles with English dialogue for Godzilla and Anguirus. Voice actor Ted Thomas had the honor of voicing the Big G, being the first person to ever voice Godzilla in a movie in that specific way. Meanwhile, in the UK, the film was released theatrically as War of the Monsters, which seems to be a very popular title internationally since that was also the title of 1966's Gamera vs. Barugon and 1965's Invasion of Astro Monster, with the latter receiving that title in Brazil only. And honestly, the English dub is fine. It's not the worst dub I've ever heard, but it isn't the best. At the end of the day, Godzilla vs. Gigan is a fundamentally flawed film. Like any Godzilla movie, it has its highlights, but the lowlights definitely overshadow them in this specific instance. The pacing is an absolute slog. The monster action is clunky and riddled with stock footage. And the film's overall presentation feels haphazard at best. Even by the standards of the later Showa era's cheaper, more kid-friendly entries, this one feels like it's scraping the bottom of the barrel. But that being said, I can't bring myself to outright hate this movie. As much as I've ripped into it, there's something oddly endearing about its jankiness. The absurdity of the M Space Hunter Nebula aliens, the sheer audacity of Godzilla and Anguirus talking, and the bizarre tonal dissonance add up to something that, at the very least, is memorable. Not necessarily good, but memorable. If nothing else, the film introduced Gigan, who would go on to become one of the most beloved kaiju in the entire franchise. Even if his Showa incarnation is a bit of a joke, his design is undeniably pretty cool, and his sadistic personality does give him some entertainment value. This is the kind of film that I'd only recommend to hardcore Godzilla fans or those with a high tolerance for cheap, schlocky entertainment. It's a fascinating example of Toho cutting every corner imaginable while still managing to churn out something that technically qualifies as a movie. For casual viewers though, there are better Showa-era films to check out. Ones that don't feel like they were held together with duct tape and a prayer. In 1972, a contest was held encouraging children in Japan to create a mech for an untitled Godzilla movie that would be released the following year. The winner was a character named Red Alone, and it was heavily inspired by Ultraman. It had wings and a bug-like head. This character would eventually be reworked into Jet Jaguar, with torso really being the only aspect of the original design that was actually carried over. It was decided that the antagonist for this film would be a giant bug named Megalon, a carryover of some previous concepts for Ebirah early on in the development of Godzilla's Revenge. Now, there's a common misconception that this upcoming movie was supposed to be Jet Jaguar versus Megalon, with Godzilla and Gigan being entirely absent until later on, when Godzilla was added to the title for the sake of marquee value. However, that just flat out isn't true. This was always supposed to be a Godzilla movie first and foremost. Speaking of, a new suit was made for the film, with Shinji Takagi replacing the recently retired Haru Nakajima. Takagi tends to get overlooked and forgotten by a lot of Godzilla fans, so much so that Nakajima is often misattributed to playing Godzilla in every Showa film, when that just isn't the case. Beyond the Big G, Hideto Date donned the Megalon suit, and Gunpachiro Satsuma wore the Gigan suit. Meanwhile, Jet Jaguar was portrayed by two actors, Sugotoshi Komada and Masachika Mori. Godzilla vs. Megalon is a film that has been essentially boiled down to a couple seconds, and that's this. This is really all anyone ever talks about when they think of Godzilla vs. Megalon, and we'll get into the reasons why, but I gotta say, this movie is a certified cult classic. I love it. I really do. Yes, it's goofy. Yes, I have my issues with it, for sure, and we will get into that. But I adore this movie. It makes me laugh. It just gets me so invested. It is the definition of dumb fun. And I just adore it. I really do. Now, you might say that's a bit hypocritical for me, since I wasn't a big fan of previous installments that were, really out there and really, really goofy. But this just hits different. This is that right balance of having serious moments of tension mixed in with some amazing miniature work, as well as just having awesome characters like Megalon, like Jet Jaguar. And we will get into all of that right now. This is Godzilla vs. Megalon. A nuclear test triggers seismic activity that disrupts Godzilla, Anguirus, and Rodan, causing the island to collapse. As the chaos unfolds, Megalon awakens from his subterranean kingdom of Seatopia, prompted by nuclear damage, and emerges to wreak havoc on the surface. With the help of Jet Jaguar, a robot created by inventor Goro Ibuki, the two battle Megalon, who is later joined by Gigan. After a fierce struggle, Godzilla arrives to aid Jet Jaguar, and together they defeat the two Kaiju, forcing Megalon to retreat back to Seatopia. The Seatopians end their war, and Jet Jaguar gains his own free will as the credits roll. Godzilla vs. Megalon has some of the most bizarre pacing of any Showa-era Godzilla film. The movie constantly jerks between sluggish, overlong sequences and rapid-fire action, making for a very uneven experience. A prime example of this issue is the earthquake scene at the very beginning, where Rokuru is nearly swallowed up by shifting tectonic plates. This should be a tense moment. After all, the Earth itself is ripping apart beneath his feet, but the sequence drags on for what feels like an eternity. The aftermath isn't much better, as we're treated to a seemingly endless montage of establishing shots showcasing the geographical damage. The camera lingers on massive ravines opening up, which, while visually interesting for a moment, quickly become exhausting. The problem is exacerbated by the total lack of dialogue, making this extended sequence feel even more lifeless. What should be an engaging and suspenseful opening to the film instead feels like the movie was just pressing the pause button before the story even started. Now that's just one instance, but compounding this issue is the film's obsession with over-explaining its own plot. Godzilla vs. Megalon is absolutely littered with exposition, hammering home information that could have been conveyed in a fraction of the time. Characters repeatedly reiterate key plot points, as if the audience might have somehow forgotten them only minutes later. It's not just that the film explains things, it explains them over and over and over and over again, and this leads to long stretches where nothing of substance actually happens beyond characters talking at each other about events that we just saw happen. Instead of organically integrating world building into the action, the film just stops dead in its tracks to deliver dry, redundant explanations. The pacing issue isn't about slow scenes or anything. I'm not one of those people that's like, less human stuff, but the film just doesn't balance momentum with necessary exposition, and that's a big problem structurally. That said, the film does eventually pick up steam, though it takes its sweet time getting there. While the first half is an absolute slog, the back half is essentially a non-stop brawl between four kaiju. Once Jet Jaguar grows to kaiju size, Godzilla vs. Megalon shifts gears into full-on monster mayhem, and the energy skyrockets. pun intended. The pacing goes from glacial to hyperactive, with the final battle stretching for nearly 20 minutes of pure action, with nothing interrupting it. It's an admittedly fun payoff, filled with absurd wrestling moves and over-the-top choreography that makes it one of the most entertaining battles of the entire Showa era. However, this sudden shift only underscores just how sluggish everything leading up to it was. The film feels like it's making up for lost time, cramming in as much monster action as humanly possible after spending the first half dragging its feet. The Seatopians are, without a doubt, some of the worst villains in the entire Godzilla franchise. Conceptually, an underground civilization waging war against the surface world has a ton of potential. Like, it's basically Atragon, but the execution is so laughably bad that it's impossible to take them seriously. Their lair has a decent aesthetic. There's a certain retro-futuristic sci-fi charm to the set design, but any goodwill is immediately obliterated by their absurd costuming. The Seatopians wear flowing white robes and these like kind of bizarre pointed hoods, and it makes you think about a certain group of terrorists, and like, I doubt that was intentional, but like once you see it, you just can't unsee it. And this alone is enough to make their entire presence uncomfortable. But beyond that, the costumes are just cheap. And not in a charming low-budget DIY way, but just cheap in the worst possible sense. The robes look like they were made from whatever leftover bed sheets were lying around Toho's costume department. And the whole ensemble makes them look more like a cult of disorganized LARPers than the leaders of a powerful subterranean empire. Then there's Seatopia Commander Antonio, who might be one of the least intimidating villains ever put to screen in any movie ever. He is, in every sense of the word, just some guy. Peak 1970s sci-fi absurdity. The man is supposed to be the ruler of a lost civilization hellbent on revenge, and he looks like a washed-up lounge singer at a Las Vegas casino. His toga-like outfit does him no favors whatsoever, and instead of commanding respect, he just comes across as a middle-aged dude who stumbled into the wrong movie set. The casting of Robert Dunham in the role is an interesting choice. He was already a Godzilla franchise veteran, having appeared in films like Mothra and Ghidorah, and even worked as a voice actor for the English dubs of Son of Godzilla and Destroy All Monsters. Dunham was fluent in Japanese, which makes it all the more bizarre that the filmmakers decided to dub him over with a Japanese voice actor. It's a strange creative decision that only adds to the artificial awkward nature of his performance. Jet Jaguar is an insanely cool character, and it's no mystery why he's such a fan favorite. He toes the line between being a blatant Ultraman ripoff and having a unique charm all his own. His design, with its bold primary colors and sleek yet clunky humanoid form, immediately stands out from the rest of Toho's Kaiju lineup. There's something so striking about his red, blue, and yellow color scheme. It's simple, yet incredibly effective, making him look like a comic book hero who accidentally wandered into the Godzilla universe. On top of that, his ability to shrink and grow at will is an awesome gimmick that adds a dynamic edge to his battles. What really elevates him, though, is his character arc. Initially, he's just a machine being controlled remotely, first by the inventors, and then by the Seatopians, but somewhere along the way he evolves, seemingly developing a will of his own. The film never really explains how this actually happens, because Godzilla vs. Megalon isn't exactly concerned with coherent storytelling, but honestly, who cares? It's an incredible moment where Jet Jaguar breaks free from his programming and chooses to side with the heroes, shaking hands with Godzilla. His friendship with the Big G is another highlight. Watching the two of them team up and pull off absurd tag team moves is pure joy. Jet Jaguar radiates personality despite being a mostly silent character, and that's a testament to how well executed he is. On the other end of the spectrum, you have Megalon, the definition of a fun, but let's be honest, he's a joke villain. Sure, he causes a fair bit of destruction early on, but by the time Godzilla and Jet Jaguar step in, he's reduced to little more than a glorified punching bag. It's refreshing to see a non-alien antagonist for once, and I do appreciate that his power set includes a lightning beam. Like, that's pretty cool. But it does feel a little suspect, considering it only seems to exist so Toho could justify recycling stock footage of King Ghidorah's gravity beams wreaking havoc. Megalon himself looks cool enough, with his insectoid design and massive drill arms, but he he never really gets a moment to be truly threatening. He spends most of the final battle either getting outmaneuvered or straight up clowned on by the heroes. It is so fun to watch. Like, I still love Megalon, but it also cements him as one of the least effective kaiju in the franchise for that very reason. Speaking of blink and you'll miss it appearances, Godzilla vs. Megalon casually tosses in brief cameos from Anguirus and Rodan at the very start of the film. And by cameo, I mean Rodan only shows up via stock footage and Anguirus is on screen for approximately 5 seconds before vanishing into a giant crack in the earth. Anguirus died on his way back to his home planet. It's so fleeting that it's easy to forget that they're in the movie, and I did. But it's still a neat little nod for longtime fans who consider Rodan and Anguirus to be Godzilla's best friends. That said, it's also kind of dark that the film immediately throws two beloved monsters into mortal peril without any follow-up. Like, I guess they survived, but the movie couldn't be bothered to clarify their fates. It's a weirdly abrupt moment that adds to the overall chaotic energy of the entire movie. Nothing here feels particularly planned out, but hey, at least it's entertaining. The highlight of the entire movie, without question, is the third act battle royale where Godzilla and Jet Jaguar take on Megalon and Gigan. After an hour of meandering plot and clunky exposition, the film finally kicks into high gear and delivers exactly what fans came to see: an absurdly over-the-top monster brawl. There are so many unforgettable moments packed into this sequence, from the intense Ring of Fire trap to the absolutely legendary tail dropkick. Play the clip again, why not? The former is genuinely impressive, not just from a stunt perspective, but also in terms of sheer spectacle. There's a real tangible danger to the moment as the flames encircle the battlefield and creep uncomfortably close to the suits. Like, you can't help but wonder if the actors inside were on the verge of getting cooked alive, which only adds to the tension. It's a visually striking moment, and considering the overall outlandish slapdash nature of Megalon, it's shocking that something this cinematic made it into the final cut. Then, of course, there's the kick. The Godzilla tail dropkick has transcended its place in the film to become a defining moment in the franchise's history. So much so that when people talk about the Showa era, they usually just cut to this clip. Like, that's kind of how this entire era gets written off at this point, and I don't like that. First off, let me kind of vent, Among Us reference. But in general, there's kind of this attitude that the Showa era was very goofy, and that all the way through, except for Godzilla 54, it had the same tone as Godzilla vs. Megalon, where Godzilla was doing drop kicks and he was flying. And I just disagree. Really, what started this was the Champion Film Festivals, where they were directed more towards kids, starting in 1969 and onwards. I think it's wrong to basically say, hey, look at this moment. This is the embodiment of every single Showa era movie from this point onwards. It's not right, I don't think. That's why whenever I preface the goofier moments of the Showa era, I will usually say in my videos the goofier moments of the later Showa era. Because everything pre-Godzilla's Revenge is kind of serious. Like, there are some goofy moments for sure, like Godzilla being dropped on a telephone tower and his balls like blow up. Like, that's fucking hilarious. I love that. But also, like, for the most part, those movies were still pretty serious. There were genuine moments of death and destruction. They weren't just fighting in an open field. So obviously I'm not going to say, like, do this or you're not a real fan, but I do think Godzilla fans should start prefacing the later Showa era movies when talking about the goofier side of that specific era, because yes, there were goofy moments before, but the Toho Champion Film Festival really kickstarted that goofy side of the franchise, which, for better or for worse, I love. I just think it's important to recognize that the Showa era wasn't all just goofy nonsense. There were tragic moments even in the later movies, like with Terror of Mechagodzilla, which we will get into. But to write everything off from this era as being goofy is just stupid to me, I think at least. But let's be honest, that dropkick scene is incredible. Godzilla somehow launches himself through the air feet first, sliding across the ground like a kaiju missile to kick Megalon in the face. Not once, but twice. They literally do an instant replay, and I just love it. It's widely regarded as one of the goofiest things that Godzilla has ever done, and for good reason. There's no logical explanation for how he pulls it off, nor does there need to be. It's cartoonish, it's ridiculous, and it's undeniably awesome. But for all the film's faults, it has plenty of other standout action beats that deserve way more recognition than just this. Take, for example, Jet Jaguar lifting Gigan into the air and then yeeting him straight into Godzilla's atomic breath. It's an incredibly fun, creative sequence that showcases the best of what Showa-era kaiju battles had to offer. Imaginative, high-energy choreography that emphasizes dynamic movement over the beam-spam-heavy fights of the Heisei era. There's a real physicality to these battles, with the monsters grappling, throwing each other around, and improvising their attacks in ways that feel much more engaging than later fights that would often just boil down to standing in place and exchanging energy blasts, which we'll get there when we get there. The point is, for all its flaws, Godzilla vs. Megalon delivers one of the most entertaining climaxes in the entire franchise. It's pure, unfiltered kaiju mayhem, and at the end of the day, that's what really matters. Some of the music in Godzilla vs. Megalon is downright atrocious. It's baffling how Reiichiro Manabe, the same composer responsible for the eerie and experimental score of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, completely fumbled it here. Hedorah had a strange but effective musical identity, leaning heavily on bass instruments like the bassoon to create an unsettling, off-kilter atmosphere that perfectly matched the film's atmosphere, this grotesque and nightmarish tone that it had. Megalon, on the other hand, is an absolute mess. There's a reason this was his last contribution to the franchise. His signature weirdness is still present, but instead of adding to the film, it actively drags it down. The instrumentation choices are baffling, to say the least. The execution feels lazy, and the end result is a score that's more grating than anything else. One of the biggest offenders is Manabe's excessive use of the mouth harp. It's an instrument that can be effective in the right context, but here, it's just unbearingly overbearing. Every time the kaiju action ramps up, the soundtrack insists upon peppering in these obnoxious boing, boing, boing sounds, and it completely undercuts any sense of tension or spectacle. It's like trying to watch a wrestling match while someone plays a cartoon spring sound effect in the background.
Oh my goodness! Oh my God!
It makes everything feel cheap and unserious. More traditional instrumentation would have worked. I personally would have liked more of a jazz score like what we got with Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla the following year, but instead we get a score that actively makes the monster fights less enjoyable. At its worst, it feels like Manabe was trying to compose a Looney Tunes soundtrack rather than a Godzilla movie, and the end result is a tonal disaster. That said, there is one musical highlight in the film: the ending theme. Godzilla and Jet Jaguar punch, punch, punch. Written by franchise legend Shinichi Sekizawa and performed by Masato Shimon. This song is pure, unfiltered cheese in the best way possible. It's a ridiculously upbeat and triumphant tune that perfectly encapsulates the film's goofy energy. It's impossible not to smile when you hear it. The way it plays over the closing moments of the film gives the whole thing this delightfully surreal Saturday morning cartoon feel. Even if most of the soundtrack is a misfire, this one track alone earns its place as a Godzilla deep cut classic. It may sound bizarre to some of my non-Western viewers, but Godzilla vs. Megalon is a cult classic here in the States. A major reason for this is because of a clerical error and legal problems. Let me explain. After its 1976 theatrical run under cinema shares, a clerical error in the late 1980s caused the film to fall into the public domain. Suddenly, it was everywhere. VHS bargain bins, gas station movie racks, and late-night TV syndication. The sheer volume of cheap, low-quality transfers, often sourced from pan and scan TV broadcasts, made this one of the most visually degraded Godzilla films available for years. And to honor this trend, I've elected to use a garbage VHS rip that someone from this time would have absolutely owned back in the day. You're welcome. We don't need no 4K rips here. We're using VHS shit. Ironically though, this only enhanced its mystique, turning it into a kind of sacred VHS artifact of bad cinema that everyone needed to own. And then came Mystery Science Theater 3000, which took Godzilla vs. Megalon and immortalized it in Season 2. Mystery Science Theater 3000 had already skewered multiple kaiju films, especially Gamera, but this one hit different. The awkward human scenes, the overlong car chases, and Jet Jaguar's deeply unsettling smile provided a goldmine of riffing material. And like all great Mystery Science Theater episodes, it mocked the film, and rightfully so, but it also made people weirdly attached to it. When you spend 90 minutes laughing at something, you start to feel nostalgia for it. And suddenly, Godzilla vs. Megalon wasn't just some bad Godzilla movie, it was the bad Godzilla movie for a lot of people. It was an essential rite of passage for monster movie fans, even though most Godzilla fans nowadays, in the year of our Lord 2025, would argue that it is nowhere near the worst of the bunch. Today, Godzilla vs. Megalon is no longer a free-for-all in the public domain. Toho eventually cleaned up the rights situation, and high-quality restorations have replaced the grainy, washed-out copies of the past. Still, its legacy as one of the goofiest, most widely circulated entries in the franchise remains intact. Now, in my opinion, Godzilla vs. Megalon is not a good film by any metric. If you actually look at this movie with a critical lens for more than 5 seconds, you'd realize how much of a drop-off in quality this is from Toho's back catalog. Yes, it's goofy, it has funny moments, but that doesn't make it a good movie. The pacing is god-awful. The human characters are paper-thin. The Seatopians are terrible, terrible villains. And a lot of the kaiju action doesn't feel like kaiju action. It just feels like actors in monster suits wrestling. Which is fine, if that's all you really want or expect from this film. But something I try to do with this retrospective series is to give every film a fair shake while also doing my best to be critical and to put my bias as a Godzilla fan aside. Because trust me, I'm like, I love all these movies, I really do, but I have to be neutral. I feel like now is a good time to address why I'm so critical of these movies. This is going to be another bit of a side tangent here, but I promise it is relevant to Godzilla vs. Megalon, as I'm already anticipating these comments. You see, I've gotten comments in the past where a small but very vocal group of Godzilla fans get very upset at me for critiquing Godzilla movies and treating them like real movies. The argument is usually something like, it's just a Godzilla movie, it's supposed to be dumb fun, or you're overthinking it. And honestly, I find that kind of thinking to be exhausting, because Godzilla movies are real movies. They are made by real people with real budgets, real scripts, real directors, and real actors. They go through the exact same process as any other film, and they deserve to be held to the same standard. I do so out of love for those movies. It reminds me of when people brush off criticism of a bad kids movie by saying, well, it's just for kids, as if that's an excuse for lazy writing, flat characters, or incoherent storytelling. Like, I'm sorry, but kids deserve good movies too. Audiences deserve better. If we let that logic slide, we're basically saying that it's fine for studios to phone it in because they assume their audience doesn't care. But I think people do care. I think we all recognize when a movie is genuinely good, no matter who it's aimed at or what genre it falls into. And it's the same with Godzilla. Just because a movie has a giant radioactive monster in it stomping through a city doesn't mean it gets a free pass. If anything, it should challenge filmmakers to be even more creative, to tell compelling stories, to craft memorable characters, to use the monster as a way to explore bigger ideas. The original Gojira wasn't just some basic monster movie, it was a powerful commentary on nuclear devastation from a country that has seen it firsthand. Even some of the goofier later Showa-era films have moments of real artistry and creativity. So when I criticize a Godzilla movie, it's not because I hate it, or because I'm trying to ruin anyone's fun, or because I'm thinking too critically. It's because I love these movies. I care about them, and I think they deserve to be good. They deserve to be taken seriously. Because they are real movies. And if we stop expecting them to be, then we're just setting the bar lower and lower until there's nothing left but empty spectacle. And that's not why I got into Godzilla in the first place. Personally, I don't think that you can claim that you're a Godzilla fan if you then get mad at people treating Godzilla movies like they are real movies and real works of art. They are. They are works of art. They are movies. I don't understand how you could believe that these movies shouldn't be treated critically like other movies. I don't get it. I really don't. And don't get me wrong. I love Godzilla vs. Megalon. I really do. But it's also a bad movie. And while I hate the term, it's so bad it's good, this is so bad it's good. Zone Fighter, or Meteor Human Zone as it's known in Japan, is one of Toho's stranger but significant dives into the world of superhero television. This tokusatsu sci-fi series aired on Nippon Television from April to September 1973, delivering 26 episodes of alien invasions, giant monster battles, and more than a few questionable fashion choices. Now, the early 1970s marked a very big shift in how Japanese monster movies operated. Television was on the rise. It was cheaper, easier, and right there in your living room. Why go to the theater when you could watch rubber-suited heroes and monsters right from your couch? Toho felt this shift really hard, especially after the death of special effects legend Eiji Tsuburaya in 1970. By 1971, Toho had restructured into multiple subsidiaries, one of which was Toho Eizo, tasked with television production. Leading the charge was Godzilla's own producer Tomoyuki Tanaka. He pulled together a new effects team with Teruyoshi Nakano, one of Tsuburaya's proteges, stepping up to guide Toho special effects into the TV era. Meanwhile, Japan was deep in the Henshin boom, where transforming heroes were all the rage. Toei's Masked Rider, or Kamen Rider, had taken off, and Toho wasn't about to miss out. Enter Zone Fighter, Toho's bid to grab the superhero spotlight. It was a very calculated move to snag viewers hooked on action-packed, transformation-heavy stories. And the show ran on a very modest budget of around 500 million yen. This wasn't a lot of money, so they needed to do a lot of creative stretching, from simpler effects to scaled-down sets. Still, Toho roped in some big names. Director Jun Fukuda as well as Ishiro Honda, both veterans of Toho's kaiju films, took the helm. Special effects were handled by Nakano and Koichi Kawakita, names that would later be synonymous with Toho's monster legacy. Even with the limited funds, they aimed to deliver something that was extremely memorable. And here's the kicker. Zone Fighter featured guest spots from Toho's biggest kaiju, Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and Gigan. Mind you, this crossover was less about telling a really creative story and more about ensuring higher ratings by including pre-existing well-known characters. It was a business decision first and foremost. Whether you want to take that from a more cynical perspective is entirely up to you, but objectively, this decision secured a legacy for Zone Fighter, a show that would otherwise be extremely obscure and forgotten years after the fact. Later supplemental material from Toho even confirmed that Zone Fighter is part of the Showa-era Godzilla continuity, fitting snugly between Godzilla vs. Megalon and Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I don't normally care for supplemental materials when talking about movies or TV shows, because these should be standalone stories, but I do think that's pretty cool, and honestly, that's why this odd little show earns a spot in my Godzilla Retrospective series. It's not a Godzilla series by name, but if Godzilla's stomping through a few episodes, it's worth a deeper look. Since this is the first episodic TV show I'm covering in this overarching Godzilla Retrospective series, I won't do an episode-by-episode breakdown. Otherwise, this video will be an hour long, and frankly, I don't have the willpower to make this video that long. Like, it does not deserve to be that long. The episodes are incredibly repetitive in terms of plot structure and formula. It's basic monster of the week type stuff. Monster shows up, Zone Fighter fights the monster, the good guys win, the bad guys lose, rinse and repeat. So I'm going to do a blanket overview of the series as a whole. You're not going to get my episode by episode breakdown like I did with Neon Genesis Evangelion. If you're disappointed by that, then I don't know what to tell you, because a lot of the review would just be me going like, yeah, this episode was fine. So without wasting any more time, this is Zone Fighter. At the core of Zone Fighter's story is the Zone family. They're extraterrestrial refugees from the doomed planet Peaceland. Very subtle. After their homeworld is annihilated by the Garoga army, they flee to Earth and take on human identities as the Sakimori family. But unlike the usual lone hero setup in most tokusatsu series, Zone Fighter leans into a full family dynamic. Parents, 3 kids, and a grandpa. But the Sakimori siblings are the main event. Hikaru transforms into the titular Zone Fighter, ready to punch and missile blast his way through any problem. His sister Hotaru becomes Zone Angel, handling the more agile side of combat, while their younger brother, Akira, transforms into Zone Jr., the energetic kid's sidekick archetype. Transformations happen with the command Hikaru can even level up with Zone Double Fight, allowing him to grow to giant size and take on the Garoga's towering terror beasts. Speaking of villains, the Garoga army fills that role with gusto. They're a ruthless alien force responsible for Peaceland's destruction, and now they have their sights set on Earth. Leading the charge is Gold Garoga, aka Baron Garoga, who looks every bit the classic evil overlord with his cape and booming voice. Their base of operations is a massive satellite in space, from which they launch their evil schemes and their terror beast missiles. These genetically engineered monsters are either launched to Earth or created when Garoga spies transform into giant forms. The terror beasts are the central threat of the show. They show up in every episode, and typically like to cause destruction, while Zone Fighter and his family have to take them down. It's a very simple setup. Here's where it gets interesting. Godzilla shows up as an occasional ally, summoned by the Zone family when Zone Fighter gets absolutely wrecked in battle. It's a fun, if slightly ridiculous, dynamic that mirrors Godzilla's evolving Showa-era image, less of a destroyer of worlds and more of a grumpy but reliable protector. It also kind of mirrors his relationship with Jet Jaguar that we see in Godzilla vs. Megalon, though that just has to do with Jet Jaguar just looking like your typical kind of Ultraman knockoff, and Zone Fighter very much fits into that realm of Ultraman knockoff. Godzilla develops an oddly wholesome relationship with Zone Fighter, which peaks in episode 21, when the Sakimori family builds him a literal Godzilla cave to crash in. In this show, the King of the Monsters is portrayed by Toru Kawai and Isao Zushi, with Zushi later suiting up in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla and Kawai following in Terror of Mechagodzilla. But Godzilla isn't alone. There's King Ghidorah, the 3-headed menace who drops in for episodes 5 and 6. Here, he's mind-controlled by the villainous Garoga. Ghidorah is one of the few monsters that Zone Fighter doesn't kill off, which feels like Toho's way of preserving his status for later films. After all, Destroy All Monsters already established his eventual fate, with that film being set in 1999, years after the events of Zone Fighter. Not to mention, these episodes mark the final appearance of Ghidorah's original Showa design. It's kind of like watching a rock star's last tour, except the rock star is old, fat, and completely washed, like Vince Neil. Still, Ghidorah here is taken seriously, which is pretty cool. His 2 episodes are great, and he really gets a chance to shine. Gigan shows up in episode 11, though he's lost his flight abilities and that iconic buzzsaw, but he gains a new skill, causing explosions with his hook hands as well as having parachutes for some reason. Gigan dukes it out with Godzilla, gets defeated, revives for round 2, and finally meets his end courtesy of Zone Fighter's Meteor Missile Might attack. It's brutal, but also definitive. This is the last appearance of Gigan, at least in the Showa era. In the Godzilla timeline, this is his canonical death. Kinda bizarre. Now, despite its crossover with the Godzilla franchise, Zone Fighter is rarely acknowledged in later films or media. None of the characters ever reappeared, and Toho has largely left it buried. Still, the show has maintained a niche following among tokusatsu and kaiju fans. As one of the few TV series that are officially tied to the Godzilla universe, it really stands as this fascinating relic in Toho's broader tokusatsu catalog. So, how well did it actually work? Honestly, it's kind of a mixed bag. The show completed its planned 26-episode run, but didn't go any further due to low ratings. The production faced typical TV challenges like tight budgets, grueling schedules, and a lack of enthusiasm from the key creative figures. For many, like director Jun Fukuda, it was just a director-for-hire gig. He wasn't really too enthused about it, he wasn't passionate about it, and that kind of shows. Fukuda didn't believe that television could do justice to kaiju storytelling, instead preferring the scale and spectacle of film over what was considered a lesser medium at the time. With a modest budget and weekly deadlines, corners were inevitably cut. That strain really shows in certain episodes. Zone Fighter aired in a primetime Monday slot, which signaled very high expectations from Toho, but it didn't land. Audience reception was very lukewarm. Some were into the novelty of Godzilla fighting alongside a TV superhero, others found the format to be very formulaic and transparently aimed at children, almost pandering. In the end, Zone Fighter sits in a very weird corner of the Godzilla universe. On one hand, it's a Showa-era curiosity with surprisingly good miniature work and some fun monster designs that honestly deserve more love. On the other hand, it's a very cheap TV show where Godzilla shows up often enough to goose the ratings, it's repetitive, it's very dull, and it's clearly not designed for modern-day binge-watching. And trust me, do not, under any circumstances, binge watch this thing. I tried, I really did. More than 2 episodes in one sitting, and I could feel my brain just melting in my skull. This piece took 2 months to finish, because I had to pace myself or risk going full Jack Torrance. But to be fair, shows like this weren't meant to be consumed all at once. This is going to be a bizarre connection that feels like schizophrenic rambling at first, but let me cook here. It kind of reminds me of the show Twin Peaks: The Return, and how that series was made in a very specific way to counter binge watching. New episodes were aired on Showtime weekly, and that was the way that the creators intended on having the audience consume that specific show. Zone Fighter is kind of sort of the same way, but rather than being an 18-hour surreal feature-length series, it's a show that you'd catch on TV when it was airing, and that's it. That's not a knock on the show, by the way. Some series are bingeable, some aren't, and Zone Fighter isn't. But that doesn't mean it's bad. If you pick a random episode here and there, it can be a perfectly fun time. If I had to recommend a very specific episode, I'd say first check out the pilot episode, but then go watch episode 21, which is titled Invincible: Godzilla Rages. But looking back, Zone Fighter's legacy is completely wrapped up in its Godzilla connections. It even had 2 separate opening title sequences and ends with an unresolved finale, like a lot of Toho's 70s oddities. But it never got the chance to grow beyond that first season, which cements its place as a strange, short-lived entry in Godzilla history. And the worst part is, its ongoing obscurity is very much Toho's fault. Unlike Ultraman, which has been preserved and re-released for decades on DVD, Blu-ray, you name it, Zone Fighter never got a proper physical release in the West. You can find episodes on Internet Archive, other places I'm not going to mention, but it's kind of trapped in a weird limbo. It's too obscure to be celebrated, it's too important to be forgotten. I'm not even its biggest fan, but I would love to see it remastered and given a proper home video release someday. It might not be a masterpiece, it is not a masterpiece, but it's still a piece of Godzilla history. In the early 1970s, the Godzilla series stood at a crucial juncture. After a decade of leaning into more family-friendly adventures, Toho began to pivot back towards action-packed, slightly more mature storytelling as Godzilla's 20th anniversary approached. The genesis of what would become Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla started with the concept titled Giant Monsters Converge on Okinawa, Showdown in Zan Pamisaki, with story contributions by Shinichi Sekizawa and Masami Fukushima. Early drafts featured a very different lineup of monsters, including Mothra and a creature initially named Gigan. As the script evolved, Gigan transformed into Mechagodzilla, and Mothra was replaced by King Balgan, who eventually morphed into the guardian monster known as King Caesar. The idea of a mechanical Godzilla drew inspiration from Mechanite Kong in King Kong Escapes, and the burgeoning popularity of giant robot anime in Japan during that era. Teruyoshi Nakano, the special effects director, was tasked with designing Mechagodzilla. Besides its creative appeal, the decision to introduce a robotic foe offered a lot of practical advantages. For starters, it was more cost-effective to construct a mechanical suit than to create another intricate organic monster. Mechagodzilla was designed to be a walking arsenal, equipped with missile-launching fingers, laser eyes, and a devastating chest beam. The suit itself was worn by Kazunari Mori, who actually wore platform shoes in order to increase his height and to make Mechagodzilla feel even more physically imposing. King Caesar's design drew from Okinawan folklore, specifically inspired by Shisa guardian statues, lion-like protectors believed to ward off evil spirits. The film's portrayal of King Caesar echoed a local legend involving a Shisa defending a village from a marauding dragon. Visually, the creature blended mammal and reptilian characteristics. It has this brick pattern body and tufts of fur and this really striking red gem-like eyes. It's a gorgeous design, and I just love how it looks on screen. Kenichi Kazumi portrayed Anguirus in the film as well as King Caesar. And King Caesar in this film has a lot of agility, and in general it moves very differently from any kaiju that we've seen before. One of my favorites is how it has the unique ability to absorb and redirect enemy attacks. Unlike earlier Godzilla films, much of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla was actually filmed on location in Okinawa. It gives it a very distinct visual identity. It's rooted in real-world cultural elements. Directed by Jun Fukuda, the film embraced fast-paced action and espionage-inspired sequences, reflective of his very clear affinity for spy movies. Fukuda at this point was a veteran of several Godzilla films at this point. He injected his personal style into the film's pacing and tone, and Fukuda has said multiple times that he really isn't proud of his Godzilla movies. He thinks that all of them were duds, but I have to disagree, since I think that this one and Son of Godzilla are some of the best in the entire Showa era. Upon its release in Japan on March 21st, 1974, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla garnered generally positive reviews from critics. While it outperformed its predecessor, Godzilla vs. Megalon, at the box office, it did not reach the financial heights of some earlier Godzilla classics from the 60s. So, in the eyes of Toho, this movie was kind of a failure, and if anything, it led them to think maybe it's time to put Godzilla in hibernation for a little bit. But not yet. As a kid, this was one of my all-time favorites. I loved everything from King Caesar to the weird gorilla alien antagonists. I've mentioned this before in some of my older videos, but my grandpa and I, before he passed, we used to watch a ton of Godzilla movies together, and Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla was one that we watched fairly often. However, I haven't really revisited this movie since he passed away in 2020, so I'm genuinely excited to go back and watch it for the first time in forever. So, without wasting any more time, this is Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. During a snowstorm, Anguirus emerges and roars, triggering the eruption of a nearby volcano. Godzilla's roar echoes through the storm, but he remains unseen. Later, Mount Fuji erupts, and a hostile Godzilla appears, rampaging through the countryside. Anguirus surfaces from underground and attacks him, leading to a brutal fight where Anguirus tears at Godzilla's flesh, revealing metal beneath. Godzilla viciously defeats Anguirus, breaking his jaw and forcing him to retreat. As Godzilla reaches Tokyo, another Godzilla emerges, exposing the first as an imposter, Mechagodzilla in disguise. Shedding its false skin, Mechagodzilla bombards Godzilla with missiles and lasers, forcing him into Tokyo Bay before retreating for repairs. Meanwhile, King Caesar, the legendary guardian monster of Okinawa, is prophesized to awaken when the time is right. As Mechagodzilla is relaunched by its alien creators, King Caesar is summoned by a sacred song and engages in battle. Though agile, he struggles against Mechagodzilla's overwhelming firepower. Just then, Godzilla returns, having absorbed energy from lightning to develop a magnetic force. Together, he and King Caesar fight Mechagodzilla, with Godzilla ultimately using his newfound power to disable the machine and tear off its head. With Mechagodzilla destroyed and the alien threat defeated, Godzilla and King Caesar part ways and the prophecy is fulfilled. For a film that on the surface comes off as being a science fiction heavy story, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla places a very surprising amount of emphasis on mythology. Yes, there's a giant robot version of Godzilla and gorilla aliens from from outer space, but much of the film centers around Okinawan folklore and prophecy. This aspect often gets overlooked in favor of the more overtly science fiction elements, understandably so, but the thematic weight carried by the myths and spiritual traditions is worth considering. One way I've always approached the film is as a reflection of the tension between Japan's historical identity and the rapid industrial development that was happening in the 1970s. King Caesar originally saved the Okinawan villagers from mainland invaders, that's mentioned in the film, and that dynamic kind of carries throughout in the film's structure. It echoes how indigenous culture and spiritual customs often exist in contrast to modern expansion. The reawakening of King Caesar acts as a kind of return to something older and more rooted, a response to the mechanized, detached forces represented by Mechagodzilla. The original legend of King Caesar protecting the Okinawans in the film's lore finds a modern parallel in his confrontation with Mechagodzilla. Where Caesar is tied to the land and to ritual, Mechagodzilla is artificial, disconnected, and designed purely for destruction. One emerges from mythology, the other from technological advancement. Mechagodzilla disguising itself as the real Godzilla plays directly into this theme. It's a counterfeit version of something that once carried symbolic weight. There's a discomfort in watching a mechanical double mimic a force of nature, especially one that by 1974 had come to represent more than just destruction. Over the years, Godzilla had shifted from a figure of chaos to one of reluctant protection, a presence that, while still very much dangerous, stood for something closer to balance than annihilation. So when that identity is hijacked by a cold artificial weapon built by alien invaders, it reflects a deeper unease. It underlines a fear of imitation replacing authenticity, of tradition being overwritten by foreign systems and machinery. In that sense, Mechagodzilla becomes more than just a villain. It becomes a symbol of cultural displacement, manufactured to look familiar but hollow at its core. The presence of the priestess, the prophecy, and the ceremonial awakening of King Caesar all help to frame the story in spiritual terms. These elements shape the narrative, functioning as both warning and guidance. The prophecy sets events in motion, and the priestess's vision provides a framework for understanding what's happening way before the science ever catches up. Rather than relying solely on technology or military intervention, the film looks to inherited knowledge, ritual, belief, and memory as sources of strength. Myth isn't treated as background texture here. It's not used to just make things look cooler. Instead, it gives the conflict emotional depth and historical weight. In a film franchise that is often centered on science, weaponry, and speculative technology, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla quietly repositions the conversation. It suggests that clarity and power can come not just from progress, but from what has already been known and preserved. Jun Fukuda, the film's director, clearly has a tangible love for spy films. Espionage is a recurring element of a lot of his Godzilla films, and I think he really nailed it here in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. He uses a ton of snap zooms, which simultaneously fits in perfectly with the spy film vibe that the movie's going for, while also feeling very 1970s, for better or for worse. There's a surprising grittiness to some of the human sequences, with black hole alien agents breaking into homes wielding silenced pistols, and in one instance, even attempting to suffocate a character with a pillow. The violence is grounded and tense in a way that's unexpected for a Godzilla film, especially one that shockingly carries a G rating from the MPAA. Yes, this movie is rated G. One of the standout human characters in the entire series, in my opinion, is Nanbara, played by Shin Kishida. At first, he's presented with an air of suspicion. The film seems to position him as a possible threat. It's easy to assume that he's working with the aliens, especially given how often these movies use infiltration as a plot device. But instead, he's a well-placed red herring. In actuality, he's an undercover Interpol agent who's been tracking the protagonist to keep them safe. He adds a layer of intrigue to the story, and Kishida brings a charisma to the role that makes him instantly memorable. He has these moments throughout the film that remind me of the mysterious stranger from Fallout, where you think the characters are going to die, and then all of a sudden, a guy just shows up and shoots the bad guy out of nowhere. It's great stuff. Getting to the monsters, because Let's be honest, that's what most people came for. Mechagodzilla is undeniably the highlight. He's terrifying, imposing, and a much-needed step up from earlier letdowns like Megalon. What could have easily been a joke or gimmick villain turns out to be a legitimate threat. Mechagodzilla is more than just a robot doppelganger, he is a walking arsenal. The amount of firepower that he brings into every fight feels endless. Missiles, lasers, force fields, it doesn't end. Normally missiles just bounce off Godzilla like pebbles, but Mechagodzilla's somehow managed to tear him apart. The monster battles in this film are some of the best of the entire Showa era. That series gets sometimes a reputation for clumsy boulder kicking, awkward wrestling, but here, every fight feels distinct. Anguirus getting his jaw snapped by the fake Godzilla is a brutal way to start. Godzilla's first fight against Mechagodzilla leaves him bleeding and barely standing, and the final battle where Godzilla and King Caesar team up to take him down feels earned. What really helps, though, is the pacing. Unlike Godzilla vs. Megalon, which waits until the final act to deliver any real substantial monster action, this film spaces out its kaiju moments with purpose. They arrive at regular intervals, giving the story rhythm and making the fights feel like key narrative beats instead of afterthoughts. If there is one downside to the kaiju action, it's the setting. Like many later Showa entries, the final battle takes place in an empty, rocky countryside. It's likely a budget-driven decision, but it robs the fight of any scale. There's something about monsters tearing through cityscapes that gives their battles a sense of weight and consequence, and that's missing here. Thankfully, this would be addressed in Terror of Mechagodzilla, but in this film, the landscape can feel really flat. But the pyrotechnics make up for it. They are excellent. Explosions light up the screen constantly, and the filmmakers clearly had fun pushing Mechagodzilla's arsenal to the limit. I've praised special effects director Teruyushi Nakano before on the channel, but I genuinely think that Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is where everything he was building toward comes together. This is the best movie that he ever made. If you thought the Ring of Fire sequence in Godzilla vs. Megalon was over the top, wait until you see Godzilla's first battle with Mechagodzilla. It's explosive, chaotic, and executed with such precision that it becomes a showcase for just how powerful suitmation and miniature work can be when it's done right. Every building collapse, every spark, every plume of smoke feels massive, and the composite shots that integrate the human characters into these wide shots are phenomenal. We have come such a long way since King Kong vs. Godzilla, where you have characters in the foreground that are completely blue from the rotoscoping. Like, we are so beyond that now. You really get a sense of scale and danger, which isn't always easy to pull off in this genre. That said, the film's budget clearly leaned heavily toward the monster effects, because the sets and costumes for the black hole aliens are, to put it kindly, a bit rough. What really works, though, are the latex gorilla masks that the actors wear once their alien identities are revealed. When I talked about Godzilla vs. Gigan, I mentioned how disappointing it was that the cockroach aliens barely ever looked like cockroaches, and when they had their true forms revealed, it was just a real cockroach. They stayed in human form for most of the movie, and it felt like a giant missed opportunity. I wanted them to go full Toxic Avenger, to have latex cockroach masks, and to just go crazy with it. They didn't. Here, they do. They go all in, and I love it. The gorilla masks are not hyper-realistic, but they absolutely fit the tone. They're weird, rubbery, and slightly unsettling. It's perfect for the pulpy sci-fi vibe that this film is leaning into. One moment that really stands out is the reveal of Yanagawa's half-human, half-ape face. The effect looks fantastic, but it's kind of disturbing too. The way the transformation is handled feels almost tragic, and a lot of that comes down to Daigo Kusano's performance. He plays the moment with visible fear and vulnerability, which adds a surprising emotional weight. Yes, he's actively trying to kill the protagonist, but you feel an odd sense of fear and sympathy towards him. The sound design during this scene, with the deep guttural and unnatural ape sounds, elevates the horror. It has this rare beat of body horror in a series that doesn't often go there, and it really hits hard. Even with all the film's camp and sci-fi flair, moments like that show just how much effort was going into creating something visceral and take a shot every time you hear me say this word, memorable. Masaru Sato's score for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is genuinely one of the best in the entire franchise. Sato had already left his mark on previous entries like Godzilla Raids Again, Ebirah Horror of the Deep, and Son of Godzilla, not to mention his legendary work with Kurosawa on films like Throne of Blood, Hidden Fortress, and Yojimbo. If that resume doesn't already tell you that he's a heavy hitter, then I don't know what will. Personally, he's one of my all-time favorite film composers, and I think he's overdue for a proper reevaluation. Not just by Godzilla fans, but by film fans in general. Most people tend to associate Godzilla music with Akira Ifukube, and for good reason. His themes are iconic, and I have nothing but respect for his contributions to the series, but people treat him as the only composer who ever mattered in this series. It does a huge disservice to everything that people like Sato brought to the table. His score for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is energetic, textured, and full of personality. The main battle theme alone, with its jazz-inflected rhythms, completely changes the vibe of the monster fights. There's a bounce and swagger to it that gives the action a fresh momentum. As much as I love the weight and grandeur of Ifukube's Godzilla themes, Sato's music here punches things up with flair. The score doesn't just work in context, it's genuinely just fun to listen to on its own. I've lost count how many times I've played it while I'm working on videos. It's great writing and editing fuel. It also helps that the production quality on the mix is crisp and fantastic. The instrumentation is well balanced and everything sounds clean and deliberate. I'm not going to get too dorky when it comes to sound engineering since this is like a Godzilla review, but I think that it stands as one of the best engineered soundtracks of the entire Godzilla series, which isn't always something that people pay attention to, but in my opinion, it makes a big difference. I would easily put it in my top 3 Godzilla scores, right alongside Godzilla 54 and Final Wars. Of course, we can't talk about the soundtrack without bringing up the King Caesar song. It feels like it goes on forever, like you blink and 5 minutes have passed, and Naomi Azumi is still singing, but I actually kind of like it. It's charming. It mirrors the ritualistic vibe that we get with the Mothra twins, the Shobijin, who also use song as a way to connect with and awaken a kaiju. Once King Caesar does finally rise, it feels so earned because you've had to sit through that song, and then it's just a blast to watch. He's so expressive in a way that a lot of Showa monsters just aren't, especially with those ears, which apparently perk up as a form of intimidation, but my headcanon has always been that he gets spooked and then his ears pop up. I don't know. King Caesar has this scrappy energy to him that's easy to root for. His design pulls from the Shisa statues of Okinawan mythology, and he really does feel like a giant mythical lion dog brought to life. There's something charming about how shaggy and unpredictable he is in combat. His reflective eye beam is a clever counter to Mechagodzilla's more precise weaponry, and I wish we got to see more of it. Honestly, I wish we got to see more of him in general. He shows up late in the film and gets a few good hits in, and then that's pretty much it. A longer tag team sequence with Godzilla would have been amazing. Now, this might be out of left field, but I've always wondered, can King Caesar bring dead monsters back to life? I know that sounds wild and completely irrelevant, but hear me out for a second. There's a moment in the original Japanese version of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla where the leader of the black hole aliens says, King Caesar could rouse other monsters too. In the English dub, it's even more direct. Quote, we'll be in trouble if King Caesar brings other monsters to life. That's a pretty major ability to casually mention once and then never follow up on. It makes sense in the context of his mythological roots, but we never see it pay off in this film or any others in the Showa continuity. However, there is a weird little footnote in Godzilla Island, which isn't canon to this movie specifically, I don't think, where King Caesar literally exorcises the ghost of Space Godzilla out of Godzilla's body. That show is a whole rabbit hole of its own, but moments like that make me wonder if someone somewhere decided to roll with the idea that Caesar's got some spiritual powers that we've barely scratched the surface of. Even if that's never explored again, it's an interesting little nugget that adds another layer to a kaiju who already feels kind of underused. At a lean, brisk 80 minutes, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla moves fast and doesn't waste much time, and honestly, I don't have many complaints about that. It's a tight, entertaining ride with barely a moment to breathe, and it works in its favor. If I were to nitpick, I do wish that the ending didn't cut off so abruptly. I know that's the 70s, and that's kind of like how a lot of movies ended back then, but once Mechagodzilla goes down and the Shisa statue is returned, the credits just start rolling almost immediately. There's no time for any emotional resolution or reflection with the human characters. I mean, I get it. The central conflict of the alien invasion, the monster battles, and King Caesar have all been resolved, and no one's really clamoring for an epilogue about the human cast tying up loose ends. But by the time the monsters have done their thing, most viewers have already checked out emotionally. So while it could have maybe used one or two more beats to wind things down, it's not like a deal breaker to me. It's just a minor nitpick. Let's talk now about the international releases. The film was released in the United States in 1977 by the company CinemaShares, initially under the title Godzilla vs. the Bionic Monster, which was later changed to Godzilla vs. the Cosmic Monster due to a threatened lawsuit from Universal Television over the use of the word bionic. This sounds insane, but it's true. At the time, Universal had a show out called The Bionic Woman, and they felt it was copyright infringement. I don't know how that's... whatever. The American release also featured several edits, including the deletion of the opening credits and certain sequences containing profanity and violence in order to make it way more kid-friendly. Looking more internationally beyond just the States and Japan, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla received some really bizarre alternate titles in various regions. West Germany managed to include King Kong in the title, not once, but twice, with one release going by King Kong against Godzilla, and another being titled King Kong, Monsters from the Depths. However, my favorite has to be Sweden's title for the film, which was Invasion from the Ape Planet, an oddly fitting title that gives away one of the movie's twists, while also being very representative of the finished product. Overall, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is a very big step in the right direction for Toho. Financially, this film was nowhere near as successful as the suits had hoped. However, creatively, it feels like a breath of fresh air compared to some of the prior installments like Godzilla vs. Gigan and Godzilla vs. Megalon. This movie feels big and expensive, but it never feels bloated. Sure, it's the standard setup of alien invaders trying to take over the world with a giant monster, and then Godzilla has to stop them, but everything from the spy elements to the mythology solidifies this film as one of the better alien invasion Showa flicks to ever do it. A lot of my praise for this film comes from the fact that it has an extremely strong foundation. The screenplay is exceptionally tight. The themes presented are super compelling. The human plotline is great, and the kaiju action has never felt larger in scale. With Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla marking the second to last entry in the Showa era, it serves as a reminder of how this specific era of Godzilla could still innovate and surprise audiences, even as it began to near its twilight years. Terror of Mechagodzilla grew out of a 1974 contest that Toho held for a sequel to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. Yukiko Takayama, a student at a Toho-sponsored screenwriting school, won the contest and was invited by producer Tomoyuki Tanaka to develop her plot into a script. Takayama later recalled that Tanaka had encouraged her to write a story that she personally wanted to tell, which led her to center the story on a female protagonist and a tragic cyborg theme. Her draft was submitted July 1st, 1974, and underwent multiple rewrites by October and again in December, before filming began in 1974. Early drafts included 2 dinosaur monsters that could merge into one beast, but budget cuts eliminated one monster, meaning they could only have one new monster, and this became Titanosaurus. Directing duties had initially been offered to Jun Fukuda, who declined, and even rumored to Yoshimitsu Banno, but Tanaka ultimately pursued co-creator Ishiro Honda to return behind the camera. This was Honda's first Godzilla film since 1969's Godzilla's Revenge, and he later said that he enjoyed working with Takayama, valuing a woman's perspective as fresh for the series. Honda presided over the production with a small but very experienced crew, like assistant director Kensho Yamashita, who would later direct Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. Akira Ifukube returned to score Terror of Mechagodzilla. It was his first Godzilla score since 1968's Destroy All Monsters. Ifukube reinstated the original Godzilla March theme, and added a new dark motif for Mechagodzilla and Titanosaurus. The latter had piercing, high-pitched tones to distinguish it from Godzilla. Also, do I even need to talk about that roar from Titanosaurus? It is so memorable, it is so annoying, I love it. The monster suits were operated by Toru Kawai as Godzilla, Kazunari Mori as Mechagodzilla 2, and Tatsumi Nikamoto as Titanosaurus. Nikamoto actually wore the Titanosaurus suit backwards in some scenes to give it the impression that the monster was moving unnaturally compared to the other kaiju that were previously shown on screen in the franchise. Budget pressures of the mid-70s era were keenly felt. The prior film, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, had a bigger budget, but it still wasn't the huge financial hit that Toho was expecting. As a result, Terror of Mechagodzilla was given a much smaller budget. Special effects director Teruyoshi Nakano noted that the film was treated as the last Godzilla movie, and this allowed them to experiment and basically do whatever the hell they wanted. You see, by the mid-1970s, the kaiju boom in Japan had largely collapsed. The 60s and early 70s had seen Godzilla as a cultural icon, but television's rise hollowed out cinema audiences. Film budgets were slashed and studios cut permanent contracts to stay afloat. Toho itself invested more into TV and aimed its remaining films at children, mainly at the Toho Children's Champion Festival. But in this environment, Terror of Mechagodzilla was a deliberate pivot. Yes, this started with Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, as that film was really serious as well, but here, Tanaka and Honda envisioned it as a return to a more serious style while still delivering on monster thrills. Nowadays, there's been a lot of talk about superhero fatigue in regards to the Marvel Cinematic Universe and even the new James Gunn DC universe, which hasn't even started yet, but who knows what'll happen with that. This is where audiences, general audiences, feel fatigued by the constant output of superhero movies in theaters. In 1975 in Japan, there was a very real kaiju fatigue. In the span of just 5 years, Japanese cinemas were bombarded with titles like Space Amoeba, Gamera vs. Zigra, Godzilla vs. Hedorah, Godzilla vs. Gigan, Ghidorah vs. Goliath, Godzilla vs. Megalon, Submersion of Japan, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, and Prophecies of Nostradamus. Those are just movies by Daiei and Toho. I didn't even talk about some of the other lesser-known movies by other film companies from around that time who were making them just to ape off of Godzilla and Gamera. Burnout was bound to happen, and it very much did. Terror of Mechagodzilla earned mixed reviews in Japan, and it was a flop at the box office, making it the poorest performing Godzilla film of the Showa era. Toho just didn't see any reason to continue the franchise after this point. With dwindling returns and internal anxiety, the studio quietly shelved any and all Godzilla productions after 1975, ending the Showa era's run and even the franchise as a whole for nearly a decade. However, the initial negative reaction towards Terror of Mechagodzilla, to me, is completely baffling. Nowadays, the film has been reevaluated by fans and critics in a much more positive light. I am by no means breaking new ground here in saying that Terror of Mechagodzilla is one of the best entries in the entire franchise. As a kid, I loved it for its kaiju action. As an adult, I love it for its thematic depth and writing. This film is a tragedy in the same vein as a story like Romeo and Juliet, or to keep it wrangled in with another kaiju Toho flick, War of the Gargantuas. This film served as the swan song for the Showa era, and it's safe to say that this era ended on a high note. So without wasting any more time, this is Terror of Mechagodzilla. Just a year after Godzilla's clash with Mechagodzilla, a submarine searching for its remains is attacked and destroyed by a mysterious underwater dinosaur, Titanosaurus. Interpol investigates and uncovers a disgraced scientist, Dr. Mifune, who once claimed to control the creature. Though presumed dead, Mifune is alive and working with the Black Hole Planet 3 aliens to unleash both Titanosaurus and a rebuilt Mechagodzilla on Tokyo. Mifune's daughter, Katsura, secretly aids them, having been forcefully turned into a cyborg years ago. As the monsters devastate the city, Godzilla arrives to stop them but is overwhelmed. Interpol manages to weaken Titanosaurus with sonic waves, and Godzilla battles Mechagodzilla yet again. Meanwhile, Katsura, realizing she's the key to controlling Mechagodzilla, sacrifices herself to stop the rampage. With Katsura gone, Mechagodzilla malfunctions, giving Godzilla the chance to destroy it. The invasion is thwarted, but the cost is heavy, leaving behind a trail of death, destruction, and personal tragedy as Godzilla wades off into the ocean, presumably for the final time. Out of all the films in the Showa era, Terror of Mechagodzilla feels like the one most interested in people. Not just as collateral damage in a kaiju brawl, but as fragile, conflicted, and compromised beings just trying to survive something much bigger than themselves. There's plenty of monster action, but what sticks is the story happening underneath. A woman losing her autonomy. A man consumed by professional shame, and a world that keeps treating technology as a shortcut to power. Katsura Mifune is at the center of all of this, a character who carries the film's emotional weight, and ultimately breaks under it. Through her, Terror of Mechagodzilla becomes a story about control in all of its forms, technological, patriarchal, and personal. At first glance, it's easy to think the central conflict is just Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, but the real fight is between Katsura and everything that's been done to her. She's a cyborg, but not by choice, but because her father and a bunch of aliens decided that she was more useful that way. Her body is still technically human, but her agency is gone, overwritten by other people's motives. Where Godzilla is this raw instinctive force, Mechagodzilla is remote-controlled, mechanized brutality. Katsura ends up stuck between those two extremes, not fully one or the other. That limbo becomes the heart of the film. When Godzilla finally wins, you don't get this triumphant feeling, but it's more like the system that trapped Katsura finally just runs out of power. A lot of that system is built by her father, Dr. Shinzo Mifune, who might be one of the more pitiful villains in the entire franchise. He's not some mastermind trying to rule the world. He's just a sad, bitter old man who never got over being laughed out of the scientific community. The aliens don't even have to try that hard to recruit him. They just hand him a platform and a way to prove everyone wrong, and because his ego is louder than his empathy, he sacrifices Katsura in the process. It isn't framed, though, as cruelty, but something much worse. Self-righteousness. He believes that he's saving her by making her useful, which mirrors how science gets twisted in the film. Not to understand or improve anything, but to win some kind of grudge match with the rest of humanity. After a horrific accident, Mifune turns his daughter into a tool so that he can feel relevant again, instead of just letting her rest. Katsura's story ends up feeling a lot more layered than you would expect from a 70s monster movie, and that's probably not an accident. This is the only Godzilla film to ever be written by a woman, and her script gives Katsura a complexity that's rare in the genre. Katsura isn't just there to be rescued or to fall in love. She's torn between what other people want from her and whatever scraps of identity she's trying to hang on to. Her relationship with the male lead feels secondary to her internal conflict, which is about autonomy more than anything else. A lot of the film's sci-fi imagery with the cyborg tech, the alien implants, and the mind control signals work better as metaphor than as plot. It's not interested in how this stuff works scientifically. It's not about lore. It's not about how, isn't this like the great continuity of the Showa era? Isn't this how we eventually get to destroy all monsters? Like, it's not concerned with any of that, and I'm so happy it isn't. It's more about how easily people become objects when power gets centralized. Katsura is literally wired into Mechagodzilla's control system. She's also a stand-in for what happens when people are stripped of choice. She isn't given space to heal or recover or even get angry. The only way out is to completely remove herself from the system, which she does. The horror in this film doesn't really come from the kaiju. The alien, despite being cartoonishly evil, represents something eerily familiar. A structure that exploits people who've been pushed to the margins. They find Mifune because he's bitter and alone. They use Katsura because she's already been dehumanized. The invasion that happens on screen isn't loud or dramatic, but instead, we see most of the action in labs and backrooms, in places where consent is a technicality. And even though there are monsters stomping around, the scariest part of the movie, at least to me, is how easy it is to convince people to surrender their empathy in exchange for relevance, revenge, or just a sense of control. Not control, just a sense of it, a feeling. Like, oh, maybe I'll have a little bit of control. The image of a woman transforming into a machine forced to serve a system that neither sees nor values her humanity did not start with Terror of Mechagodzilla. Long before Katsura Mifune was being rewired by aliens and her father, Fritz Lang's Metropolis gave us Maria, a spiritual leader duplicated, hollowed out, and used to manipulate a city into chaos. There's more to this comparison than just the aesthetic. These two characters, separated by nearly 50 years of cinema, both reflect how science fiction repeatedly returns to a specific fear: that women, more than any other figures in these stories, will be the first to lose their agency when power and technology intersect. It's a fear that plays out quietly in Terror of Mechagodzilla, but it's deeply rooted in a genre that has always used androids, cyborgs, and replicants as metaphors for the loss of autonomy in the face of systemic control. In both films, the transformation into a machine is a violation, not an upgrade, not empowerment, but a theft. Maria's robot double is created by a male scientist and immediately weaponized. Her likeness is exploited to incite violence and to turn the working class against itself, which conveniently benefits the elite. Maria's voice, image, and influence are all repurposed, stripped of context, and used to manufacture consent for chaos. Katsura's story hits many of the same beats. Rebuilt by her father after a fatal accident, then surgically modified to act as the control system for Mechagodzilla, she becomes the centerpiece of a war that she never agreed to fight. Both women are forcibly repurposed, not just physically but narratively, cast into roles meant to serve patriarchal systems of control, and what's terrifying isn't just what they become, but how little they're allowed to object. What makes the parallel even more interesting is how both women are associated with passivity in their original form, and violence only arrives when men take control of their bodies. Maria in her human form is a peaceful figure, a voice of faith, unity, and compassion. The robot Maria is overtly sexualized, incendiary, and cruel. Likewise, Katsura is quiet, reserved, and emotionally closed off. The result of trauma, yes, but also of a lifetime spent under other people's influence. When the aliens take full control, her stoicism becomes mechanical. In both films, emotion and humanity are framed as threats to the system, and the solution is to just erase them. The context of who and why they're built also adds another layer. In Metropolis, the inventor creates the machine out of grief and obsession, modeling it after his lost love, Hell. It's less about scientific discovery and more about replacing a woman with a controllable version of herself. Dr. Mifune isn't much different. He rebuilds his daughter not to save her, but to use her as a vessel for revenge. Maybe deep down inside there's some inkling of like, oh, I love my daughter and I want her to stay alive, but like that survival of Katsura is secondary to her function. The tragedy of Katsura isn't that she's a cyborg, it's that no one ever asked her if she wanted to be. Her mind is overwritten to serve a plan that benefits neither her nor the world that she lives in. Like Maria, she's not supposed to have opinions. She's supposed to behave, and behavior, in both cases, becomes performative. The robotic Maria is overtly seductive and theatrical, a parody of human emotion designed to provoke. Katsura, by contrast, is emotionless, to the point of repression, but that blankness is a performance too, required by the mechanical role that she's been assigned. The moment she starts to feel, when she falls in love, when she hesitates, the whole system begins to break down. What Terror of Mechagodzilla does well is show how fragile that system really is. It can only function as long as Katsura stays dehumanized. The second she begins to assert even a hint of will, the whole machine becomes unstable. She doesn't destroy Mechagodzilla by fighting it, but just by taking herself out, and that's enough to collapse the structure that enslaved her. Where Metropolis ends with reconciliation and unity, Terror of Mechagodzilla ends with silence and death. That difference really matters. Fritz Lang still believed in the heart mediating between the hand and the head. Honda, by contrast, leaves Katsura's body lifeless on a hillside while the camera quietly pulls away. You don't see a utopia coming. There's no awakening, no embracing of two opposing sides. It's just an aftermath of death, and that's it. Both women were treated as technology. Both tried in their final moments to reclaim something human, and both films suggest that once a person has been reduced to a function, the only escape might be to shut the system off entirely, even if it means going with it. Now let's sort of take this idea of analyzing Katsura as a tragic figure and bring Titanosaurus into the mix. Because Titanosaurus is a monster that has never gotten the credit she deserves. In fact, she's not a monster. She's a dinosaur. She never meant to cause any harm. As the final new kaiju of the Showa era, she's often overshadowed by Mechagodzilla's return, or Godzilla's final stand, but her role in Terror of Mechagodzilla is quietly heartbreaking. I mentioned this at the start of the video. That roar. right? Everyone talks about Titanosaurus's roar. They find it annoying. They say it sounds like a trumpet.
For a decent-looking monster, he sure has an annoying cackle.
To me, as great as that roar sounds, doesn't it kind of sound like a cry for help? While Mechagodzilla is built for war, Titanosaurus is not. She's a peaceful aquatic dinosaur, docile by nature and controlled against her will. When seen through that lens, and especially when factoring in early drafts that refer to her as female, Titanosaurus becomes a perfect mirror to Katsura Mifune. Both are beings who were meant to exist peacefully but are repurposed into weapons through manipulation and control. Neither of them really choose to fight, but they're forced to. In many ways, Titanosaurus is the monster version of Katsura's arc, a gentle figure being mutilated and commanded by outside forces, stripped of her agency and forced into acts of destruction that she doesn't understand. Dr. Mifune treats Titanosaurus the same way he treats his daughter, as property. His obsession with revenge overrides any consideration for their well-being. He uses Katsura as an extension of his will, and he does the same to Titanosaurus, telepathically controlling her through a brainwave modulator and also using sonic frequencies and all this sci-fi bullshit that really doesn't make any sense, but who cares? The theme of unwilling destruction isn't really unique to this film and the Godzilla franchise, but Terror of Mechagodzilla carries it with a distinct sense of melancholy. We've seen moments where Jet Jaguar is mind-controlled by the Seatopians in order to do their bidding, and that's very, shallowly executed. We get a little bit of it. He doesn't really destroy any buildings. He just sort of flies through the air, and that's about it. In this film, though, we really get to see that in the deepest sense possible. Before Titanosaurus is ever mind-controlled, she's introduced as a rare and remarkable discovery, a living fossil who only attacks when provoked. Her initial scuffle with the research submarine is defensive, not aggressive. And yet, once Dr. Mifune partners with the Black Hole Planet 3 aliens, Titanosaurus is reduced to a tool of conquest. Those obnoxious roars that everyone seems to hate aren't supposed to be scary or triumphant like Godzilla's. They're panicked, they're mournful, they're unsure. Her attacks aren't really calculated, like Mechagodzilla's laser barrage. Instead, she just flails around and swipes and kicks and screams like something that doesn't fully understand what it's even doing. It's the same look that Katsura has during moments where she watches the carnage and can't do anything to stop it. The same forced performance of violence orchestrated by the men in control. This archetype, the peaceful figure turned destructive by coercion, runs deep in myth and cinema. One of the strongest precedents comes from Greek mythology. Talos, the giant bronze automaton who appears in Jason and the Argonauts. In that film, Talos is a towering mechanical guardian built to protect Crate, not out of cruelty, but duty. He doesn't attack the Argonauts out of hatred, he does it because he's programmed to. And when his life vein is disabled, he topples over and dies, not like a villain defeated, but like a machine that's been released. Like Titanosaurus, Talos is an artificial extension of someone else's will, a figure of immense power with no say in how it's used. The tragedy is not in their defeat, but in the fact that they were never allowed to be anything more than weapons. You can see similar echoes in King Kong, where the titular ape is captured and dragged into a society that only sees him as a spectacle. Kong's rampage in New York isn't on purpose, it's entirely confused and reactionary. It's born out of trauma and captivity. He's punished not for being violent, but for being placed in a world that never made room for his kind. Any destruction is entirely incidental. That's the mold that Titanosaurus fits right into. She didn't rise from the ocean to conquer. She was called, controlled, and used. Her final fate, retreating into the sea after Mechagodzilla is destroyed, feels less like a defeat and more like an escape from potential death. The battle is over and the leash is broken. This theme has carried forward in the kaiju genre even to present day. In Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, the character of Shimo follows this exact lineage, a frost-breathing titan forced into battle by the villainous Scar King. Shimo was framed not as an antagonist but as a tragic figure, a beast shackled to a cause she didn't choose. Like Titanosaurus, she's a creature of incredible power but no agency. And like Titanosaurus, her redemption doesn't come through battle but through release. These monsters aren't villains. They're metaphors for anyone forced into violence by a world that doesn't value peace. Terror of Mechagodzilla understood that, and Titanosaurus, in all her misunderstood fury, is its most haunting reminder. Meanwhile, the battle between Godzilla and Mechagodzilla is symbolic of the tension between organic life and technological control. This is a conflict where each creature's nature is very sharply defined. Godzilla, as per usual, is a force of nature, representing instinct, autonomy, and raw survival. Mechagodzilla is a mechanical imitation of Godzilla, who symbolizes dehumanized power devoid of personal will. This theme was present in the prior film, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, but I think it's even further explored here. Godzilla's role in the film stands apart from the other characters, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that, 1, it's Godzilla, and 2, he is the only one with a clear sense of autonomy. He doesn't need external manipulation, control, or programming. His appearance in the film isn't out of necessity, but actually out of will. He chooses to rise from the ocean and defend humanity. This choice, even if instinctive, marks him as the only character who really acts with full agency. His motivations aren't dictated by outside forces. Godzilla simply acts as an elemental being who reacts to threats on its own terms. In contrast, Mechagodzilla is entirely controlled. It's an alien-made weapon with no autonomy. Its movements, its attacks, and even its existence are all the result of programming. If it wasn't clear already, I absolutely love Terror of Mechagodzilla. It is so thematically rich. Honestly, I think it might be the most thematically rich film in the entire franchise. Yes, more so than the original 54 film, more so than Shin Godzilla, and even Godzilla Minus One. Beyond the themes being super compelling on paper, they were executed perfectly. Movies with a ton of heavy themes tend to struggle with being too preachy or jam-packed with an overstuffed message. However, when you have Ishiro Honda in the director's chair, you're working with someone who can balance entertainment with extremely deep themes. He did it with the first Godzilla movie and how that film was a commentary on nuclear devastation. He did it with King Kong vs. Godzilla and the commentary on the slop being created by companies for broadcast on television in Japan. And he did it with his last Godzilla movie, Terror of Mechagodzilla, but a lot of that has to do with the late Yukiko Takayama just being an incredible screenwriter. While she did end up working in the Japanese TV industry for nearly 2 decades, I really wish we could have seen more Yukiko Takayama screenplays being directed for the screen by Ishiro Honda. Not even Godzilla ones, just normal movies. I would have loved to have seen that. It's a damn shame she didn't work on any more movies after this beyond 2011's The Tale of Genji, A Thousand-Year Enigma. Like a lot of Godzilla flicks from this era, Terror of Mechagodzilla was released internationally under a million different titles and edits. In the United Kingdom in 1978, it was retitled to Monsters from an Unknown Planet. In the US, it was released by Bobcon Enterprises under the baffling and almost nonsensical title, The Terror of Godzilla. The English dub was heavily cut down, and the violent scenes and the brief moment of Katsura's nudity were removed in order to secure a PG rating for the film. Toho also assembled an international version by dubbing Terror of Mechagodzilla into English for foreign markets, which did not see major theatrical use in the US, but was issued on American VHS in the early 1990s. Other markets saw dubbed releases as well. For example, the Japanese poster art was replaced in many countries, and some foreign prints placed voiceovers over exposition-heavy scenes. The cuts in the Western versions altered the tone, removing Katsura's death scene in a bizarre move which robs the finale of its intended emotional impact. In all of my retrospectives, I love dedicating time to the various international versions of these films, since I grew up watching the English dubs and they deserve to be mentioned as well. Love them or hate them, they deserve to be mentioned alongside the movies, because it's part of the viewing experience, especially for someone in America like myself. Now, the specific DVD copy that I grew up watching to death was the classic media release of the film. It was at my local library, and so I was the only person that ever really checked it out, and I loved it. Now, this DVD features both the original Japanese version with subtitles and the extended English dub. There's an added prologue that goes over the history of Godzilla, and I loved it as a kid.
Nobody knows the origin of this indestructible monster, but many people believe Godzilla was some kind of an ancient god.
For the longest time, I just assumed that this prologue was in every version of the movie, with stock footage from Godzilla's Revenge being used quite liberally.
Attempts were made to destroy Godzilla with modern war machines.
Honestly, I wish that prologue was in every cut of the movie. It makes Terror of Mechagodzilla feel like a definitive end to the Showa era.
Godzilla the terrifying monster now becomes Godzilla the friend and ally.
However, the original Japanese version still has a very effective opening that sums up the prior film in a very comprehensive way. So much so that it almost makes watching Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla entirely unnecessary. Almost unnecessary. I still stand by my opinion that that movie is great, even if Terror of Mechagodzilla does everything that movie does, but better. This film stands out as a near masterpiece. A movie that takes the formula established in earlier entries and pushes it further with higher stakes, richer character drama, and some of the best and most impressive special effects work of its time. While its predecessor, 1974's Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, is often praised for introducing Mechagodzilla and delivering a crowd-pleasing spectacle, Terror builds on that foundation with a far more emotionally charged and dramatically cohesive story. There's a weight to the sequel that the previous film just didn't quite reach. I love how big the stakes are in this movie. In the prior installment, it was Godzilla and King Caesar against Mechagodzilla, and they could barely defeat Mechagodzilla. In this film, Godzilla's on his own, and Mechagodzilla is upgraded with another monster to help him. One of the standout moments, and arguably one of the greatest entrances Godzilla ever gets, is his arrival through smoke and shadow, lit only by flashes of light as the Godzilla theme begins to swell. It's theatrical without being melodramatic, and it reinforces the idea of Godzilla as a mythic force rather than just another monster. Another great scene is where Mechagodzilla's head gets torn off, and you think that's the end of the movie, but then, in a twist, Mechagodzilla keeps fighting, and he has a turret for a head now. It is so fun. I love it. I really do. But not every creative choice here lands. The Black Hole Planet 3 aliens are considerably less memorable than in their earlier appearance. In the previous films, when they died, they'd transform into gorillas. It was surreal and horrifying, but here they're just in these dull silver jumpsuits for the whole movie. We never get to see them transform into gorillas, which is just super disappointing. Yes, they serve their function in the story, but their personality has just been diluted down to another boring alien invader, akin to the Kilax from Destroy All Monsters. Terror of Mechagodzilla was dismissed by critics at the time of its release, likely due to kaiju fatigue and a misunderstanding of what the film was trying to do. It doesn't present itself with the bright, bombastic energy of earlier Godzilla films, but that's exactly what makes it just so effective. It slows down, it leans into tragedy, and it lingers on character. It gives you something to feel. There's real craftsmanship here, not just in the suits and the sets, but in the emotional architecture of the story. For all these reasons, it deserves to be remembered not as a footnote in the series, but as one of its high points. It's also a fantastic ending to the Showa era. And with all that out of the way, I'm Cole McCormick. You're watching Firewood Media. This is just one small part of my massive Godzilla retrospective project. The Showa era is completed. The goal in this series is to revisit and review every single Godzilla movie and TV show. Yes, even the super obscure ones like Godzilla Island. We're going to talk about everything. I've already gone over the majority of the MonsterVerse, and now the Showa era is finished. I've covered it all. Up next, I'll be focusing more of my efforts on the Showa Gamera run, as well as Ultra Q and Ultra Man. Those are going to take a little bit longer to make because they are TV shows, the latter two at least. So that's going to take a bit, but expect to see some Gamera retrospectives on the channel soon. Either way, thank you so much for watching. Big thank you to our channel members. Their names are listed right here. Big shout out to them for supporting the channel, making videos just like these possible. Again, I'm Cole McCormick. This is Firewood Media. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.